you on managing India's dry waste. I am happy to request Sri Ashwani Kumar, Special Officer, Municipal Corporation of Delhi, to chair the session. May I request, sir, that you come up on stage and take your seat? Mr. Ashwani Kumar, kindly take your seat. I would also like to call on stage esteemed panelists, Ms. Monica Patel, Environmental Engineer, Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation, Srijit LK, Manager Projects, Clean Kerala Company Limited, Dr. Ashish Chaturvedi, UNDP, Sri Bhairav Desai, Executive Engineer, Surat Municipal Corporation, Sri Masood Malik, Joint Managing Director, Messrs. Re-Sustainability, Sri Gyanesh Bharti, Commissioner Municipal Corporation, Delhi, and Sri Srikar MS, Managing Director, KPCL, Karnataka. Sri Dinesh Yadavji in place of Gyanesh Bharti, sir. I would like to request Sri Ashwani Kumar, Session Chair, to start the session, sir. Thank you.
Good morning to all of you, distinguished guests on the dais, my colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. What we have seen, I have been in Municipal Corporation of Delhi for about 5 months or so. Cleanliness of city is very, very important. It is a cliche to say so, but it is indeed a very important factor in building the image of the city. If the city is clean, even if other things are somewhat lukewarm, but if the city is clean, it gives the first impact on anyone, and that is why this focus of Mahua to emphasize and re-emphasize is very, very timely, and all of us who are working in various municipal corporations have to work very hard to show the results. So far, in various cities, including big cities like Delhi, the tendency was to collect the waste somehow and take it to the dump site. And it would get accumulated, and since in the beginning lands were available, and therefore the piles and piles of the garbage has got collected. But this is really unsustainable. This, after some time, this really creates a very ugly picture. As solid waste management rule say that you need to collect, segregate, transport, process. So those things are there. But how do we do it? In Delhi, what we have realized that it is good to say that you do source segregation, but it's really a tough challenge. Particularly the city like Delhi, where the population is a lot of migrant population, people come with their own ideas, with their own habits, culture, and from the next day, if you expect them that they will nicely segregate the waste and give it to you for transportation and processing, probably that is very, very ambitious expectation. It should happen, but somehow it has not happened. So various efforts have been made. In Delhi, they are on. There are some positive results also, namely to do source segregation and do the processing, particularly decentralized processing. uh, take the waste, wet part and do the composting, and the remaining part, you take out whatever is useful, recycle it, process it, or even, convert it some other beautiful products. But all said and done, if the major uh, thing which is really helping the city to, to, to manage the garbage, I would say remains the waste to energy plants. Of course, there is a lot of ideological debate. But then the big cities like Delhi, I'm afraid, cannot live without having the system like waste energy plant. Other things are well and good. It is not that it is what I am saying, emphasis on waste energy plant. It is in exclusion of what other steps can be taken, and they are indeed being taken. But this is something which is very, very important. And let me give you some picture broadly where Delhi stands. Delhi generates roughly 11 to 12,000 TPD tons per day, and out of which roughly 4,500 capacity that we have in terms of waste energy plant, and that gets burnt and the energy is produced. And then there is a gap that we have to meet, for which we have plant, and out of the existing plant, we have 3 plants. One is at Okhla, roughly 2,000 metric ton capacity. Then we have at Gazipur, which is roughly 1,300 metric ton. And then we have at Bhamana, roughly 2,300. So put together 4,500 roughly metric ton capacity is there. And still, we are short of the capacity, and the plan is that one plant 2,400 is coming up at Taikhand, is going to be ready very shortly. And I thank Government of India, Mahua, for funding it. They gave us the viability gap funding and also did various kinds of hand-holding. And so that is very likely to start, soon, maybe next month or so. Then we have Okhla plant, about which I just mentioned, that is going to be expanded by 1,000 metric ton. And then we are planning another plant at Bhamana, roughly 3,000 plus capacity. And then that would, these expansions or setting up of new plants will make our capacity nearly equal to what is being generated. But then for future, we are also planning, we have started working to have another plant at Gazipur in the range of 2,000 to 3,000 metric ton capacity, so that we have a cushion. So one of the things that you can ponder it later, our colleagues on the dais, they may share their own experiences. But one of the major things that I wish to share with you, that waste energy plant are very, very important in handling the waste of the city if the city is quite big. And if you are in a place which is like a urban conglomerate, you can not only treat the waste of the city, but you can also take on board the waste of neighboring smaller cities. So that is one. The second is that even when you have waste energy plant, whatever we do in terms of processing, it has to be cost effective. And even though waste energy plant is there, but then you have to collect everything, take it to the waste energy plant. So there are costs involved in terms of transportation and other things, and connected pollution, a lot of vehicles moving here and there. So now I come to the original part, which is emphasized in solid waste management rule, that if source segregation happens, it is emphasized, whatever you can take out at the source itself, recycle it, process it locally, compost it, there is nothing like it. And for that, We have roped in uh, our RWAs, our deputy commissioners in the zone. They are working with RWAs, NGOs, and recently we have also tweaked in our property tax norms, wherein we have provided some kind of a rebate if resident welfare association is able to mobilize the local community to do the segregation and the local processing, then that RWA, or rather through RWAs, the local area, local community would be entitled to get some works get executed through the municipal corporation. So they can recommend the work and municipal corporation will carry out that work. Of course, there is an upper cap in terms of monetary limit up to what limit those works can be carried out. This is a small limit to begin with, but it can be expanded. So it's kind of an incentivization that has been put in place so that RWAs are encouraged to do the local processing. We have also recently recognized the various RWAs, people working in the environment, particularly in the solid waste management field, to, by giving them award and recognizing their good efforts. We have also the decentralized MRF material recovery facilities at various places. And in fact, now we are also getting response from some of the operators who say that, I mean, they are very willing, very keen to collect the dry waste from bulk generators, namely commercial establishment, hotels, and things like that. But so therefore, now people are seeing the value in solid waste, and so is happening in respect of C&D waste. In fact, we have got queries from private people saying that we would set up the plant at our own cost, in our own land. You have to help us in regulatory ways. So I think few areas I would also suggest they need some kind of a, because earlier this was not the focus, but now it has to be the focus if we want to have our cities clean. And a lot of private investment is required. People should feel good in making investment, and they should see the value in it. So coming to waste energy plant, there's a lot of red tape and bureaucracy. To navigate through environmental clearance is a huge task. And these plants are going to be typically set up near the cities. You cannot set up, somewhere in isolated place. So there are bound to be opposition. I mean, you can't have any garbage near my home, something of that sort. So some kind of a tweaking is required, and what we are talking about, for example, in Delhi, I mean, in terms of megawatt capacity, let me read out, it's very small, and therefore, some kind of a 23, 12, 24, 50, 60, 62, around 60, 62 megawatt capacity. It's not, I mean, keeping in mind what we generate as a country, this is nothing. And therefore, some kind of a faster track for clearances is required, without which things will happen. Either they will happen in the government sector, private sector would slightly, be not, I mean, may not be enthusiastic in taking up the challenge. So this is one thing is required. The other thing that we realized is that when we know public is, some people are saying, and that can be tested by way of competitive bidding, who is the best, when they are saying that we would like to set up C&D plant, that is construction and waste. That is also a big thing in city. Houses are getting demolished, something is constructed, reconstructed. So you need to take care of construction and demolition waste also. Otherwise, it will lie here and there on the roads and create a shabby picture. Uh, there we land up in the land use issue, and particularly in Delhi, where land use is a huge problem. I mean, you hardly have these 1,600 unauthorized colonies. I have not heard this being talked about in anywhere else in other cities. So it's basically a regulatory failure, and that is a big issue. But I am just focusing on C&D waste and setting up the additional plants. So if somebody is willing to have the plant, we should allow it. I mean, he is doing at his own cost. They are saying they will even collect it from wherever, whatever place. And that makes sense also, because otherwise in good old days, you would have to dig the soil, and then you have some bhatta and then those brick clean and all. Nowadays, this is actually not advisable, particularly near the cities and where land prices are very high. So there is a value in it. What tweaking is required to be done, that is somebody wants to do this, okay, we will convert it. You put restrictions, you regulate only on the emission norms or dust norms and things like that. And I mean, we have the adequate technical capacity. Our engineers should be able to find some technical solutions so that these environmental effects as a result of setting up of waste to energy plant or C&D plant, they do not go out of hand. So I think these things are required. It's very, very essential that we encourage private initiative, particularly when there is enough bulk generation of waste and people have started seeing the value in it. With these remarks, I formally welcome our colleagues, distinguished panel on the dais, and I hope that today's discussion will be very honest and frank discussion, and people will share what they feel. Whatever one says may not be kind of a thing written in the stone, but that is how it should be. And if the tough questions should be asked, so that one goes back with some amount of learning, and that is the advantage of this session. Thank you very much.
So the panelist speakers can also use the other podium if it's convenient to you. And there's also a microphone in front of you, sir, which is already on. If you want, you can sit over there also and speak.
So may I request Mrs. Monica Patel, and her topic is efficiency in material recovery facilities. She is environmental engineer, Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation. Many of you would be aware, Ahmedabad has done very good job. Ahmedabad, Indore, they are in the forefront, and it would be very, very interesting to listen the representative from Ahmedabad. Please, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, everyone, and good morning.
This is a click of a presentation, and you have to just click this button. Can you move that side, because that is the one.
Okay, sure. Good morning. Today I'll be talking about the material recovery facility in Ahmedabad on behalf of Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation. The efforts and the practices we are doing in Ahmedabad for the best management practices for the dry waste. As you are aware that Ahmedabad is the metro city of India, which is spread in 480 square kilometer area covering 7 zones, and population is approximately 70 lakhs. So if we talk about the waste generation of the city, it's approximately 3,700 tons per day, out of which we are managing 1,400 tons of dry waste every day. If we check the waste generation scenario, we have a different type of collection and transportation system regarding from the waste, from where the waste is generated. That is, for hotel and restaurant waste, the collection, transportation, and treatment system is different. For biomedical, it is different. From household street sweeping, mechanical sweeping, it comes to the refuse transfer station and further goes for the processing. We have a separate collection and treatment system for C&D waste. Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation has one of the biggest plant for the C&D waste treatment and processing with a capacity of 1,000 tons per day. And corporation has the policy to purchase the 100% recycled products in corporation's project. So it is the best part of C&D processing. Garden and zoo waste is managed by this department and through the organic compost. If I check regarding the decentralized manual material recovery facility, we have 8 manual material recovery facility spreading in 7 zones of the city. Material recovery facility is situated nearby the RTS. And the best practice is that the material recovery facility have 100% women rag pickers. Corporation has channelized more than 1,500 women rag pickers. And we have also one automated material recovery facility, but these are pictures regarding the manual material recovery facility. What happens in manual material recovery facility? Women rag pickers segregate the further products from the dry waste which is been coming from the door-to-door and commercial spaces. They give the waste to the kabadiwalas, and kabadiwalas give further it to the authorized recyclers. So by this way, the rag pickers get instantly paid on the same day by the kabadiwalas. So it's a better earning for them. Another facility that we are giving as a corporation to encourage these rag pickers, that is the health and education benefit. All the corporation hospitals and urban health centers are treating free of cost for these women rag pickers. So, and corporation has started a signal school for the children of these rag pickers. So that children are getting a better education in corporation. So they are getting 2 more benefits, education and health at free of cost. So the standard of living has been increased. These are the few pictures of manual material recovery facility. That one yojana that Gujarat government has launched, that is Rag Pickers Arthik Vikas Yojana. What happens in Rag Pickers Arthik Vikas Yojana? They are getting paid 3 rupees per kg for collection of multi-layer plastic. Every day they are collecting 10 kg of multi-layer plastic and giving it to the recyclers. So additional benefit to them for this, that they are getting paid extra directly from the government scheme. And so far we have paid 18 lakhs directly to the beneficiaries, addition to their incomes. So it's another benefit to them. To encourage these women rag pickers, our politicians from political body regularly visit to the RTS so that they get motivated to work, distribute PPE kits, grocery kits. so that they get additional benefit. Next is automated material recovery facility. Corporation had come up with the India's first automated material recovery facility on a PPP model. It has a capacity of 100 tons per day. And in this, sir has asked about the bulk waste generator. We have covered dry waste collection from bulk waste generator in this system. The agency is collecting dry waste from commercial institutions, commercial complexes, hotels, industries, and getting further segregated through automated recovery facility. This is a flowchart for an automated material recovery facility. The material is being segregated through density separator machine in two different parts. Light fraction material is separated and heavy fraction material is separated. And through the conveyor by optical sorting machine, the women rag pickers which have been given a particular task to segregate, further segregate or sorting the particular product will be picked up. These are some pictures of the facility situated in Ahmedabad. You can see that. Rag picker has been assigned a task that they have to take the paper, plastic, whatever, and they have to collect it in a bins putting over there. So through baling machine, this is the final product which comes up from the material recovery facility. So it would be making easier to transport and collect the more volume. This automated recovery facility is complete a real-time monitoring system. So if there is any fault in the system, it can be repaired in no time. If we check the impact regarding environmental and social impact for the management of dry waste, so for 1 lakh metric ton, if plastic, if we recycle rather than going to the landfill, it says approximately 400 megawatt of energy. So it's a large number that we are saving by doing a managing dry waste. Earlier I have talked about social impact. So standard of living of rag pickers have been increased. They feel proud that they are working with corporation in that area. They are proudly saying that we are working with corporation and we are paying by the corporation. And another benefit that their income have been increased. Earlier they were collecting the waste from roadside and giving to the kabadi walas. So they are getting 3,000, 4,000 per month. Now they have been channelized in the corporation. So they are getting paid 10,000, 12,000 per month. So it's a better value for them. This is a difference between manual and automated material recovery facility. We are working both facility in past 7 years, but through our experience, we have finalized that automated material recovery facility giving a best efficiency. That in manual material recovery facility, the efficiency is approximately 20 to 30%. While in automated recovery facility, the efficiency increases up to 80 to 95%. So it's a big difference. So based on this experience, corporation is planning to upgrade this manual material recovery facility to 100% mechanized way. And for that, corporation has already floated a tender. So by this way, we are increasing our capacity and efficiency to manage the dry waste. And so in upcoming 1 year, we are coming up with the 100% mechanized system for the dry waste management in corporation's limit for the Ahmedabad. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica ji. was a good learning from Ahmedabad experience. And what I noted was their learning and their own learning that they should move towards mechanical process rather than depending on manual process. And this is also something very, very, sensible to appreciate. Typically, our tendency is to say, let us involve rag pickers and all. I have myself seen with my own eyes that they are very young children. They need not be actually there. They need to study, be in the school. And they are malnourished. And they will sit, idly, then pick up something. I don't know. I don't think we should encourage that kind of approach, and be very, very, having very distorted view of solid waste handling. We must go for automatic handling, and as she was mentioning, the efficiency also suddenly increased. That should be the way forward. It may take some time, but the destination should be very, very clear. May I now request Siri Jeet, Manager Projects, Clean Kerala Company Limited, please.
That's your clicker for the presentation. Just press this button. I just come to you.
Good morning, respected dignitaries and ladies and gentlemen. It is a honor to have the opportunity to address such a distinguished audience. And we would like to thank the organizers on behalf of Government of Kerala for inviting Clean Kerala Company to talk about dry waste management and the state experience. In Kerala, we are having a population of 34 million, and we are having 6 municipal corporations, 87 municipalities, and 941 Grama Panchayat, and a total of 1,034 local government institutions. And in the study, based on the study of solid waste management sponsored by the Water and Sanitation Project South Asia by World Bank, the total waste generated in Kerala is 3.7 million tons annually. In that, 41% from the Grama Panchayat and 14% from the 6 municipal corporations, and the rest 45% from the 87 municipalities. So altogether, it will come around 3.7 million annually. The Clean Kerala Company Limited has been formed under the Government of Kerala in the financial year 2012 and 13, with the objective of ensuring hygiene management of the state. The company aims to ensure comprehensive management of all harmful rejection in the state, thereby ensuring that the hygiene of the state is never be compromised. The company has started its operation primarily through the first 2 projects, such as plastic waste collection and e-waste collection. Subsequently, Clean Kerala Company Limited expanded its operation to establish plastic processing unit, such as sorting and segregation unit, etc. Consequently, the company continued to augment plastic and e-waste processing capacities, along with other projects like supply of shredded plastic for polymerized road construction, management of all non-biodegradable waste, including plastic rejects, glass waste, e-waste, and e-waste includes hazardous e-waste and other legacy waste, etc. The waste management ecosystem of the state consists of 1,040 MCF, that is material collection facilities, and 183 resource recovery facilities, and employing close to 30,000 Haridha Karma Sena members. The process of dry waste management, the Haridha Karma Sena, those who are engaged in the all the Grama Panchayat level, they are collecting non-biodegradable waste from each households at their doorsteps. And they transfer to the mini MCF, that is mini material collection facilities, located in all the ward level and stored at a temporary facility. From that, they are transferred to the Grama Panchayat level material collection facility, and there the segregation and the sorting is taking place. The company works in the conjunction with the Hardagarla mission, Shweta mission, under the local self-government department. All the local self-government bodies act as a support system for the disposal of inorganic waste. Hardagarma Sena members collect inorganic waste from the household at their doorstep, which is delivered by the ward level MCF. Hardagarma Sena is collecting waste such as plastic, paper, glass, e-waste, hazardous waste, battery, clothes, etc. from door to door as per the approved calendar given by the company. These are the picture of our Hardagarma Sena. The total of in the 1034 LSGs, we are having Hardagarma Senas in 1016 LSGs. So the Hardagarma Sena is a green task force, a micro enterprise unit formed in each LSGI with a 2-person in each ward for the door collection of non-biodegradable waste and to assist the biodegradable waste management by charging user fee. It depending on the service provided by the Hardagarma Sena and the municipality and the panchayat level, it's up to 60 to rupees 800 rupees. In municipality and the municipal corporation, they are charging 500 to 800 rupees. And other local Grama Panchayat, they are charging from 60 to 100 rupees. The door-to-door collection, the collection of waste from households and the commercial establishment by Hardagarma Sena as per the calendar that we have prepared and approved by the government of Kerala, and we have circulated in all the Grama Panchayat and the municipalities for the easy to collect the non-biodegradable waste, which are, there is a primary segregation taking place in all the households, and from there the Hardagarma Sena is collecting non-biodegradable waste. This is the calendar we have circulated to all the Grama Panchayat and municipalities. Based on this, the waste collection calendar, Hardagarma Sena members collect waste, including plastic, paper, and plastic covers are collected every month. Then shoe, bag, thermocols are collected in the month of January, April, July, and October. Glass waste, bottle, and mirrors are collected in the month of February, May, August, and November. Electronic waste, including tube lights, CFL, batteries, and CDs, and other cables, we are collecting in the month of January and December. Drug strips are collected in the month of January, March, June, and September and December. Textile waste, that include clothes, that used clothes, that we are collecting from the household in the month of April and September. So this is the approved calendar we have circulated by the government circular to all the LSGI, and we are having an agreement with all the LSGIs for the collection and the segregation of these non-biodegradable waste. The collected material stored in the ward level mini MCF. It is a primary and a temporary storage facility at ward level. So you can see the ward level mini MCF. The Hardagarma Sena collected from the households, they are temporarily stored in this mini MCF. And from there, it reached the Grama Panchayat level material collection facility for the sorting and converting the waste products into the valuable goods. The sorted material baled and stored separately, and it is handed over to the Clean Kerala company, and the price is paid to the Hardagarma Sena. So we are having a price list that consists of 6 to 10. We have a separate list for each item. And for that, for PP, we are giving rupees 10 per kg. For PET bottle, we are giving rupees 20 per kg. For LD plastic, we are giving 22 rupees per kg. Likewise, we have a price system. And each in a 3 month of time, we revise the rate accordingly with the price increases. After the facility collected from the mini material collection facility, the materials being forwarded to the material collection facility, and the sorting and the baling are taking place in the material collection facility. So the Hardagarma Sena is the people those who are working in all the Grama Panchayats, they are getting the benefit of this sorted material. So they are getting user fee from each household from 60 to 100, and also we are giving the price to each item to these Dharmasena. So per month they are having an around of rupees 10,000 to 15,000 each person. All the segregated material we are selling to the recycling agencies, and the non-reusable waste will be handed over to the cement factories and the scientific landfill. This is the material collection facility of Chittoor municipality located in Palakkad district. We have resource recovery facilities also, that is in block level and in municipality level. The resource recovery facilities are fully mechanized, and they are processed to collect all the biodegradable material from the MCF. The facility having shedding machine, the shredder plastic that we are using for the polymerized road construction, and dust removal machine, conveyor belt, and baling machines. These are established in block level and the municipality and the district level facilities. These operational maintenance of these RRF, that resource recovery facilities, is maintained by the Clean Kerala Company Limited across the state. This is the RRF, plastic waste segregation at RRF. This is the RRF situated in Tirunelveli Municipal Corporation. Now we are having the projects of shredder plastic for road construction, operation maintenance of RRF, management of e-waste from office, school and household, collecting and processing of recyclable plastic material from Dharmasena throughout the state, collection and disposal of non-recyclable waste from all the LSJ across the state. Now we have used around 2,872 metric ton of shredder plastic. We used it till date for the polymerized road construction in the local government, roads for the local government institutions. And around 5,142 kilometers of road we had constructed by using this shredder plastic. The recyclable material for the last 1.5 years, we have collected and handed over to the recyclers, that is 7,382 metric ton. And the amount which we have paid to the Dharmasena is the 4 crores 51 lakhs from 2020 January to last 2022 August. We have collected that inert and legacy waste from the local self-government institution, that is around 49,000 metric ton, and we have handed over to the cement kilns and for incineration. We have collected 1,972 metric ton e-waste and handed over to the recycling for processing. So we have a empanel agency that we have selected by the tender, using the tendering process, those who are having the approval of State Pollution Control Board and the Central Pollution Control Board, and those who are having the facility to recycle the e-waste collected. So the 583 metric ton glass waste we have collected till the date, and cloth we have collected around 42 metric tons processed till date. Now we are planning, as we are having a project of Rebuild Kerala initiative. So we have a plan to set up various facilities across the state. That is district level sorting and segregation and recycling facilities in all districts, glass waste management facilities in 2 districts, e-waste management facility in 2 regions of the state, scientific landfill facility in 2 locations of the state, and a material collection facility in all government offices. We are sure that we can achieve the complete success when the society embraces the concept of my waste is my responsibility and adopt a culture of non-throw-away and non-burning. The company has taken concrete steps in ensuring comprehensive management of harmful rejection in the state in all walks of life. The company has been successful in implementing various projects for the management of harmful rejection and emanating from the state and for the enhancement of beauty of the urban localities in the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Srijit. Kerala model is indeed interesting in one sense that they have come up with company as an institution to deal with dry waste. And I don't know how does it fare vis-a-vis private entities doing the same job, whether this company is making any profit and things like that. So I think in due course, I would request him to share those details, but our next person in the panel is Dr. Ashish Chaturvedi. May I request you to kindly? Please.
This is your presentation cue.
Sure. This goes forward, right? All right. Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting us, and thank you, Chair, for this opportunity. Thank you to Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs to invite us for this really important event, and delighted to be here. I'm going to talk very much focused on a particular waste stream, which is quite popular in people's imagination these days, and it's plastics. Everybody is talking about it, everybody is concerned about it, and there's a lot of work which is already happening around the country. And I wanted to give a few examples of what's happening. So just to motivate the entire sort of narrative, if you look at the size of the plastic industry, it's roughly 110,000 crores. So it's a pretty big economic industry, which is creating jobs for number of people. So there are around 30,000 companies which are operating, dealing with plastics. Our per capita in consumption in India, and these are slightly dated figures, these are not exact figures, but it's still 11 kg per person per year. So I remember these figures were around 2018, 2019. The world average at that time was roughly 3 times, almost 3 times, so 28 kgs per person per year. And the numbers, the other numbers about how much plastic is being generated and what's the recycling rate is also on the screen. Now, a large part of the waste value chain in our country is, of course, traditionally been informal. And I'm glad that the 2 previous speakers who spoke really did focus a lot on the informal sector, and I'm also going to talk a little bit about it. The idea is that how do you use the large numbers of people who are in this community to contribute to much more advanced forms of managing waste. And I think there are examples of NEPRA which have already been given, but there are other models which exist, and maybe I'll mention a couple of them as well. In terms of the waste value chain, I think it's almost sort of a consensus that there is we have to think about better technologies. We have to think about enhancing the capacities of local recycling industry. We have to start thinking about how to mobilize finances in very many creative ways for this sector. So our work in the plastic waste management sector has been UNDP has been working in this sector since 2018 in a significant way. Before that, it was just pottering around with different models. And the idea, and I'm glad that there is almost like a convergence, because the model that I'm going to present, and that's why I'm not going to go into much detail, is very similar to what the models have already been presented. But the source of financing is completely different. Well, large parts of the source of the financing comes from the private sector. And that's the interesting part where, and that's the challenge for us as well. How do we bring these 2 different forms of working on plastics together? Can we actually make them interact with each other? And how do we make them interact with each other? There are some examples of how we have attempted it, but I think the big challenge thrown to us by both MOHUA and by Ministry of Environment has been that how can municipalities, how can urban local bodies benefit from this entire intervention by the private sector through something known as extended producer responsibility, which I do not think everybody, well, I don't need to explain here. So we've been kind of managing waste. We've collected and processed some 140,000 metric tons of plastic waste, and the benefits to the environment, to the economy are evident. So what are the pillars, we believe, of plastic waste management? And there we've identified 5, and of course, happy to receive feedback and kind of expand on these pillars. But one of the first things is about sort of partnerships. I think given the fact that the waste is so diverse, so widespread, and sort of there are massive challenges of capacities at different levels, a critical aspect of this is how do you strengthen partnerships between government and corporates, and within government as well, government at various levels, but also looking at the private sector of all kinds. So companies through extended producer responsibility, recyclers, of course, material recovery facilities, and so on and so forth. The other part which is critical is, of course, infrastructure and machinery setup. So there is lots which is happening, some examples have been given, but how do you strengthen capacities of ULBs in establishing MRFs via infrastructure and machinery setup in the cities, and also looking at financing, where are the financing sources to kind of reduce the burden on the already stretched financing at various levels. And of course, the other aspect about social inclusion, which I've already referred to, how do you enable social protection of waste pickers? And then the other two on the right are the critical, well, on the right of the screen, are issues related to mass outreach and behavior change. I think this is an oft sort of forgotten aspect, but I think Swachh Bharat Mission in general has been one of the greatest examples, in fact, and it's actually now in textbooks of nudge theory on how Swachh Bharat has pushed behavior change to the next level. Now, how do you bring in elements about sort of the next stage of circular economy principles to Swachh Bharat is sort of a challenge, and I think that's already sort of partly incorporated in this Swachh Bharat 2.0 mission also. And the final pillar that we've kind of been working on and already mentioned by other speakers is this entire aspect of digitalization, not just for the sort of heck of it, but also because it enhances transparency, it reduces costs, and actually gives faith to all the stakeholders who are sort of in it because they want to look at traceability of material, data management, and more transparency. Now, this is a sort of what a Swachh Kendra waste value chain looks like, not very different from what the sort of speaker from Ahmedabad told us, but we've kind of tried to sort of categorize it on what are the impacts on climate, how are you trying to divert waste from the landfills, and of course, thinking about social inclusion as well. So how have we gone about working with the local stakeholders in establishing systems at the city level? So of course, there is issues around and sort of baseline assessments, what is the challenge, what is the extent of the problem, engaging with the local stakeholders, enhancing the economic resilience of the entire system. So what are economically feasible business models? Where do sort of automative systems outperform sort of slightly more manual systems? Where are manual systems working just fine? What is the revenue framework for sustainability? And then look at backward and forward linkages as far as industry is concerned. And then the last two sort of pillars about social protection and behavioral campaigns, extremely critical if you really want to make sure that the community owns the infrastructure which is created. The community thinks that this is not something which is outside to be dealt by some private company, but also community is actually a stakeholder in this entire process. So some of these sort of images where we've kind of been working very closely with the government, but also sort of with other partners. So what are the key activities at the Swachhta Kendra? The MRF, which, or the MCF, there's several names for this. So we're basically talking about sort of installing the right kind of machinery, working with existing players. So not trying to substitute them, not trying to kind of displace them, but working with existing structures, existing players, and enhancing their capacities. Then the idea about sort of how does the waste travel? How does the waste reach this material recovery facility? So even something as basic as dry waste collection route mapping, so that you know how the waste will, what is the minimum cost sort of model of allowing the waste to reach its final destination. Then working very closely with the city corporations to sort of strengthen their capacities, but also learn what the challenges are. So it's like not a sort of a directional flow of information, but for an engaged learning and capacity development process. and then working on setting up of monitoring and governance mechanisms. So looking at how does the data flow from the MRF to the sort of the funders who are kind of giving money for this, but also to the corporation who needs all of this data to also do their internal reporting. And in addition to all of this, we're doing, of course, several audits and quality assurance sort of processes which are involved in this. And at the same time, we are working very closely with implementing partners, so civil society organizations, collectives of informal sector workers, also some private companies, to strengthen their reporting and documentation capacities, enhancing understanding on something as sort of mundane as GST, but also thinking about how do you adhere to the various compliances so that you're not caught unawares and you're not violating some of the rules which govern the flow of waste. So as I've mentioned, sort of a part of our focus has been on social inclusion initiatives with the informal sector workers as well. So you can see some pictures, very basic things like having an eye care camp, having conversations with sort of social workers and these community members. So what we started off was sort of a project called Utthan. So how do you strengthen the capacities in the informal sector? And it is essentially an urban social protection initiative for Safai Sathis or informal sector workers. There are several pillars. I don't want to go into too many details, but the idea is to start thinking about how do you make waste, sort of management of waste, not a sort of a dirty thing to be doing? How do you make it much more acceptable? And we need waste handlers in any modern society, in any sort of advanced society. So I think this association of waste picking necessarily with something negative or something sort of downtrodden is probably needs to be addressed in very many different ways. So we started talking about provision of social inclusion, health protection for these sort of workers, inclusion in development processes, and there are several other sort of aspects. This was based on a survey, a fairly detailed survey that we did in 15 cities covering 9,300 informal sector workers. And we found, well, the findings are on the screen, and the idea is that we should maybe better tailor-make certain programs and activities so that the entire taboos associated with informality are also kind of addressed and they become active stakeholders in the in a sort of entire process of transitioning to more circular systems. And in fact, independent studies from international sources also suggest that manual sort of processes might actually be sort of much better in certain cases for circularity, for promoting circularity. In fact, also on advanced waste streams like electronic waste, it's very well documented that manual dismantling, in fact, car recycling, electronic waste recycling, it's very well documented that manual dismantling is actually much better than putting an entire product into a shredder, because you actually have mixed fractions left at the end which can't be dealt with. And this is precisely what Europe is struggling with right now. So I think the idea that sort of improve the quality of the work and the quality of opportunities is very critical. So what have we tried to do? We've worked with sort of two broad outcomes. The idea that 3,000 waste pickers and their family members get access to information and schemes on social protection. And then, of course, a catalytic model for implementation of social protection schemes. And these are the kind of 5 outcome areas that we are looking at: access to schemes of the government, financial security, food security, health security, as well as education. So some of the activities which are sort of, the first phase has already been done. We're actually going to embark on the next phase pretty soon, sort of early next year. And in the last phase, we did baseline needs assessment, screening of Safai Sathis for eligibility, mapping of schemes, and then several camps where all of this data was then sort of collected and then collated. So what is the way forward if you really want to start thinking about integrated waste management sort of programs? One of the first things that we believe is that we need to start thinking about digitization of data, accountability, and traceability. We need to start thinking about creating capacities among stakeholders beyond our MRFs through the technical assistance provision models. We, of course, need to start thinking very strongly about policy advocacy, convening platforms like this for cross-stakeholder discussions, and then piloting innovative and creative ways of citizen engagement, which is going to be very critical. And finally, as a UN agency, we really believe that there is lots to share from this country, from India to the rest of the world, especially sort of South-South cooperation, which is a very high priority for the government. And in fact, recently we had a delegation which met the Joint Secretary, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs from Vietnam, learning on what the models, the Indian models are, what the Indian models can teach the rest of the world. And we again have sort of another delegation from Maldives, which will be visiting to learn about what EPR, how the Indian EPR system is working. So I think it's very important to foster these cross-learnings domestically, but as well as internationally. So thank you very much. My last slide is basically about our partners and also the Sustainable Development Goals, which effective and sustainable solid waste management can support. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ashish Chaturvedi. That was quite a comprehensive presentation on United Nations efforts at kind of looking at the issue. Our next speaker, I request Sri Bhairav Desai, Executive Engineer from Surat Municipal Corporation. I request you to speak for 10 minutes.
Next is this. Okay, and back is this. Thank you very much, Chair. On behalf of our Commissioner, I am Bhairav Desai, sharing our experience of construction and demolished waste management in city of Surat. Well, Surat city as a glance, we all know that we have unprecedented growth in last 4 decades. Our decadal growth is 60 to 80%. And in 2006, the expansion of city is now, size is 3-fold. Our current waste generation is 1900 TPD and our processing is 1900 TPD. Well, why we need to have the separate C&D waste collection and treatment mechanism? Generally, it has been observed that all the C&D waste that is generated, they are simply dumped on the municipal nalas, river banks, or roadsides. It's mixing with the regular waste and thereby they're lowering its value for actions like energy recovery, composting, etc. So this idea originally was mooted in 2014 along with the big cities that something needs to be done into this. And after discussing, studying different models, we have decided that we want to go for the PPP basis and long-term contract basis. So what we did that we created the SPV, that is Surat Green Precast Private Limited. We shortlisted the agency and contract is awarded for 20 years. SMC only provided 3 acres of land on the token rent and that company has to make investment and create a plant. So at around 19.52 crore rupees, investment was made by the company and plant was commissioned from, it was operation from February 2019. And we have developed the system that those who are bulk generators of the waste, we have provided the membership facility. There are certain amounts will be deposited in the escrow account and accordingly calculation will be made, so it would be very easy as far as the operation is concerned. For the collection and transportation processing, that's 333 rupees per metric ton as per the agreement with SMC. And if SMC provides waste to their doorsteps, nothing is to be charged. That's the entire model. So this is all for the bulk generators, the system is developed. When the building plan is approved, rupees 3.33 per square meter, and demolition plan is approved, rupees 15 per square meter is deposited in escrow account for the C&D waste collection. Till date, I am happy to inform that 2010 memberships are registered under this policy, and rupees 2.46 crores are deposited in that account. Now, withdrawal of the deposit amount is only possible when that developer submit building use certificate that is issued by the SMC, then only he can withdraw. And that signatory powers is up to the deputy commissioner level. There are three actually systems are there. That company has developed their own application through which you can register, you can ask them to collect the waste. Toll-free number is there and website is also there. In entire city of Surat, it's a 426 square kilometer area. So we have provided different locations, SMC provided, to aggregate that C&D waste in particular area. And from that place, SMC will provide through their own trucks to the disposal plant at Kosad. Reason is that this is in nascent stage. 2 years have been already gone into Corona. So this is comparatively new system. So to sustain this system and to promote this, we have provided this in all our different zones. Well, this is, as I said, it's an ITC-based collection methodology. You have application, website, then by app, the modalities is already defined. Then the technology, the whole idea is that whatever the water is used for the washing of this C&D waste in the plant, 95% water is recycled. So that would be another thing to save environment and conserve the water. There are different process chart. I'm not going into the detail, but this is all detailed processing methodology is there, whereby the material can be recovered from that. There are jaw crushers, then vibrating feeder, hopper, conveyor, vibrating screen to segregate the material, thickener and dosing system. Now, another idea is that what will you do with this recycled waste? So, with the help of National Institute of Technology, which is at Surat, they made an experiment and they made a suggestions where and in what proportion this material is to be utilized in different construction area. Like in PCC work, up to 10 to 13% material can be used for M20 grade, up to M20 grade. For RCC also up to M20 grade, 10% materials are to be used. Similarly, for the coarse aggregate, those are 20 mm and above, and 20 mm and below, there are certain recommendations are made. So what we are doing, our commitment is to involve these NITs and to recommend these things to us so that this material can be utilized and the entire system becomes sustainable. We have also recently enacted the policy that we want to buy these paver blocks because paver blocks are largely used in municipal corporations. And these are the major product that is being manufactured in this plant. So from the 15% discount rate from the current SOR rate, whatever the different block line that SVNIT has recommended, and we are going to use shortly this paver block in our different roads and pavements in the corporation. So far as the economics is concerned, well, this is the details of the sales provided by that operator, that this duration, this biosoil is 44,354 metric tons has been produced. Sand, that is 50,979 metric ton. Steel recovered is 5,574 metric tons. Stones, 33,000 plus. Paver blocks and bricks, that is 20,000 plus. So revenue generated is 1 crore 42 lakhs 55,325, apart from that the basic charges. We want to further move ahead. So with SMC and SGPPL is working on ITC-based solution. Still we are facing that people have a habit of dumping their waste to the nearby place instead of going to the designated place in that particular zone. So we want to cover it up, all the nuisance spot with the cameras, CCTV cameras. We have a centralized system through where we can monitor that thing, and accordingly we are planning to channelize this waste into our regular system instead of dumping everywhere. Second thing, currently SVNIT has recommended that up to M20 grade of concrete, 10 to 30% material is to be used. But they are also making experiment to using this material in further grade of concrete, that is 30, 35, 50 and 55, so that this material can be used fully. Further is that proper collection and processing shall contribute the decrease in air pollution and carbon footprint. That is always the motto. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bhairav Desai, for that quite an elaborate discussion on construction management, waste management in Surat. Coming from Bangalore, I think we see a very similar problem of construction waste, I'm sure, in most of the cities. And you touched upon regulatory and other issues, so very interesting experience. Next speaker is Shri Masood Malik, Joint Managing Director of Resustainability. He'll be speaking about waste to electricity.
Thank you, Chair. My learned colleagues on the dais, dignitaries, thank you so much for this opportunity to share a sectoral perspective today. I'll be talking essentially about the journey of waste to energy in India. Let's start with talking about the mandate. As we all know, when we set out for waste management, the primary mandate is sanitation and public health. But it's also extremely important to keep in mind the growing global concerns around waste management and the strategic context around waste management through climate resilience, resource resilience, and economic resilience. These implications have to be kept in mind when we talk about the evolution of this sector. I think these are the previous speakers have talked about the growing population aspect, the urban population specifically, the per capita waste generation, and the sum total of that resulting in a very significant increase in urban municipal solid waste generation in India. We are talking about, even if we assume 2% growth in urban population, and what we are seeing today as a 6% increase in per capita waste generation year over year, resulting in a sum total or a cumulative 8% increase in urban waste generation. And this reaching from where we are today, about 170, 180,000 metric tons per day, doubling by 2030 to 364,000 metric tons per day. Now, this is clearly the problem statement. Associated with this, the GHG impact, where we are expecting from 19 million tons of carbon equivalent to about 41 million tons of carbon equivalent by 2030. Another challenge that we have to keep in mind is the fact that whilst we have 17.5% of the world's population, we only have 2.3% of the world's land area. Now, when you put all of these facts together and the context that if we were to follow the same model of solid waste management that we have been following so far, we would probably need another 66,000 hectares of land over the next few years, land which is not there. That brings us to the opportunity of waste to energy. Now, we all understand that it's very relevant for high population density countries like India, but the fact is, it has not really taken off. If you look at other countries, China, which is the world leader, where about 50% of the waste is being treated using this particular technology, Japan, where it's about 70%, Europe, where it's about 26%. In India, we are currently only at about 2%. Now, this gap is what I have tried to discuss in the next few slides to try and understand what were the root causes and what could be a model going forward for the evolution of this sector. Now, the installed capacity of this, of waste to energy in India currently stands at about 125 megawatts. That's roughly the cumulative capacity operating today. However, this opportunity to grow this is significant. Now, if you look at, this is a summary of all the projects that came up between 2010 and 2021. These are all waste to energy tenders, projects that came up. And as you see in this summary, about 60 projects came up. And this is basis our research, totaling about 639 megawatts of cumulative capacity that were tendered. However, it is important to note that out of this 639 megawatts of cumulative capacity, only 125 megawatts finally is operational today. A lot of it is in planning stages, in construction stages, etc. But a significant part, about a third, got terminated. That means never took off. Understanding what has happened over the last 10 years in this sector is important to inform the future of this sector. And we have a very quick summary where we have tried to identify what were the key factors leading to these failures, whether it is in terms of the commercials, technology, land acquisition issues, PPA issues, developer issues, poor management, etc. We have tried to do some analysis here. Without going into detail, one of the biggest challenges is financing. This, if I step back from the details and look at the big picture of waste to energy, financing has been the single largest challenge where financial institutions are looking at this as a very high-risk sector. The reason? Our own track record. When a large number of projects don't take off, even after concessions are signed, in some cases PPAs are signed, but they don't take off, there is a concern in the financial sector whether this is really a viable solution for India or not. However, the opportunity is very, very significant. The significant in the sense, as part of the SBM2 roadmap, we will see an exponential growth in processing of waste in India. This is a reality. What we saw as the significant shift in the collection of waste and in sanitation, in ODF dimensions during SBM 1.0, we will see a similar exponential change over the next 5 years when it comes to processing, recycling, resource recovery of waste. That's one of the key mandates of SBM Urban. Together with that, we believe that from 120, 125 megawatts today, the true potential in urban India today is at least 2,200 megawatts. So the challenges notwithstanding, the fact is there is significant potential and there is finally a favorable environment emerging around this, where there is tariff guidance, there are relaxations around environmental permits, there are a number of other policies that the government of India has taken on the tariff side, on the clearance side, to promote this sector. In addition to that, there is evolution of technology. There is a maturity emerging where it is possible to make this commercially viable in the long term. But there are some learnings. So I'm here to summarize the 10 key learnings as a practitioner that I think should inform the evolution of this sector going forward. The first is, it is not a magic bullet. I was a trainee engineer when I worked on the very first project, waste energy project in the country, which was the first Timarpur project. You know, if people know, Delhi was the home to the first waste energy project in the country, 25, 30 years ago. Never generated 1 unit of electricity. This technology is not a magic bullet. There is a minimum scale required to make this technology work. And our estimate is, it's about 1,200 tons of raw MSW. If you are not able to aggregate 1,200 tons of raw MSW, this technology potentially is subscale, will be too expensive, or technically unviable to continue in the long term. Please remember this. Typically, PPAs have levelized tariff. That means for 20 years, whatever is the term of your power purchase agreement, you have the same tariff. Your costs keep going up. As the plant ages, its efficiency comes down, your profit starts eroding. Typically 5 years, 7 years, 10 years into the operation, you will see a large number of plants shutting down if they are subscale, just because they'll not be able to survive. Second, this learning is from all over the world. Waste to energy in India must be RDF-based. That is our learning. No mass burn of waste. We still have a huge amount of contamination of our waste. Source segregation is definitely an objective for the future, but are we there today? And the fact is that a lot of our domestic hazardous waste, other kinds of contaminants eventually end up in the waste. We are not able to ensure that there are no halogenated plastics going, et cetera, et cetera. So today, RDF-based power generation is probably the environmentally responsible way forward for waste to energy. The third, advanced fuel processing and conditioning. There is power generation aspect, but there's also the environmental aspect. You will not be able to manage your emissions if you are not processing the waste correctly. And this is our learning as practitioners. The next, you have to look at what is coming out of this process. This waste generates ash, and looking at the type of waste, we operate such plants in many cities. In Delhi, the ash generation characteristics are very different from my other plants, for example, in Hyderabad. In Delhi, we generate more ash. Recycling of ash is extremely important, and it's equally important that the residues that come out of the waste processing and the pre-processing and the ash management is securely landfilled. It is not mismanaged, because then the environmental impacts cannot be controlled. Leachate treatment, extremely important, 100% recycling. Flue gas treatment, technology integration, adaptation of technology. Don't directly import a technology, it will not work. And we have learned that through several mistakes. It's a capital-intensive sector. We would need continued support from both the state and the center. And the fact that it has to be seen as a waste management technology, not as a power project. If you see it as a power project alone, it is too expensive. And therefore, this model, which is currently being seen as the waste energy model, where it is just a furnace, a turbine, and a flue gas cleaning system, we believe is not sustainable. Right from processing all the way up to recycling, ash or leachate, secured landfilling, et cetera, is the sustainable waste energy model. Some very quick examples. This is a benchmark plant in Delhi. This is the Narela Bhavana plant. We believe this is it was the 24 megawatt plant that is giving stellar performance. This is probably the most advanced plant in the country today. This is in Hyderabad. This is the 5th generation plant. We are benchmarking the performance of this plant to Amsterdam, 105% PLF. This is a reality coming out of that plant. On the left-hand side, you are seeing a leachate treatment and recycling facility in Delhi. This is the Delhi waste-to-energy plant, has 100% recycling of leachate using mechanical vapor recompression. Ash recycling is also integrated. So these are full-scale examples that it can be done. Also, waste-to-energy is not just from direct combustion, but you're seeing one of the biggest dump sites in India, 14 million tons of waste, today completely rehabilitated and running a CBG plant. This is already commissioned in Hyderabad. Trucks, waste management trucks are running on this fuel. So landfill gas is being converted to compressed biogas, and a complete circularity is in a demonstration. Very quickly, there are other waste-to-energy opportunities as well. We are largely in the combustion gasification stage today as a country. But there is an opportunity to move towards torrefication, direct substitution of coal. We have to understand 1 billion tons of coal is being consumed per annum in India. We have decarbonization targets that our Honorable Prime Minister has challenged us to deliver on. This is an opportunity. NTPC has made a first step. Hopefully, we will be commissioning the first full-scale plant in the torrefication green coal space sometime next year. For paucity of time, I will not go into too much of detail, but I just wanted to very quickly talk about the fact that all our experiences and that of many of the other companies operating in this space is not just on the basis of operations in India. Our operations, Singapore, throughout Middle East, North America, we are bringing technology from around the world, but making it local, because that's the way we believe solid waste management should evolve in India. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Malik, for that global perspective on waste to electricity and what challenges we need to overcome. Now I invite Shri Dinesh Yadav, Chief Engineer, Municipal Corporation of Delhi, to speak about waste to electricity plants, a ground level view of planning and execution. I request you also to stick to below 10 minutes.
Good morning to everyone. I'm Dinesh Yadav, Chief Engineer, Municipal Corporation of Delhi. Today, actually, I will be talking about the waste to energy plant in context of the Delhi city. Just to give you the broad idea about the, I think probably the Special Officer, sir, has already briefed about all these things, that how much waste is being generated in Delhi. It is comes to around 11,000 metric ton of the per day. So one can see the quantum of the waste which is being generated in Delhi and how it is being disposed of. So that is also a very big challenge to cater to that basically. In fact, we have 3 plants, waste to energy plants in Delhi, specifically for processing the dry waste. These plants are the dry waste plants. So we have one plant at the Okla, another is at the Narela Bhavana, which Mr. Malik has also mentioned, and another is at the waste to energy plant is at the Gazipur. So these 3 plants are at the present, and still after these plants are in operation, still we have a gap of around 5,000 to 5,500 ton per day of the municipal solid waste processing. And this waste at present is going to the dump sites. So in fact, we have made a plan to basically cater to that waste also. And for that purpose, we have an upcoming project recently, probably it would be inaugurated in the next month. So that is at the Tekhand. And we have invited the bids for another plant at the Narela Bhavana, just adjacent to the existing plant. And this will cater to, so after that, we hope to bridge this gap of the waste processing and waste which at present is going to the landfill sites. This is a schematic of waste to energy process flow, that how the waste energy is being generated from the municipal solid waste. So that waste goes to the MSW pit, and from that MSW pit, after some processing part, then it is lifted with the grab pane, fed into the hopper, and then the combustion takes place in the boilers. From the boilers, the steam is generated, and from the steam generated through the turbine generators, that power is being generated. This is just a process flow showing that how the waste is being converted into the power. These are the 3 existing waste to energy plants, and at the Okla, Narela Bhavana, and the Gazipur. These are the locations, Google locations of these plants. So basically, just to give the idea about these plants, so all these plants are being run by the concessionaire companies. The Okla is being run by the Timarpur Okla, Gazipur is East Delhi Waste, and Narela Bhavana is Delhi MSW Solutions. And these are spread in the land of around 15 acres. Gazipur has a 5.73 acre, and Narela Bhavana, just to inform you of the Narela Bhavana, that there's so much of land because it is an integrated waste to energy plant facility. Basically, construction, collection, transportation, and every part is with this concessionaire. So they are collecting basically MSW from the 3 zones of Civil Line, Rohini, and Keshapuram, and that is being taken to their site. They have an integrated facility, waste-to-energy plant, compost plant, and leachate treatment plant, then an engineered landfill site for what we are talking of. Mr. Malik was also talking about the end-to-end disposal and collection, end-to-end disposal of the municipal solid waste. Electricity generation for the Okhla waste-to-energy plant is 23 megawatt, Ghazipur is 12 megawatt, and Narela Bhawana is 24 megawatt. These plants, they have a concession period of 25 years. For that Narela Bhawana, it is 20 years. And all these 3 plants are basically RDF-based plants. Basically, so whatever the MSW they are getting, they are just doing some pre-processing part they are doing. And after that, then fuel is fed into the boiler for the combustion. This is just to give, these are the statistical figures basically, just to give an idea that how much waste these 3 waste-to-energy plants they have processed in the last 2 years. So, and basically they are of great help in just processing the waste and just avoiding the waste to the landfill dump sites. So these 3 plants are and one can see the facilities which have been created at these plants also. At Okhla plant, we have a leachate storage and treatment facility. We have ash bricks, way bridges have their waste receiving platforms, compost plant, RDF. So they also have some pre-processing facilities just to segregate, because in Delhi, source segregation is a very major challenge, although the municipality is doing its best to educate the people about the waste segregation, but still we have not been able to achieve the target of basically the 100% source segregation. So normally some type of the mixed waste comes to these plants, so they are doing the pre-processing, segregating that waste, making compost of the wet waste, and then feeding the RDF to the plants. This is a picture of our upcoming waste-to-energy plant at Tekhand. It has a capacity of 2,400 ton per day. It is likely to be inaugurated in the next month. And for another plant at Narela Bhawana, we have already invited the bid. That is also a very big capacity plant, 3,600 ton per day. The idea is to basically bridge that gap between the processing and what is being generated. Another initiative which we have taken is the expansion of the existing plant at the Okhla, because existing plant has the capacity to further expand. So that initiative we have also taken, and that for that purpose, its capacity would be enhanced by another 1,000 ton per day. So that is also under process. Now, these are the main important points, basically what challenges we are facing in setting up the waste-to-energy plants, because I think Delhi has the quite number of 3 plants are already there. We are in the process of setting up another 2. The major challenge in Delhi is the availability of the land, basically. So as per our experience, a plant of around 2,000 ton per day, it requires a land of around 15 acres. So in Delhi, to get a land of that much is a very difficult thing. Another is the public resistance. That is also a very important part. Basically, in case if we are able to get land over somewhere, there is a lot of public resistance also. I think for that, onus is on us, basically, to convince the public that these plants are environment friendly, these are required for the city. And so on that part, basically, there is a strong public resistance is also there. Another is the part is non-sustainability of these projects. Basically, these projects in the present scenario, they are not sustainable. They require some sort of a gap funding from the government. So in Delhi, as per our assessment, there is a gap of around 25% of the capital cost of the project, which corporations, they are providing for that. Another important is that whatever the power is being generated from these plants, there is no separate act of the government of India. Normally, these plants are still covered under Thermal Power Act. So I think because it is a total separate kind of power generation, so that requires another separate act. Another thing is the renewable power obligation. This, normally this power is being, either its power is available through the open access or it is being given to the DISCOM companies. So we need to enhance their RPO basically of the DISCOM so that these projects will become more sustainable. Another thing is that source segregation that I have already talked about, that it is a very major challenge, source segregation, which we need to have so as to have a high calorific value of the feed to the boiler. Another important thing is that we get there is a lot of time is required in getting the necessary clearances for setting up of these projects. So in fact, we have experience of that. In fact, when we just conceive a project and to commissioning it, normally it is taking 3 to 4 years time. So, so I think, and the major part, time consuming is that these clearances, getting all these clearances. And as regard to the financial closure, Mr. Malik has also talked about it. This is regarding that these concessionaires, they are facing a lot of, basically these financial institutions, they are not comfortable in basically financing these projects. So all these are the challenges which we have in the setting of these projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yadav, for that practical account of waste to energy implementation. Okay, you have last speaker, luckily for you. Okay, so I think I have only 7 or 8 minutes. Yeah, we have our next session at 12 o'clock. So I'll try to end by 11:55.
You have presenting.
Yeah, I have a PPT.
Okay, so just this one is open for
So actually, Mr. Malik spoke about waste to energy, the global context, and also it's not just a power project. It's more integrated waste management. So I'm from Bangalore. I'm a managing director of Karnataka Power Corporation Limited. And we are a power corporation which generates electricity, but we are in the business of waste to energy. So it's a bit of a paradox. So I'm going to share just a brief experience of our foray into waste to energy. It's not like Delhi, which has gone far ahead. We are just in the initial stages of this. So just to give you a very brief account, when you talk about energy and you talk about installed capacity, electricity generation, this is Karnataka's picture and most of the states. So you have thermal plants, hydro plants, and solar. So in Karnataka, 50% is renewable energy, remaining 20-30% comes from coal and hydro and dams and so on. So waste to energy is not really there. If you look at Karnataka's energy growth, it's always renewable energy has grown thermal. So waste to energy is a very new concept and is not there in the picture for any power generator as such. So it's a very new experience for power generators. Mr. Malik spoke about private sector in Delhi. This is from the state government side. And Karnataka Power Corporation is a nodal agency for implementing waste to energy plants in Karnataka. And this was a couple of years ago when this whole issue of waste management came up. And as many speakers have said, this is not a India-specific problem. It's a global waste is a global problem. World Bank has said, major problem everybody is talking about. But there's also a potential for waste to energy worldwide. So it's estimated that it's around $50 billion US dollars. So that's the global. There's experience in China, I mentioned Japan, in US and Europe about waste to energy. Now coming to Bengaluru. We have the IT capital, and one of the fastest growing cities in Asia, but we also with growth comes waste. And we have a massive waste problem, both dry solid waste and wet waste. And I don't want to go into the figures again. I mean, everybody is going to figures. So there are 4,500 metric tons of waste generated every day. There's also segregation in Bangalore. So the problem of how do you look at waste management in the context of waste to energy? And Karnataka's effort has been, there's a joint effort. It's a joint effort between the corporation that creates electricity and the municipal corporation. And the first plant, and there are earlier experiences which have failed, but this is the first plant from the state side of 11.5 megawatts, which is hardly anything compared to the overall installed capacity, but it will cater to around 600 metric tons per day of dry waste fuel. So it's more than energy production. it is one aspect. It is, I think, more to do with waste management than energy production. And this is true for all states, I think. The broad objectives of any of these projects are, it's environmentally sustainable. There is incineration technology is proven. In many other countries, it has been used. And basically is to reduce the municipal waste burden, generate power. And one important aspect we are looking at is if it works in a city like Bengaluru, which is a huge population of about 1 crore, then it has potential for tier 2 cities and going around. What is the project cost? A lot of people talked about financial viability. Project cost is 240 crore for a 11 megawatt power station. And this works out to around 17 rupees per megawatt, 17 crore per megawatt, sorry. And this is quite high compared to normal power projects. Normal power projects are around 7 to 8 crores. And if you look at the tariff, which falls upon the consumer ultimately, it's around 7 rupees per unit, per kilowatt hour. Normally, a solar project or a power or thermal project will be around 3 to 4 rupees. So if you look at finances alone, I don't think it's a very attractive proposition in terms of viability of a power generator to do it. But in terms of the overall waste management issue, overall issue of our landfill, there are significant advantages to this. I won't go into the technology. It's incineration technology is burning technology. I don't think that's required. But Mr. Ashwini Kumar in the morning spoke about environmental clearance. There's a lot of processes involved in waste to energy, and we need to simplify. We need to look at it from the Government of India's perspective also in terms of approvals from Electricity Regulatory Commission, pollution control boards, power purchase agreement, because the power sector itself, this comes into the power sector regulatory scheme. So it has its own challenges. This is the scheme of a power plant. I think Mr. Yadav spoke about it. I won't go into it. And so we are constructing this. Hopefully next year, if the same seminar is organized, we'll probably have it running in 2023. This is yesterday's photographs of this power plant. Hopefully it should come through in time, considering that many of our projects don't come on time. Hopefully this will come on time. So what are the challenges and opportunities? Just 2 more slides. Challenges and opportunities. Challenges, again, a lot of speakers have spoken. These are some paper cuttings that most of the waste to energy plants in India have failed. And yet we are building more and 10,000 crores. Of course, Mr. Malik gives a very different picture, but this is also a debate that is waste to energy really the way forward? Is it a solution which doesn't have a problem? So there is a view that it cannot be centralized, you cannot solve the problem like this, but what are the challenges? And this is through, I think Delhi also has brought out this, and a lot of literature has brought out this. Quality of waste is one of the major issues because this needs dry waste, non-recyclable dry waste. And basically, we have seen where there's no segregation, then the quality of waste goes down, calorific value goes down. Quantity of waste also. For sustainability, you require a particular quantity to be coming in for the technology to work well, whether you have that desegregated waste. Then there is local opposition. In fact, when I visited this site last week, when under construction, there's a huge apartment. Of course, this is outside Bangalore, but there's a huge apartment block which is next to it, not very close. So already there is murmurs that this is going to become odor is going to come. There's going to be a lot of pollution. So these issues are very real and practical, and we have to face it. And pollution from the plant, how do you do a leachate treatment, non-segregated waste, and energy itself is very negligible. It's not for energy security at all. So opportunities, I would say, if we focus on waste quality, that would be one of the major issues we should do. Segregation of waste for the refuse derived fuel. In Bangalore, we have dry waste collection centers, which are in 122 in number, which collect around 200 metric tons of dry waste per day. So that, if that is a regular channel to the plant, so we have to discuss with the municipal corporation on how we can standardize and set up protocols for the waste. Because the quality of waste is bad, then you lose the project. And we have time till next year. We have been under discussions, and we're going to come out with a set of protocols for this in time for the launch of the project in 2023. And if it works, then of course it's a replicable, sustainable model for other tier 2 cities and other places. So that's my brief presentation. Thank you. So as the chair, I have to end the session also. So maybe one question, 1 or 2 questions if anybody has, otherwise we can end. Yeah, that lady in the last row.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Hitosha. I'm from the Waste Warriors Society. So my question to the Clean Kerala company, Mr. Srijit, is that you said that you're paying 3 rupees per kg to the registered rag pickers for the collection of MLPs. What we understand from our processing is that it costs around 7 rupees per kg, the processing cost. And from EPR, we get around 5 rupees. So is there a gap, or are you managing that gap how are you managing that gap? Follow-up question being, are you paying the same, some kind of operations cost or money for the collection of sanitary waste as well?
Okay, thank you. I think we'll have these two questions.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you.
For MLP, actually we are getting 5 rupees from the MLP recyclers. From that we are giving 3 rupees to these Ardhakarmasenas or the rag pickers. So we are getting that 2 rupees margin, and that 2 rupees we are utilizing for our administrative cost.
Yeah. And are you paying for something on the sanitary waste collection for them, or no, like you're paying for any other waste, are you paying for something for the sanitary waste as well?
No. We are not collecting sanitary waste. We are
yeah.
collecting only biodegradable waste, and we are not collecting any sanitary waste. We are planning, and we are making a policy to collect the domestic sanitary waste from the local government institutions. Actually, the policy is in the government side. Once we get the direction, we will start the collection of sanitary waste.
Okay, thank you. Any last question? Otherwise, we can end. Yeah.
Hello, I am from Arunachal Pradesh. As there is only 2 IMC, 2 ULBs in our state, and others 45 medium and micro towns are functioning under DUDA, that is District Urban Development Agency, headed by the Deputy Commissioner of that district. So, fund problem is always there for implementation of solid waste management. Our people do not cooperate properly except few. In respect to MRF in our state, the construction charges is very high in comparison to other towns of the country. Even my questions, can the expert panel suggest us to implement the solid waste management system at a minimum cost, especially in terms of MRF? Even we are not getting adequate funds for purchase of shredder machines, baling machines extra, because of fund because of...
can I request, we got your question. So since we are running out of time for this panel, your question is on MRF and special issue of Arunachal Pradesh. What I would request is, if anybody has some view here, they could discuss, or after this you can discuss formally with anybody.
Sir, one more question.
Yeah.
Sir, can the expert panel suggest us for a latest technology for solid waste management, which is eco-friendly for small and medium towns, especially for Arunachal Pradesh?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the question. I think this seminar, this conference itself is for finding out that answer on technology solutions for small and other units. So I'm sure you'll find opportunity. After this panel discussion, if anybody wants to add 1 or 2 points now, they can add. Otherwise, after this, you can probably speak to the panel on this. I think we're running out of time.
Just one question, please.
Yeah.
So my question is to Ms. Monica Patel. She is from Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation. My name is Anurag Jain. I am Vice President for Construction and Demolition Waste for Indo-Enviro Resource Management Private Limited. So, when we look at techno-commercial feasibility for such projects for 15 years, where our life cycle cost, including O&M cost, owning and operating cost, and then the revenue, what we are thinking of converting all these C&D waste to value-added products or aggregated sand. So our experience is that if corporations are thinking in terms of only providing land and the material, which is also not guaranteed, then without collection and transportation, as well as processing fees, probably it may not be viable in the long run.
So you can ask your question, please.
Yes,
What
so
is
that
your
is the question. So how do you see this challenge?
Respond.
Actually, what,
Can keep it closer. Keep it closer.
in Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation, all the processing plants are working on PPP model, except C&D waste treatment plant. Existing C&D waste treatment plant, we are only paying for collection and transportation. We are not paying for processing. For that, we have a policy to purchase 100% product, recycled product. And we have established a SOR for that. So, and whatever upcoming projects are there, we are only going for PPP model. No processing cost will be given for the plants. So it's we are going to create a model for the state or for the country that all the processing units will be on PPP model. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Monica, and thank you. You can take the discussion offline. So I think I'll end this session, a very interesting session, different perspectives on waste management and electricity generation. I think a lot of leaders from the political space, political leaders, representatives, mayors have come here, and technology experts. So I think it's a combination of political will, technical expertise, change management, cultural change, so that this problem can be addressed. Thank you all for sitting through this session.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, esteemed panelists. May I request you to please come to the center of the stage for a group photograph, and I'd like to request Joint Secretary SPM Urban to join the group for the photograph and also give away the mementos. Thank you. There are two announcements. Our next session will be beginning sharp at 12:15. We will be taking a very brief break. There are some tea and snacks served outside, but request all guests to please come back to the auditorium by 12:15. And there is another very important announcement for tomorrow's program. All the President's Awardee winners will need to take an RT-PCR test. There is a camp which has been set up outside Gate H. In case you don't have a very recent one, not earlier than yesterday, you will need to 72 hours. So, which means till yesterday or day before. Kindly take advantage of the RT-PCR camp that has been set out outside Gate H to get your tests done. and we will reconvene at 12:15 p.m. sharp. speakers, VIPs, you can join us on stage and follow us to the tea and snacks area if you wish.
सुरेश रेड्डी की जगह सामने
Okay.
We will be beginning our second session sharp at 12:15. So request all guests to quickly have their tea and snacks and come back to the auditorium. Volunteers and ushers, request you to please guide the guests back to their seats. ISL? You're talking about the Sarvekshan Awards or Indian Swachhata League Awards? So Indian Swachhata League, today evening at 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock, 4 o'clock. Indian Swachhata League, no? Indian Swachhata League Awards? हाँ, today 4 o'clock. Yeah, yeah. हाँ, ये इंडियन स्वच्छता लीग के लिए ना ISL, हाँ, आज 4 बजे से शुरू होगा। तो उसको कोविड का टेस्ट करना? नहीं, सिर्फ कल प्रेसिडेंट अवार्ड के लिए। इसके नहीं चाहिए? नहीं। May I request guests to start coming back to the auditorium and taking their seats? We will be beginning our next session at 12:15. Requesting all volunteers and ushers to guide guests back to their seats, please. Joint Secretary and National Mission Director, Swachh Bharat Mission. Right. We will be beginning our second technical session of the morning, requesting volunteers and ushers to please guide guests inside the auditorium back to their seats. May I request guests standing outside the auditorium to kindly come in and take your seats? We are beginning our second session of the morning. Kindly be seated. We are going to begin our second session of the morning. Requesting everybody to please take their seats. We are going to begin the second session of the morning. Volunteers, please ensure that guests are seated. Ma'am, should we start? Welcome back to the second technical session of the morning, which will be on managing India's biodegradable waste. For this purpose, Mahua, along with his partner, GIZ India, has brought out an advisory, which is management of organic waste at home. This is also available on the Swachhatam portal and can be downloaded for your use. We will also be conducting separate capacity building programs for states and cities on this topic. It is my pleasure to welcome Sri Amrit Abhijat, Principal Secretary, Uttar Pradesh, to chair the session. May I request you to come up on stage, sir? I would also like to call on stage the panelists, Dr. S.T. Maitre, Scientific Officer, BARC, Sri Samir Rege, Managing Director, Mailhem, Ms. Pratibha Pal, Commissioner, Indore Municipal Corporation, Sri Swapnil Dinakar Pundkar, Commissioner, Vijayawada Municipal Corporation, Dr. J.K. Saha, Indian Institute of Soil Science, and Sri Bajirao Mali, Executive Engineer, Solid Waste Management, Nashik Municipal Corporation. I would like to hand over the session to the session chair. In fact, panel speakers may use the other podium for your presentations. And sir, there is a microphone right in front of you, which is already on, so you don't have to switch it on. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to this unique gathering where we are addressing an extremely important issue that affects us all. This session is on the issue of biomethanation and related aspects. We have a very, very good panel of speakers who are both very experienced on the field and also scientists who represent the entire issue of efficiency and dry waste management practices and how to convert them into electricity or manures and all that. So I suppose that we will have a very interesting session where a lot of questions may also be asked, because this is perhaps the way to go that we are trying to develop, because biodegradable waste at the end of the day is what comes out from our practices. So there is an aspect related that these practices may not happen after all, but if it happens, the waste that is generated is used and used in a manner that it is economically relevant, socially relevant, and it also helps us to develop a very sustainable model where these wastes can be managed. We have the panel with the, I've had the honor of going to Indore, where Pratibha has done some unique innovations, and the predecessors also, and it is certainly one of the cleanest cities of India. I remember about 2 years back when I went to Indore, and we were a team of large number of officials headed by the then Secretary of MoHUA and now the Chief Secretary. And I told that, sir, we will try and look for some garbage somewhere. After all, this is the way things happen. But I fell miserably and we could really not find garbage. And it is truly, truly, truly inspirational. And I had the occasion also to talk to my liaison officer and people. And I told that, what do you do the entire day, and how about taxation and issues of drainage and all that? Well, sir, all that is taken care of, but this is the primary thing. And I had the occasion of also speaking to the political representatives, the people. She had organized a very good conference where stakeholders were there, and they seemed so involved. They seemed so proud of their own city. This is something that we really have to build on, and I am representing Uttar Pradesh government today. And I see that there is involvement, there is concern, But that kind of an engagement and pride is something that we need to imbibe from the cities of Indore. I've also read a lot about Vijayawada. I haven't had the pleasure, so it'll be nice to hear Swapnil on the Vijayawada experience, also from the norms related aspect of Mr. Saha and the engineer from Nasik, because they are very aspirational, and there are projects in Sholapur also, I am told, so we would like to hear that. So I call upon the first speaker of the technical session to take over. Thank you. Nisar Guna, right? Thank you. Nisar Gunaji will be speaking on a biomethanation technique. He is a scientific officer in BARC.
So I'll be talking about this Nisarguna biomethanation technology. Actually, some people might be wondering like how BRC is associated this work, but it started with, we were doing our in-house processing of the waste, and it started the story from that almost 10-15 years back. And today, last 4 years, Mumbai Municipal Corporation, they were not taking, not a single kg waste they are taking from our colony. We have a very, very big colony, like almost 4,000 households, and we are generating almost 15 tons of waste. And out of that, 50%, 7 to 8 tons of biodegradable waste is processed by different technologies. One of the technologies is Nisarguna. So I'll be very, very briefly, I'll be talking about this success story of this technology. So many technologies are there, everybody knows about this, but main emphasis of the technology ideal technology should be the integration of the nutrient recycling. So whatever nutrients are generated in nature, it has to go back to the soil. So that should be the ideal technology. That is what I want to emphasize that, and this technology fulfills that criteria, because this technology is based on a biomethanation, but it is like slightly modification. What modification we have done is conventional biomethanations, they were single digesters, but we have introduced a double digestion, like aerobic followed by anaerobic. Why aerobic is required? Because all the biodegradable waste, mostly they are very, very tough for degradation. And when it goes for degradation, it has been found that initially your waste is converted to acids, that is called as organic acids. And BRC being a research organization, we usually study all these studies, these pathways, how waste is getting degraded. And this acids production is an aerobic stage. That's why we have introduced an aerobic phase. And this is a double digestion system where we have aerobic followed by anaerobic. So this is a major difference between the conventional technologies and Nisarguna technology. So the advantage is that you have a faster degradation of waste, combination of aerobic and thermophilic also. We are adding some hot water from the solar water heating system, so that there is an enhancement in a process. And there is an increase in the quality and quantity of methane. Basically, quality and quantity means how much methane you are getting. Like there is a slight increase is there, and quantity also in terms of output. And there is a reduction in the retention time of the process. And whatever water is coming, effluent is coming out. Dry part is taken for the manure, it goes to the soil back, and the water is again recycled into the system. So all types of biodegradable waste, like municipal solid waste, hotel waste, kitchen waste, everything is processed in this plant. So this is how the plant looks actually. Details I will not go. So these are the different components like aerobic pre-digester, main digester, recycling things are there. All these pathways, usually how methane is generated, usually we study. And all these reactions and all these things, it has been studied. All these bacteria has been isolated from different stages, and they are characterized actually. These are the two bioproducts actually, biogas and manure. Almost it contains 75% methane, and manure is a very good source of carbon and nitrogen, like almost 2 to 2.5% nitrogen. This is a very good for soil application. These are some of the outputs actually, input-output ratios, like 1 ton waste if you process, you get a 60 meter cube of gas and around 100 kg manure and space required. These are some of the success stories. We have a very good plant at Coimbatore actually. This is adjoining area near Coimbatore where the community, low income group people, they collect the waste, they process the waste and they prepare, there is a community kitchen concept is there where like multiple stores are there and they cook their food like morning and evening, like 1 hour, 2 hour it is on, and so that part of the food they cook there, and it is being a very good example for a community kitchen. So there is another success story of this technology is Matheran. It is a hill station near Mumbai. A lot of horses are there. So horse dung was a major issue, and this plant was very much successful for processing that horse dung. And whatever gas is generated, that is used for a street light. Then in New Delhi also we have some plants actually. Yesterday only I was talking with Delhi Zoo. They have like 2016 it has started. There is also some elephants, rhinos and all these things. So whatever dung comes, that is processed in this plant. Tihar Jail, Delhi Secretariat. Then Hajipur we have a plant that was inaugurated last year only by Delhi Chief Minister, and it is processing different types of this poultry and fish waste. Slaughterhouse is another issue. Like Mumbai, we have a very big slaughterhouse, that is Devnar. That is Asia's biggest slaughterhouse. And there, there was a problem of dumping. And so they approach us, and we have last 2017 this plant has started. Almost like 5 years it is working very fine, and they are getting very good results actually. So these are the different technology, this deployment in like corporate places, TCS, Thane, Wipro. So earlier people were telling like biogas is the backyard technology, but by this technology, this TCS plant is just near to their reception actually. So we can say this has come as a frontline technology or front yard technology. So the technology has very good impact actually. It has transferred like many industries, it has transferred, technology transferred to many startups and all these things. All over India it has been installed, wide variety of waste has been processed. Strong scientific background, support from BRC is always there. Many students have done their PhDs, and one of them happens to be me for completing a PhD in subject. A lot of MSc projects, BRNS projects has been developed based on this technology. And from this technology we have developed many technologies, other like composting, like other technologies has been developed. A lot of publications has come, and it has been cited all over the this one. Now coming up the technology improvement, there as I told, like we were working with this plant, we have found that there is a requirement, like Mumbai only, there is a housing society, there is no space for building the biogas plant. So what they were telling us, we don't have a space, but we want to develop a plant. So we have come up with another technology or another design, that is a above ground model. There is no construction involved, nothing is involved. So entire digester is converted into PVC pipes. So this is a very good, and it is working very fine. So very low area, like small area, even if its staircase is there, you can fit it. And pipes dimension can be changed as per the design or as per the amount of the waste, like customized design it can be prepared. So this is a 10 kg design. Last 2020 it started, almost 2 years it is working very fine. And we have patented this technology, and it is being now transferred to several industries, and we are setting up different plants. So this is how I want to assure you here is that BRC is a research organization, but apart from the research, these are called as spin-off technologies, like technologies developed by doing other work, and these technologies are transferred to the industries and taken to the society. So I want to assure you that any of the municipal corporation or any of the this one is there, we are ready to help even if it is a existing plants are there or you want to go for the new setups are there. So this is what I want to convey the message. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. It was quite nice to hear about the activities that BARC has done, particularly in relation to the reduction of costs and the issue of methane. Next on this thing is the feasibility of biomethanation plants. I think Mr. Sameer is representing. Thank you.
A very good afternoon to dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, and my dear friends. I'm Samir Rege, representing a company called Melham, and we stand on two bricks. Number one is, of course, the biodegradable waste. We do a lot of projects on biodegradable waste. And the other brick which we stand on is the municipal solid waste, integrated municipal solid waste projects. So I'm lucky here to have a very elite panel where we have Pratibha ma'am. Ma'am, I'm sure you recognize the Indore project which we have done for biogas, that is compressed biogas project at Kabit Khedi. And we also have the Nasik Municipal Corporation people represented here, where we are handling the municipal solid waste of Nasik city. We must have done something right in the last 25 years of our existence with Prime Minister Modi giving us the Garbage Guru Award on the first anniversary of Swachh Bharat. Dr. Maitre has made my task very easy. He has explained how a biogas plant works. So I'm not going to go into details. I'm just making it very simple. You have different types of raw material which comes in. You have to have some sort of a pre-treatment because different raw material, organic raw material, needs to be pre-treated. Then you put it into anaerobic digesters. Different technologies are available today. Lots of technologies are available for the digestion. No problem there. The gas, you scrub. You can either clean it and use it for cooking or electricity generation, or now what we are doing is compressed biogas. And more important is the slurry, what we call fermented organic manure. So these are the two important byproducts for any system which is on biodegradable waste. Now we have a lot of people from the municipal corporations here, and I'm sure you are struggling with 5 issues which are really stinking, burning issues. So we're going to target that. Number one is any city, any size, is going to generate organic biodegradable material which is called dripping wet waste. It's almost about 10 to 15% in every city. This comes from your hotels, your restaurants, your marriage halls, and things like this. So it's dripping wet waste, and it stinks. And the more it stinks, the happier we are. The second aspect is slaughterhouse waste. Here I refer to chicken waste or mutton waste. This is also a very big problem disposing it of. And this is a very good organic material for a biomethanation system or a biogas plant. The third one is, of course, the municipal solid waste, the organic fraction, which comes again from households, the kitchens, hotels, restaurants, whatever, which gets in a little bit of a mixed form. So we call this as the segregated or the organic fraction of municipal solid waste. The fourth one, which is again organic in nature, but a very big pain, is leachate. Leachate is that dirty black colored liquid which comes out whenever you have any quantum of organic waste or any type of waste available. And it is highly acidic, very difficult, and it always finds its way into some nadiya nala. And this is very good for biogas. And the fifth one is fecal sludge or night soil or septic tank sludge. These 5 things are like our Pach Pandavas. These 5 things can very easily be put into a biogas system. So basic logic is stinking wet waste can easily be treated in a biogas plant in an enviro-friendly manner. Dr. Maitre showed you a lot of photos and some projects which have already been done. We also have more than about 400 references across India now. These have a small footprint, so you're saving on the carbon space also. Semi-automatic operations. We love vocal for local, which means you need to have local operators who are trained and operate these plants. It's not difficult, it's not rocket science, easy to operate. Because these biodigesters are trapping biogas, there is no question of foul smell. That smell is because of the biogas. You're trapping it. So you don't have flies and all this rodent nuisance at a biogas plant. No chemicals are used. It's completely a natural process. In fact, Dr. Maitre mentioned Nisargruna. It's nature's debt that we are paying back. So it's all natural, no chemicals. Of course, getting the organic waste back into the system is part of the circular economy. And carbon footprint and carbon credits and revenue from carbon is a big boost for this. Of course, methane is 21 times more dangerous as a greenhouse gas compared to carbon dioxide. So you are harnessing, you are mitigating the greenhouse gas problem. And compressed biogas is nothing but CNG. And that is coming at a cheaper rate under the Satat schemes. So what better way to ensure that you have the organic manure also used for all your green belts? So it's a win-win situation. These are some of the capacities. Dr. Maitre showed you the smaller ones. We are showing you slightly larger ones where you have 30 tons, 50 tons, 100 tons, even 200 tons. In fact, at Indore, you have a 550-ton project already up. So compressed biogas is definitely a success story. We've given you a table. I'm not going to go through the table. It's available. We have a stall here, so you can come to our stall and also check out what details you want. A typical layout, well, we design our own plants. It's tailor-made to the client. So if you have a triangular piece, we can fit a triangular system in your place, no problem. And compressed biogas, fortunately, now comes under an IS code. So it's properly regulated. You don't have to worry about cheating. If it is tested, you can understand what is compressed biogas and what is not. And as we all know, transport accounts for almost 30% of the global energy use. So compressed biogas is definitely very important for the transport sector. The Indian government, as you know, is pushing a lot towards a gas-based economy. We are importing a lot from the Gulf countries, and we can replace a lot of home-grown compressed biogas with all this imported CNG. It's an alternative fuel, so it's definitely a renewable energy. Markets are created for the agro products. So the FPOs, fertilizer produce organizations, love this kind of manure. We are generating rural economy by getting you jobs. And of course, atmospheric pollution, out of the question. It's completely mitigated. And of course, if there's no smell, there's no nuisance of other flies, dogs, rats, rodents, and stuff like that. So we are comfortable that way. So it prevents dumping. The main problem for any dump site is the smell, the leachate, the stink, the smoke, the fire. All this is because of the organic waste. So we need to get that properly treated in biogas plants. And I told you the 5 main ingredients are what are very essential, can be treated in a combined fashion in a biogas plant. Regulatory framework, yes, we need strict policy for source segregation. We are Danda society, we have to get the sitish done. Unless that, we're not going to change our attitude. But a lot of awareness has come in, but source segregation is important. 90% of minimum assured waste should be given to the project developers so that only 10% rejects can go to the landfill. We would request for land for these projects at 1 rupee per square meter per year as stipulated already, because the land cost should not be part of the biogas plant. There should be 100% compressed biogas offtake guarantees. And of course, 100% offtake guarantees for the manure. VGF can be provided, should be provided. And of course, as Mr. Malik in the previous session mentioned, financial closures for these projects also is a problem because banks do balance sheet financing. They don't do project financing. So it's very important to ensure that we have VGF or some sort of capital grants and financial institutions come around to ensure that these are viable projects. Thank you so much for your time.
Very interesting presentation on what the company has done on this, and we would like to learn more from you as we go also in other states. Next on the panel is we get to hear the biomethylation plants, planning and execution, the city experiences, which I believe would be very rich. We will start with Indore, Srimati Pratibha Pal, Commissioner, Indore Municipal Corporation. Thank you.
थैंक यू सर। नमस्कार। ये इंदौर का वेस्ट प्रोफाइल से हम लोग स्टार्ट करेंगे स्लाइड को। इंदौर का पॉपुलेशन 3.5 मिलियन है और जो टोटल वेस्ट जनरेशन है सिटी का वो 1200 मेट्रिक टन पर डे है, जिसमें से 700 मेट्रिक टन पर डे हमारा वेट वेस्ट है। उसके अलावा ड्राई वेस्ट, प्लास्टिक वेस्ट, डोमेस्टिक हैजार्डस वेस्ट, सैनिटरी वेस्ट और ई वेस्ट इसमें शामिल है। इंदौर में जो अभी 550 मेट्रिक टन का हम लोगों ने जो बायो सीएनजी ऑपरेशनलाइज किया है, उससे पहले जो प्रोसेसिंग ऑर्गेनिक वेस्ट का था वो सेंट्रलाइज प्रोसेसिंग हम लोग 600 मेट्रिक टन की कैपेसिटी का कंपोस्ट प्लांट से करते थे और 130 मेट्रिक टन का जो प्रोसेसिंग था वो डिसेंट्रलाइज प्लांट से था, जिसमें 15 और 20 मेट्रिक टन के छोटे बायो सीएनजी प्लांट भी थे। समीर जी यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं, मैडम के साथ भी हम लोग अपना एक बायो सीएनजी प्लांट कर रहे हैं। इसके अलावा जो ग्रीन वेस्ट प्रोसेसिंग के, हॉर्टिकल्चर वेस्ट प्रोसेसिंग, मोबाइल कंपोस्टिंग व्हीकल्स फॉर ज़ीरो वेस्ट इवेंट, इस तरीके की जो फैसिलिटीज़ हैं वो प्रोसेसिंग में प्री इम्प्लीमेंटेशन सिनेरियो में हम लोग करते थे। प्री इम्प्लीमेंटेशन जो बायो सीएनजी प्लांट फरवरी 2022 में स्टार्ट हुआ है, उससे पहले की प्रोसेसिंग इंदौर की थी। बायो सीएनजी में शिफ्ट होने की ज़रूरत हम लोगों को क्यों पड़ी? ये दो इसके रीजंस थे। जो कंपोस्ट प्लांट था, जो कैपेक्स हम लोगों ने उसमें लगाया हुआ था, रिटर्न्स कंपोस्ट के बहुत कम थे। आप सभी लोगों को मालूम है कि जो मार्केट रेट हैं कंपोस्ट के, वो हमारा O&M का जो एक्सपेंडिचर था वो भी हम लोग इसके जरिए बेयर नहीं कर पा रहे थे। वेस्ट का प्रोसेसिंग टाइम जो है बहुत लगभग 1 से 1.5 महीने का समय लगता है वेस्ट को कंपोस्ट में कन्वर्ट होने के लिए, और जगह बहुत ज़्यादा ले रहा था। बिन रोज़ लंबे लंबे बने हुए थे, तो जितने एरिया में हम अभी बायो सीएनजी कर रहे हैं उसका जस्ट डबल स्पेस ये एक कंपोस्ट प्लांट ऑक्युपाई किए हुए था। मार्केट असिस्टेंस स्ट्रीमलाइन नहीं था। ये पता नहीं था कि जो कंपोस्ट 500 MT से बन रहा है, जिसका फाइनल वॉल्यूम 4 to 450 MT पर डे का था, इसकी पैकेजिंग, इसकी मार्केटिंग, ये एक बड़ा चैलेंज था हम लोगों के लिए। क्लाइमेटिक कंस्टेंट के बारे में बाग से डॉक्टर साहब ने अभी डिस्कस किया कि मीथेन का जनरेशन जो लगातार विंडरोज पे कंपोस्ट रहता है उससे कितना ज़्यादा होता है। ये 3-4 चीज़ें थी। साथ ही बहुत सारे कंसेशनर लगातार हम लोगों के साथ में टच में थे, जिनका ये कहना था कि जो क्वालिटी ऑफ वेस्ट है, जो सेग्रीगेटेड ऑर्गेनिक वेस्ट का क्वालिटी इंदौर में है, उसके लिए हम लोगों को बायो सीएनजी प्लांट में शिफ्ट करना चाहिए। बायो सीएनजी प्लांट को शिफ्ट करने के लिए 2 एक्सपीरियंस हमारे साथ में थे, सिटी एक्सपीरियंस थे, जिसमें 15 मेट्रिक टन का एक प्लांट, 20 मेट्रिक टन के प्लांट सक्सेसफुली रन हो रहे थे, जिससे जितनी भी बायो सीएनजी बन रही थी वो हम लोग अपनी सिटी बसेस जो अर्बन मोबिलिटी की मैंडेट म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन का ही है, उसमें हम लोग इसको यूज़ कर रहे थे। जब इंदौर म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन ने 2018 में स्टार्ट किया था अपने 15 TPD प्लांट से, वो पूरा हमारा कैपेक्स बेस्ड प्लांट था, जिसमें कैपेक्स हम लोगों ने लगाया था। रनिंग कॉस्ट भी हम लोग इसमें बेयर कर रहे थे। 100% बायबैक था कि जितना भी सीएनजी जनरेट होगा हम पूरी सीएनजी वापस लेंगे। जब नेक्स्ट प्लांट पे 20 TPD के प्लांट पे हम लोग गए 19 में, तब ये BGF पे शिफ्ट हुआ। हम लोगों ने कहा कि जो आपका गैप है वो हम फिल करेंगे, बाकी आप कोट कीजिए। तो ये BGF का प्लांट रहा। जो थर्ड प्लांट, फाइनल प्लांट जो 550 मेट्रिक टन का हमारे यहाँ आया, तो वो पूरी तरीके से PPP मोड पे आया है। तो बेसिकली इट्स अ जर्नी। इसमें बहुत सारी चीज़ें हम लोगों ने अपने 15 और 20 मेट्रिक टन प्लांट से सीखी। बहुत सारे रिसर्च, बहुत सारी चीज़ें जो हमें सही करनी थी वो हम लोगों ने ठीक की। इसके बाद 1 साल तक लगभग जो अभी एग्जिस्टिंग कंसेशनर हैं उन्होंने सैंपल सर्वे किया। 1 साल में सर्वे किया, इसके 200 से ज़्यादा सैंपल्स लिए वेस्ट के, और फिर ये इस कंक्लूज़न पे निकले कि जो प्योरिटी का कंटेंट है ऑर्गेनिक वेस्ट का, जो हमारा म्युनिसिपल सॉलिड वेस्ट में निकलता है, वो 99% से ज़्यादा है। यानी अगर हम इस प्योरिटी के वेस्ट के साथ में बायो सीएनजी पे जाएंगे तो इट विल बी अ सक्सेस। आप देख रहे हैं कि जो पैरामीटर्स सर्वे रिजल्ट के आए थे उसमें टोटल सॉलिड्स 20 to 30% थे, जो वॉलेटाइल सॉलिड्स थे वो 85 to 90 थे। वॉलेटाइल सॉलिड्स बेसिकली ये डिसाइड करते हैं, डिटरमिन करते हैं कि हमारा जो फाइनली बायोगैस का जनरेशन है वो क्या रहने वाला है, उसकी क्वांटिटी क्या रहने वाली है। रिजेक्ट्स का जो परसेंटेज था वो 0.5 to 0.9% था, जो आइडियल कंडीशन में था। तो बेसिकली जो बायो सीएनजी प्लांट, इसकी सक्सेस, इसकी रनिंग, इसका मोड, किस मोड पर ये हमारे यहाँ स्टैब्लिश होगा, ये सभी चीज़ें सिर्फ एक चीज़ पे डिपेंड करती हैं, जो सिटी एक्सपीरियंस से हम लोग यहाँ कह सकते हैं, वो है सोर्स सेग्रीगेशन पे। अगर हमारा वेस्ट जो भी म्यूनसिपल सॉलिड वेस्ट है, जहाँ से वेस्ट जिस गेट से निकल रहा है उस गेट से सेग्रीगेटेड मैनर में निकल रहा है, हम हर गेट से वेस्ट कलेक्ट कर रहे हैं, तो इस तरीके की प्रोसेसिंग फैसिलिटीज़ को वो वेस्ट, क्वालिटी ऑफ वेस्ट, प्योरिटी ऑफ वेस्ट सपोर्ट करता है। इस प्लांट की कुछ बेसिक डिटेल्स हैं। जो प्रोजेक्ट का फुटप्रिंट है वो 15 एकर्स में है, और जैसा समीर जी ने कहा कि ये जो ज़मीन है वो हम लोगों ने फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट कंसेशनर को दिया हुआ है विद द लीज एग्रीमेंट। इसमें हम कोई भी पैसा उनसे नहीं लेते हैं। प्रोजेक्ट कॉस्ट जो है वो 150 करोड़ है, जो पीपीपी मोड है, चूँकि इसमें कंसेशनर लगाया हुआ है। कंसेशन पीरियड इसका 20 ईयर्स का रखा हुआ है। इंडो इन्वायरो के साथ में हम लोग पार्टनरशिप में ये कर रहे हैं। कंपोनेंट्स जो इस पूरे प्रोजेक्ट हैं वो ये 3-4 मेजर कंपोनेंट्स हैं जो कि मैं हाईलाइट इस फोरम से करना चाहूँगी। जो पीएलसी बेस्ड फुल्ली कंप्यूटराइज प्लांट ऑपरेशन है, ये पूरी तरीके से ऑटोमेटेड है, इसमें कोई ह्यूमन इंटरवेंशन नहीं है, और इन जनरल इंडस्ट्रियल ऑटोमेशन के लिए ये टेक्नोलॉजी यूज़ की जाती है जो इस प्लांट में यूज़ की गई है। CSTR एनॉर्बिक डाइजेस्टर्स में जो स्टरर यूज़ किए गए हैं वो इस तरीके के यूज़ किए गए हैं जो बायोमास को वेस्ट के साथ में जो मिक्सिंग है वो बहुत प्रॉपरली करता है, तो बायोगैस का जो जनरेशन है वो प्रॉपर होता है। BPSA टेक्नोलॉजी जो वैक्यूम प्रेशर स्विंग एड्जॉर्प्शन टेक्नोलॉजी जो यूज़ हुआ है, इसका मुख्य काम है गैस का प्योरिफिकेशन करना, यानी जो भी CNG में कंटेंट हमें किस गैस का कितना चाहिए है, इम्प्योरिटीज़ वापस होनी है, गैस में H2S बिल्कुल नहीं होना चाहिए, इन सभी चीज़ों को ये इंश्योर करता है। सेपरेशन हैमर मिल एक मेजर कंपोनेंट है। सेपरेशन हैमर मिल का जो मेन इसमें काम है इस पूरे प्रोजेक्ट में वो ये है कि जैसे ही वेस्ट का फीडिंग हम लोग करते हैं, वेस्ट ट्रॉमिल में जाता है, ट्रॉमिल से वेस्ट सेपरेशन हैमर मिल में आता है, और सेपरेशन हैमर मिल 2 काम करती है। पहला, सेंट्रीफ्यूगल फोर्सेस के जरिए जितनी भी इम्प्योरिटीज़ हैं इस वेस्ट में उनको बाहर करती है। दूसरा, चूँकि इसका नाम है हैमर मिल, तो ये हैमर करता है वेस्ट को, उसको स्लरी में कन्वर्ट करता है, और जितने भी कॉम्प्लेक्स ऑर्गेनिक्स हैं उनको कन्वर्ट करता है सिंपल ऑर्गेनिक्स में, ताकि आगे डाइजेस्टर में ये चीज़ें ईजिली डीकम्पोजिशन इनका ईजिली हो पाए। ये प्लांट का प्रोसेसिंग फ्लो है। सबसे पहले कैप्सूल्स के जरिए जो हमारा डोर टू डोर कलेक्शन से वेस्ट कलेक्ट हो रहा है हर गेट से सेग्रीगेटेड फॉर्म में, वो सेग्रीगेटेड एक डेडिकेटेड कैप्सूल में प्रोसेसिंग साइट तक आता है। प्रोसेसिंग साइट से वो बंकर में जाता है। बंकर के ऊपर आपको एक ग्रैब क्रेन दिख रहा है, यह ग्रैब क्रेन इसको ट्रॉमल में करता है। ट्रॉमल इससे 120 mm तक का जितना मटेरियल होता है उसको हैमर मिल में शिफ्ट करता है। हैमर मिल इसको हैमर करके स्लरी में कन्वर्ट करता है। नेक्स्ट इज हाइड्रोलिसिस। इस प्रोसेस में वेस्ट लगभग 1 से 2 दिन तक रहता है। हाइड्रोलिसिस का काम है कि इस वेस्ट को और डिकम्पोजिशन के लिए तैयार करना। इसके बाद ये वेस्ट एनॉर्बिक डाइजेशन में होता है। जैसा कि इसका नाम सजेस्ट कर रहा है, ये ऑक्सीजन की एब्सेंस में ये पूरा प्रोसेस होता है, और इसमें जो बायोगैस बनता है वो फाइनली बायोगैस बलून में इकट्ठा होता है। जो हमारे यहाँ प्लांट है, इसका बायोगैस जो बलून है इसकी कैपेसिटी 4000 क्यूबिक मीटर की है एट अ टाइम गैस के स्टोरेज के लिए। नेक्स्ट यहाँ से गैस बायोगैस अपग्रेडेशन यूनिट में जाता है। इस यूनिट का काम इम्पॉर्टेंट है। ये यूनिट इंश्योर करता है कि जो बायोगैस एनॉर्बिक डाइजेशन के समय बनी हो उसमें मीथेन का कंटेंट 70%, CO2 का कंटेंट 30% और 1% बाकी गैसेस रहते हैं। ये अपग्रेडेशन यूनिट उसमें मीथेन के कंटेंट को 96% तक लाती है, कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड के कंटेंट को कम करती है, और H2S टाइप की जो एब्नॉक्सिस गैसेस हैं उनको इसमें से अलग करती है। प्योरिटी ऑफ CNG इसलिए इम्पॉर्टेंट है क्योंकि अगर हम इसको जब अर्बन मोबिलिटी में इस्तेमाल करते हैं तो इस तरीके के कई सारे परसेप्शन जो हम लोगों ने सिटी एक्सपीरियंस में देखा, जब 6 महीनों में ड्राइवर्स को लगता है कि ऐसा ना हो कि हमारा इंजन खराब हो जाए, या ये तो कचरे से बनी हुई गैस है, हम तो इसको नहीं ले सकते, इससे तो गाड़ी चलेगी ही नहीं। गाड़ी में कोई भी खराबी आएगी, लेकिन सबको ऐसा लगता है कि ये म्युनिसिपल सॉलिड वेस्ट की गैस है तो इसकी वजह से ही कुछ नुकसान हुआ होगा। तो ये बायो अपग्रेडेशन यूनिट, इसको देखना, इसको मॉनिटर करना, और कभी भी गैस में कोई भी कॉम्पोनेंट या उसकी कोई भी प्रॉपर्टी ऊपर नीचे होती है तो हम लोग उस गैस को तुरंत फ्लेयर करते हैं। ये एक कॉम्पोनेंट को बहुत क्लोजली मॉनिटर करने की ज़रूरत इसमें होती है अगर हम अर्बन मोबिलिटी मोबिलिटी की आगे बात कर रहे हैं। ये CBG कंप्रेसर और डिस्पेंसर्स हैं जहाँ से हमारी बसेस यहाँ से आराम से गैस लेकर के जाती हैं। डाइजेशन के बाद जो बचा हुआ सॉलिड है वो सॉलिड लिक्विड सेपरेशन में जाता है डिकेंटर में, और उसका जितना भी सेपरेट किया हुआ सॉलिड है वो फाइनली कंपोस्ट के लिए जाता है। जो लिक्विड है उसका 60% हम यूज़ करते हैं वापस से सेपरेशन हैमर मिल में इसी प्रोसेस में, और 40% ETP में जाकर के वो फाइनली लिक्विड फर्टिलाइजर में कन्वर्ट होता है। बायो CNG का ग्रीनर फ्यूल है, हम सभी लोग जानते हैं। इसमें जो पूरा वेस्ट हम लोग इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं, 500 मेट्रिक टन में से 10 मेट्रिक टन गोबर इस्तेमाल होता है इस प्लांट में, और बाकी म्यूनसिपल सॉलिड वेस्ट इस्तेमाल होता है। जो प्लांट का आउटपुट है वो 3-4 चीज़ें निकल के आती हैं। एक तो 18,000 kg पर डे हमें CNG इससे मिल रहा है, ऑर्गेनिक फर्टिलाइज़र 100 टन पर डे है, लिक्विड फर्टिलाइज़र भी है इसमें, और अब CO2 भी जो कंसेशनर हैं उसको मार्केट में बेच रहे हैं, तो CO2 भी इसमें हम लोगों ने ट्रैप करके इसको मार्केट में बेचने के लिए तैयार किया है। जो रेवेन्यू मॉडल है वो PPP मोड पर है। हम लोग इन्हें जो टोटल रॉ मटेरियल है या जो म्यूनसिपल सॉलिड वेस्ट है 500 मेट्रिक टन पर डे देने का जो गारंटी है वो म्यूनसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन की है। एश्योरेंस जो टोटल गैस जनरेशन है उसका 50% बायबैक का म्यूनसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन का है, जो कि मार्केट रेट से 5 रुपीज़ चीपर रहेगा, जिसे हम फाइनली अपनी अर्बन मोबिलिटी में इस्तेमाल करते हैं। ये प्रोजेक्ट PPP मोड पर है, हमने कोई पैसा नहीं लगाया है। IMC को इसके बदले 2.52 CR पर एनम का रॉयल्टी कंसेशनर पे कर रहे हैं इस प्लांट पे। जब हम लोगों ने बायो कंपोस्ट से बायो CNG पे शिफ्ट किया तो एक इस तरीके की डिस्कशंस भी आए कि वेस्ट टू एनर्जी पर क्यों नहीं, वाई टू वेस्ट टू CNG। तो ये एक कंपैरिजन था जो शहरों को हमेशा लगता है, कई सारे क्वेश्चंस आते हैं। तो एक स्लाइड हम लोगों ने इसमें रखी है कि डिमांड ऑफ बायो प्रोडक्ट जो है वो ये डिसाइड करता है कि हमारा प्रोसेसिंग फैसिलिटी या प्रोसेसिंग स्ट्रैटेजी हमारी क्या होनी चाहिए, ताकि हम वेस्ट से वेल्थ का जो कॉन्सेप्ट है उसको पूरा कर सकें। तो इसीलिए जो हाई वैल्यू मटेरियल फाइनल जो बायो CNG का कॉस्ट है, इंदौर में अभी मार्केट रेट इज़ 95 रुपीज़ kg है, सतत में भी 54 रुपीज़ kg है। वेस्ट टू कंपोस्ट का अगेन मार्केट रेट्स बहुत लो हैं। वेस्ट टू एनर्जी में मार्केट रेट्स तो ठीक हैं, जो PPA अभी हो रहे हैं वो 6 रुपये पर यूनिट पे हो रहे हैं, लेकिन जो ऑपरेशनल कॉस्ट हैं वो बहुत ज़्यादा हैं। सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी को ये सपोर्ट करता है। इस पूरी प्रोसेसिंग किसी भी तरीके के किसी भी तरीके से किसी भी स्ट्रैटेजी से अगर हम अपनी प्रोसेसिंग कर रहे हैं वेस्ट की, तो सबसे जो इम्पॉर्टेंट पॉइंट होता है वो ये होता है कि हमारा इनर्ट कितना हमारी साइंटिफिक लैंडफिल साइट में जा रहा है, उसका कंट्रीब्यूशन साइंटिफिक लैंडफिल साइट में जिस टाइप के इनर्ट का सबसे कम होगा वो बेस्ट स्ट्रैटेजी होगी। तो इसीलिए बायो CNG इसमें बेस्ट स्ट्रैटेजी निकल करके आती है, क्योंकि इसमें इनर्ट का जो परसेंटेज है वो बिल्कुल ज़ीरो के बराबर है। जो कंपोस्ट से इनर्ट था वो भी कम था, लेकिन जो वेस्ट टू एनर्जी का सबसे बड़ा ड्रॉबैक जो है वो है इनर्ट का कंटेंट बहुत हाई है, और अगर हम इस कैपेसिटी पर लगातार अपने साइंटिफिक लैंडफिल साइट को भरते रहेंगे तो फिर जो कंसर्न है सॉलिड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट का वही डिफीट हो जाता है। एनवायरनमेंट फ्रेंडली है, हम सभी लोग जानते हैं। CNG ग्रीनर फ्यूल का ऑप्शन है, मीथेन और कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड का जो एमिशन है उसको कम कर रहा है, और WTE में सबसे ज़्यादा एमिशन होता है हार्मफुल एब्नॉक्सियस गैसेस का। कई टेक्नोलॉजीज़ हैं जो कोशिश करती हैं कि WTE में एमिशन कम रहे, लेकिन फिर भी जो हैजार्डस एब्नॉक्सियस गैसेस हैं उनका एमिशन बहुत ज़्यादा है। रिटर्न कॉस्ट के अगेंस्ट बहुत ज़्यादा है। अगर मैं 500 मेट्रिक टन प्लांट की बात करूँ तो 5 ईयर्स में इसका ब्रेक इवन है, क्योंकि जो गैस है वो लगभग हर महीने 1 से 1.5 करोड़ की बिक रही है, 3-3.5 करोड़ की बिक रही है, चलाने का खर्चा 1.5 करोड़ है। और अगर हम इस तरीके से देखें जिसमें कंपोस्ट शामिल नहीं है, जो लिक्विड कंपोस्ट बाजार में बिक रहा है वो शामिल नहीं है, कार्बन क्रेडिट्स हमने इस अकाउंट में नहीं लिए हैं, तब भी इसका ब्रेक इवन 5 ईयर्स में इस प्लांट का। इनिशियल चैलेंजेस जब ये इस कैपेसिटी का प्लांट लगाया, अपने आप में यूनिक प्लांट था, हमारे पास भी 15-20 TPD के प्लांट्स थे। ऑर्गेनिक रिजेक्ट इनिशियली बहुत ज़्यादा था, जब 500 का फीडिंग था तो उसमें 150 का रिजेक्ट वापस फाइबरस मटेरियल बहुत ज़्यादा बाहर आ रहा था। तो फिर ये प्लान किया गया कि एक स्क्रू प्रेस मशीन है, इसको हम लोग लाएं। ये बेसिकली स्लरी को अच्छे से बनाता है, स्क्रू प्रेस कर देता है। तो इस स्लरी को वापस से हम डाइजेस्टर में यूज़ करते हैं और वो बायोमास में आगे बायोगैस में कन्वर्ट होता है। तो ये इसका एक तरीका निकाला। दूसरा, कोकोनट शेल सेपरेशन एक इशू आया, जिसमें हैमर मिल में जैसे ही शुरू में वेस्ट, हैमर मिल से पहले रादर ट्रॉ मिल्स में जैसे ही वेस्ट का इनपुट होता है 120 में से सारे शेल्स बाहर हो गए। शेल्स का फिर फाइनली ये उपयोग किया कि डाइजेस्टर्स को हीटिंग सिस्टम में ज़रूरी होता है, तो हम लोगों ने वहाँ इस्तेमाल करना शुरू किया। बायो CNG ऑफटेक को जैसा मैंने बताया बहुत टैबू था। हमारे जो ड्राइवर्स थे बसेस के वो गैसेस लेने में तैयार नहीं थे बिल्कुल, कि हम 5 रुपये सस्ता है फिर भी नहीं लेंगे, गाड़ी का इंजन खराब हो जाएगा, 5 रुपये की बदले हमें 50 रुपये लगाने पड़ जाएंगे मेंटेनेंस में। तो इसके लिए हम लोगों ने हैंड होल्डिंग रिसोर्स पर्सन रखे जो डिस्पेंसिंग यूनिट पे पूरे टाइम रहते थे। किसी भी तरीके का कोई एक सिंगल पॉइंट भी अगर रिपोर्ट हुआ तो उस रिसोर्स पर्सन की जवाबदारी थी कि वो जाकर के इसको हैंडल करे, सेटल करे, समझाए और बताए कि दोनों तरीके की CNG की कैलोरीफिक वैल्यू समान है, कोई कैलोरीफिक वैल्यू में कोई डिफरेंस नहीं है, जो प्रॉपर्टीज़ हैं, कंपोनेंट्स हैं वो बिल्कुल एक जैसे हैं। तो ये समझाने में 1 से 1.5 महीने का समय हम लोगों को लगा। रेप्लिकेशन, दिस इज़ वेरी मच रेप्लिकेबल। बहुत जगह बायो CNG के नए प्लांट्स आ भी रहे हैं। 2 छोटी छोटी चीज़ें जो इस प्लेटफॉर्म से मैं कहना चाहूँगी कि सतत के जो प्राइस रेट्स हैं वो अभी बायो CNG या इस तरीके के कंसेशनर को अगर हम लोगों को और प्रमोट करना है या इसको और वाइबल बनाना है तो ये ज़रूरी है कि सतत प्राइस रेट्स थोड़े और बढ़ें। अभी 46 से 54 हुए हैं, लेकिन ये कम से कम मार्केट रेट से 10 रुपीज़ प्लस माइनस में चलने चाहिए। FOM सेल में एक फर्मेंटेड ऑर्गेनिक मैन्योर का जो पॉइंट है, अभी तक जो हमारे जितने भी टेंडर्स होते हैं उसमें FCO इसका हो चुका है, लेकिन सिटी कंपोस्ट के नाम से टेंडर्स में आते हैं। तो ये ज़रूरी है कि फर्मेंटेड ऑर्गेनिक मैन्योर को भी इसमें शामिल किया जाए ताकि बायो CNG से निकलने वाला जितना भी सॉलिड कंपोस्ट है उसको मार्केट में बेचने में कहीं दिक्कत ना आए और जो मार्केट रेट्स हैं वो बायो CNG प्लांट को भी ईजिली मिल सकें। एडवांटेजेस ऑफ बायो CNG प्लांट, कमिटेड गैस जनरेशन है। इंदौर का एक्सपीरियंस मैं यहाँ शेयर करना चाहूँगी कि जब हम लोगों ने सर्वे किए थे इस प्लांट के लिए तो ये था कि पर टन वेस्ट पर 85 MQ गैस हम जनरेट करेंगे, लेकिन जब ये 6-7 महीने चलते हुए प्लांट को हो गया है ये बढ़कर के 90 to 100 MQ चल रहा है। मतलब क्वालिटी ऑफ वेस्ट ये डिसाइड करता है कि हमारा बायो CNG प्लांट कैसे चलेगा। कोई भी शहर जो बायो CNG प्लांट स्टैब्लिश करना चाहता है उसकी एकमात्र नहीं, खाली अकेली रिक्वायरमेंट एक ही है, वो है सोर्स सेग्रीगेशन। क्वालिटी ऑफ वेस्ट, ऑर्गेनिक वेस्ट, प्योर ऑर्गेनिक वेस्ट रहना चाहिए ताकि डाइजेशन में, डिकम्पोजिशन में कहीं भी कोई इश्यूज डाइजेस्टर्स या अन्य किसी मशीनरी में ना आए। कंपोस्ट थोड़ा बहुत इम्प्योरिटीज़ डील कर लेता है, लेकिन CNG का प्लांट कोई भी इम्प्योरिटीज़ डील नहीं कर पाएगा। ऑपरेशन ये एक तरीके से सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी को सपोर्ट करता है कि हम अपने ही कचरे से अपनी बसेस चला रहे हैं। ये सिटीजन्स को बहुत मोटिवेट करता है कि घरों में वो कचरा सेग्रीगेट करके दें जब उन्हें ये समझ आता है कि अच्छा बसें हमारे कंट्रीब्यूशन से चल रही हैं। तो इस तरीके की चीज़ें सिटीजन्स के पार्टिसिपेशन को और इम्प्रूव करती हैं। चीपर रेट्स हम लोगों को मिल रहे हैं CNG के। मार्केट रेट में जो 94 रुपीज़ का है वो हमें 89 रुपीज़ में मिल रहा है अपनी बसेस के लिए। 100 टन का TPD का जो हाई क्वालिटी वेस्ट मिल रहा है, हाई क्वालिटी कंपोस्ट मिल रहा है। जो CNG प्लांट का कंपोस्ट और सिटी कंपोस्ट में भी डिफरेंस है। जो इनफैक्ट बाग से जो रिप्रेजेंटेशन है वो इसको और बेहतर बता पाएंगे। जो सिटी कंपोस्ट होता है उसमें हमारा सिल्ट और सॉइल का परसेंटेज 8 to 10% रहता है, लेकिन ये बिल्कुल धुला साफ सुथरा कंपोस्ट होता है। तो इसमें सिल्ट और सॉइल का जो कंटेंट है वो बहुत कम हो जाता है बायो CNG प्लांट ना के बराबर होता है। इसीलिए इसका जो ऑर्गेनिक कार्बन है उसका परसेंटेज 8 to 10% बढ़ जाता है, जो कि सॉइल को मॉइस्चर और बाकी सब न्यूट्रिएंट्स को होल्ड करने में बहुत सपोर्ट करता है। तो इस तरीके की जो कंपोस्ट है उसका यूज़ हम लोग आगे करने जा रहे हैं। शिप्रा के किनारे के जितने भी एग्रीकल्चर होता है उसको ऑर्गेनिक कल्टीवेशन में शिफ्ट करने के लिए। इसके अलावा क्योंकि ये प्लांट न सिर्फ हमारे वेस्ट को प्रोसेस कर रहा है बल्कि IMC को 2.5 करोड़ रुपए पर एनम का प्रीमियम भी पे कर रहा है, जीरो लिक्विड डिस्चार्ज है, जितना भी लिक्विड उससे निकलता है प्लांट से उसे हम इसी प्लांट में रिसाइकलिंग के लिए इस्तेमाल करते हैं, बचा हुआ ईटीपी के जरिए और ईटीपी से प्रोसेस करके फाइनली हम लोग इसको भी एज फर्टिलाइज़र इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं। इसका भी फर्टिलाइज़र कंट्रोल ऑर्डर हो चुका है, तो ये भी मार्केट में बेचने के लिए रेडी है। इनफैक्ट अब CO2 का भी जो डिमांड है लोकल इंडस्ट्रीज से, लोकल स्टील इंडस्ट्री से, बेवरेजेस एंड आइस इंडस्ट्रीज से CO2 के भी डिमांड्स प्लेस हो गए हैं, ताकि यहाँ से निकलने वाली जो CO2 है उसको भी ट्रैप करके हम लोग उसका इंडस्ट्रियल यूज़ कर पाएंगे। सो दैट्स इट फ्रॉम माई साइड, थैंक यू।
After hearing this, I nearly forgot that there's more to this session. The next on this thing is absolutely marvelous. I'd like to have your presentation also. This is perhaps the best success story, the Indore model as we call it. And I'm sure each one of us has heard with this intent that it needs to be implemented all over the country. And that is where our dream and aspiration of India making a Swachh Bharat would perhaps be realized if we all go the Indore way. It's as simple as that. Next on this thing is FCO norms of compost quality by, I think next on line is Swapnil Dinka from Vijayawada Municipal Corporation.
You need to use this for your PPT switching, this green button to go forward, red for back. Okay.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, esteemed panelists. And my dear friends, I am Swapnil, Municipal Commissioner Vijayawada, and I am here to present the biomethanization plant which has been running and then revived in Vijayawada Municipal Corporation. Roughly regarding the city background, the main thing to pick up from this slide is the waste generated in Vijayawada Municipal Corporation is 520 tons per day, out of which 50% is the wet waste, out of which 20 tons per day goes to the biomethanization plant, which I will be discussing. Can we have the video, please?
Vijayawada is the second largest city in Andhra Pradesh. It is also one of the fastest growing cities in the country. As the population grows, so does the waste. To manage the waste effectively, the government of Andhra Pradesh is promoting new technologies like community composting, biomethanation and waste to energy to manage waste in the city. This is a biomethanation plant. The plant produces methane gas using vegetable and fruit waste. The first step is to chop up larger vegetables and load them onto a conveyor belt. The conveyor belt carries the material to a shredder. Which further breaks down the food into smaller, more uniform particles. A grinder crushes the mixture into pulp, which is pumped through underground pipes and into two digesters. Methane is produced in those digesters by the biomethanation process. In this way, biomethanation helps the government to make organic waste into clean energy.
Thank you. So, I have been asked to present on planning and execution and the municipal commissioners or the corporation experience regarding the running of a biomethanation plant. So in planning, I would say 4 things are important. One thing is deciding the source of the wet waste, whether segregation at the source is required or the source automatically gives you pure wet waste. Second thing is how the waste is transported from the source to the plant. Third thing would be the operation and maintenance of the plant itself. And then fourth, which is the most important, is what do you do with the output and what are the forward linkages which you have taken up for the output. Towards the execution, what we would do is we have vegetable markets and the fruit markets. So it gives us pure wet waste. So there is no necessity of segregation at source, and this provides us continuous supply of pure wet waste to the biomethanization plant. Second thing is we are having a fleet of primary vehicles, primary transportation vehicles. So Andhra Pradesh government has its own CLAP program, Clean Andhra Pradesh, wherein 225 primary vehicles are collecting the waste from the households as well as from the markets, from the commercials also, and they are transporting it to the biomethanization plant through the fleet of 20 secondary vehicles. The most important thing is regarding the forward linkages. What do we do out of the bio-CNG or the methane which is produced out of the biomethanization plant? We are using it in-house. We are producing electricity, and the electricity also is in turn used to run the sewage treatment plant. So it is a kind of a win-win situation for Vijayawada Municipal Corporation. So as my earlier panelists have already explained what necessarily is biomethanization, it is nothing but an anaerobic digestion, but BARC has also come up with a mix of aerobic and anaerobic digestion which we have to study. What does Vijayawada Municipal Corporation do is the first option, electricity, but we can also use it for heating purpose. We can use the fuel for the vehicles, or it can be also used as a renewable natural gas. Coming on to the manure part, organic fertilizers, which nearly form 10% of the waste which we give to the plant. Second thing is the animal bedding. It can be used for animal bedding. Other products are also there. Irrigation purpose, that is the fertilizers, it can also be used for that. So this is the background of the plant. The plant was very old. It was set up in 2004. It was then handling the with a capacity of 10 tons per day of wet waste. But very recently, the plant was modernized in 2019 for it to cater up to 20 tons per day. Out of this 20 tons per day, 16 tons comes from the vegetable and the fruit waste, and 4 tons comes from our kabela, which is nothing but the slaughterhouse. The cost of revival of the plant was 2.15 crores, and the O&M, that is the operational and maintenance cost for the plant, is 23 lakhs per year. So roughly, whatever I have explained till now. So we are having 3 markets. One is the Purnandana fruit market, the second is the Bhavanipuram, and the third is the Kaleshwarao market. Again, the reason for choosing these markets are, we are getting pure wet waste. Particularly, we are getting the fruit and vegetable waste, which is very high in calorific value when it comes for the biomethanization process. It is transported to the biomethanization plants using the secondary vehicles, and as you can see, there is a secondary vehicle which is dumping the pure wet waste onto the plant. Finally, the plant itself, wherein digesters are shown, wherein the processing takes place. This is how the processing takes place. The entire process is there. The waste is received. The waste usually it comes with the packaging material, which is the jute bag or the plastic bags. It is screened for those residues. It is removed. It is then fed into the shredding system, after which in the agitating system, it is pumped into the digesters, and then finally the power is generated using the power generator, which is then used to run the STP, sewage treatment plant. These are the details of the plant. Roughly, it gives us a power of output of 125 kilowatts ampere, which is giving us a saving of 2,92,500. That is roughly a 3 lakh rupees per month. When it comes to the operational cost, it is costing us 2.11 lakh, which gives us a saving of 81,300. So we are actually generating amount. It is not on a PPP basis. It is purely on a capex model, and the O&M is outsourced to a third party. But still, corporation is gaining 81,300 rupees per month from the plant. More importantly, the energy which is gained off the plant, from the plant, is again used to run an STP, which is again an important part of the liquid waste management system. Roughly, this is what a comparison shows. This is again roughly, this is because it depends upon the city, it depends upon the climate, it depends upon the season of the year. These parameters have been taken. But vermicomposting, it will take us for a 20 tons per day plant. For vermicomposting, it is taking us 10 acres of, it is asking us for 10 acres of land. Usually the time required for the compost to be prepared is 1.5 months, 30 days to 1.5 months. The cost is pretty low, it is 415 rupees per ton. When it comes to windrow composting, it is 8 acres for the same amount of waste, that is 20 tons per day. 30 to 45 days, again the same amount of days are required, but the costing is very high, that is 800 rupees per ton. When it comes to biomethane, it is a mix of both. It is asking for less space. It is, the time required is very, very less, and the processing cost has come down drastically, almost equivalent to the vermicomposting, and that's why in-house, I would say the decentralized biomethane plants are a good way to go, particularly for bigger cities, and in case if you have land in smaller cities, you can particularly take up these biomethane plants. Indirect savings of the plant. The power generator is used for running the Ajit Singh Nagar sewage treatment plant in Vijayawada. The plant itself, the sewage treatment plant itself is 20 MLD STP. For composting, 12 tons of waste, 12 square kilometer area is required, and roughly it is giving us a saving of 600 square meter per ton. The leach outs from the compost would naturally spoil the groundwater, but then since we are going for biomethanization, the leach out is not going into the groundwater, and the groundwater is not polluted because of it. The gases which are produced, that is CH4, normally it would be let out on the air. It is one of the major greenhouse gas, and we are now using this CH4 for production of electricity, or it can be used for any kind of a green, I would say green gas, green production. That is, it can be used in vehicles, or it can be used for manure. Finally, the solid residue, it is used as a manure, and in turn, it is used for the plantation as well as greenery maintained in the municipal corporation parks as well as on the median greenery. So this is all about Vijayawada. I ask you to please come to Vijayawada, see for yourself how the plant is working and how the sewage treatment plant is run using the biomethanization process, using the wet waste which is generated out of the vegetable and the fruit waste as well as the slaughterhouse waste. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. That was. I now invite Professor Saha, J.K. Saha, Dr. J.K. Saha from Indian Institute of Social Sciences to speak on the FCO norms of compost quality. Thank you.
Thank you. Respected chairman of this panel and all the honorable delegates. So I will be presenting this important topic on FCO norms and compost quality. As you know, that ultimately this composts, whatever is being produced through vermicomposting or through biomethanization plant, ultimately it has to be recycled. So they are to be utilized, recycled in the agriculture sector. Okay, so this is an important topic. So actually you see, agriculture is the backbone of this country. And this we have realized during the COVID period, where all the industries were virtually stopped or closed. Then agricultural operations were going on. So this activities sustained our economy to a great extent. And that's why agriculture sector has to be synchronized with this urban sector, particularly with the these activities on waste recycling. And as you know, this in agriculture, particularly the soils are deficient in organic matter. Because organic matter is very important for its livelihood. I mean, all the microorganisms which are operating in the soil, they are recycling, they are supplying, continuously supplying nutrients. For their survival, we need to feed some food. That food comes from this organic matter only. But due to our climatic conditions, the soils are generally deficient in respect of what our expectations of the food productivity. For a higher productivity, we need to maintain a somewhat higher organic carbon in the soil. And that's why these nutrients are made through mainly fertilizers and manures. Rural compost, rural waste is recycled, but that is not sufficient to meet the vast area. Of course, with the waste from the urban sector, definitely will fulfill to some extent, particularly nearby the cities, peri-urban areas. That's why this recycling of urban waste is very important. Now coming to the fertilizer control order. To ensure the adequate availability of the right quantity of fertilizer at right time, at right price to the farmers, fertilizer was declared as essential commodity. Okay, and that's why FCO, Fertilizer Control Order, was promulgated under Section 3 of the Essential Commodities Act 1955 to regulate the trade, price, quality, and distribution of the fertilizers in the country. And this FCO is administered by the Department of Agriculture and Cooperations, the Government of India. And there are, FCO provides the compulsory registrations of the fertilizer manufacturers, importers, dealers, specification of all the fertilizers sold in the country, regulation on fertilizer mixture, packaging and making of the fertilizer bags. So basically its purpose was to regulate the quality of the fertilizer. Fertilizer means inorganic fertilizer. Then Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, in its notification dated 24/3/2006, notified city compost, vermicompost and press mud in the fertilizer control as a organic fertilizer, because it is also providing plant nutrients. So it has been incorporated in the year 2006. Now, I think you have gone through these presentations previous also, that waste generation is going up like anything. We are facing the generation of around 60 to 70 million tons per year now, and it is expected to go more than 300 million ton by 2047. So this handling is very, handling of this such voluminous waste generation is going to be a very tougher task in the coming years. So you have to think, so everybody is here is sitting for this purpose only, how to take care of this. Now compost, mostly city composts are marketed, and it enhances the soil fertility and crop productivity. Okay, and recycling of waste is environmental friendly manner. It reduces land area requirement for the disposal and cleans the environment. Now, what is there in the fertilizer control order? You see, press mud is a different issue, so I am not talking about this because it is a somewhat different matter. But this mostly compost, that is, there has been two types of specification under the fertilizer control order with respect to organic fertilizer. One is city compost, another is vermicompost. vermicompost is mainly intended for the rural, the compost which is generated through vermicomposting. The feedstock is agricultural wastes, okay? But city compost, their feedstock is city wastes. So special provision, special specification has been made for this city compost. There is a minimum requirement of this compost. The compost has to meet the minimum criteria. This is the minimum criteria, it has to be met. There is no talking about the maximum criteria. What are those? Moisture content, odor, particle size, bulk density, total organic carbon content, total nitrogen, total phosphorus, total potassium, CN ratio, pH, conductivity, pathogen, heavy metal contents. These are the criteria, and you can see the side by side the minimum or maximum value that is there. Okay. Now, of course, this has been the specification which has been put forward, that has been revised in the 2009. I will be talking about it later on. Now, the question came before the ministry from the compost manufacturers that we are facing problem of the marketing because our composts are not meeting the FCO norms are too stringent that we are unable to meet that specification. That problem was conveyed to the ministry, and then ultimately it has been come to the ICAR for the revision, what we can do. So we conducted some survey of the compost quality. Our institute conducted some survey around 29 cities, and from 34 manufacturers we have collected, personally we have collected samples, and then we analyzed. And we collected from different types of composting. Some are manufacturing from mixed waste, some are from source separated, segregated waste. All types of compost have been collected. We have surveyed Vijayawada municipality also, and there we have seen that they are preparing compost at ward level. They have reared some cow, so that cow dung is also mixed to hasten that compost at the composting, vermicomposting pit that we have seen. So that type of different composting processes are also there. And we have collected, these are the profiles of that cities. You can see method of composting, what we have been, they have provided the information they have provided that I have mentioned here. They have provided, they are making compost like aerated piles also there, the vermicomposting is there, different types of composting plants are there. Feedstock varied from mixed waste, partially segregated waste, and then segregated waste. So we have categorized into 3 types. So these are the different cities from where we have collected, and that we have collected during 2005-6. It was a quite a long before study. And and the information, I am just summarizing it, that we have seen that compost being produced from the smaller cities are of somewhat better quality in terms of bulk density. More the quality, less will be the bulk density. Light, the compost will be light. And then organic carbon contents are also higher in the smaller cities. Nitrogen content, phosphorus content, not phosphorus, potassium content are higher somewhat in the smaller cities. And the heavy metal contents, heavy metals are the potential threat to the environment. Less is the better. So that we can see that smaller cities are producing compost which contains less heavy metals. And segregation. What is the effect of segregation? That you can see the segregation has improved the compost quality both in terms of plant nutrient contents as well as heavy metal contents. Okay, you can see there is a 68% decrease in the heavy metal contents after segregation. Basically, we have found that no compost meet the FCO norms until and unless the composts are produced from the segregated waste, particularly in terms of heavy metal contents. Okay. And these are the status in terms of the compliance to the FCO norms. That you can see that based on our recommendations, these recommendations actually, we have suggested, we have recommended that these should be the FCO norms basically, so that recycling will be more in that respect. And they have agreed to that, ministry has agreed to that particular contents of the recommendation in terms of content of carbon and plant nutrients like NPK. Okay. But they didn't agree with the terms, in terms of heavy metal contents, because as that content has to be revised in the norms, municipal solid waste management and handling rules. In that rule, formulated by this Ministry of Environment and Forest and Climate Change, so there first that has to be changed, then only it can be incorporated into that fertilizer control order. So that's why this has not been changed. But the content of organic carbon content has been reduced to, earlier it was, the recommendation in terms of carbon was more than 16%. Now it has been revised to 12%. Nitrogen content was 0.5%. Now it has been revised to 0.8%. Phosphorus content was 0.22% and reduced to 0.17%. 83 to 33. And that's why, in that respect, and based on this revision,
Dr. Saha,
recycling,
we'll have to cut down shorten time.
So heavy metal contents were also has been there, and you can see that contents were most of the heavy metal contents were more than beyond the limit, and particularly you can see if a compost does not contain all the heavy metals within the limit, it cannot be permitted. So ultimately, only the source separated segregated wastes are complied with the regulations. So based on these, actually we have suggested that FCO guidelines, there should be a change. Instead of putting this minimum specification, minimum or minimum, there should be a grading system. Because if a grading system is there, higher quality of the composts can be priced at a higher rate, because a lot of efforts are there to make it. And so that's why we have put some grading system also that has been there based on the contents of the organic plant nutrients as well as the weightage of the factors, weightage of that plant nutrients. We have recommended the grading system, and based on that grading system, the lower value compost can be graded to lower levels, A, B, C, D, that is the marketable waste. And on that basis, we can say that grading system should be there. This is the suggestions that we are putting into. And there is another suggestions that heavy metal contents. You see, our heavy metal contents are there in the, you can see the table. Cadmium 550, and you can see the international norms, what is there in the international norms. So there are some contents which can be revised, and we have done some experiments also, and we have come out with that revisions. That's why. So this is my suggestions, that FCO norms are there. It can definitely protect the environment, but it should also encourage the recycling of the compost. So that is important, but there is a scope for some revision in the fertilizer control order. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next on the line is handling biodegradable waste management by Sri Balaji Rao Mali, Executive Engineer in Nasik Municipal Corporation.
Good afternoon all. I am Bajirao Mali, Executive Engineer, Solid Waste Management, Nasik Municipal Corporation. In my presentation, I will shortly cover our city profile, solid waste management, how we are managing solid waste, and mainly biodegradable waste. Nasik city is around 267 square kilometer area. Total road length is about 2200 kilometers. The population as per 2011 census is 14 lakhs and 86,000, and current population is almost more than 20 lakhs. The solid waste generation presently is average 650 metric tons per day. We have in Nasik city 6 administrative divisions and 31 wards. For road cleaning and other cleaning, we have about 2,500 sanitary workers. In our solid waste management, we have door-to-door collection system. For door-to-door collection system, we have almost 270 vehicles with compartment for dry and wet waste. And other than door-to-door collection system, we have separate vehicles for hotel waste, debris and C&D waste, garden waste, marketplaces. All our vehicles are equipped with GPS system and RFID. Each vehicle has been given a specific geofence route so that we can monitor the collection efficiency, and every vehicle shall be approaching to each door. All door-to-door collection vehicles with separate compartment for dry and wet waste. Nasik Municipal Corporation, we have integrated solid waste management plant. In our city, whole waste collected from city is processed and disposed at a single place. At our initially Nasik Municipal Corporation installed a processing plant in 2001. We have total 82 acres of land for that. Initially we have only composting in 2001. After that, day by day, as there is increase in solid waste, so we have augmented capacity, and now the augmented capacity is more than 700 metric tons per day. The present generation is about 650 metric tons. In our integrated solid waste management plan, we are having segregation units, windrows composting system, compost finish and packaging section, RDF section, horticultural waste to briquettes, waste to energy means biomethanation, plastic to granules, litter treatment plant, sanitary landfill, and we have already earlier we are having old legacy waste and landfills covering more than 25 acres of land. We have partially bioremediated the waste and partially capped. In this way, we have completed old waste, legacy waste issue also. In Nasik, biodegradable waste, total waste collected is about 650. Out of that, as per our quantification study, time to time, the biodegradable waste, that is wet waste, is about 55%, and other dry waste inert is about 45%. For biodegradable waste, we are using various methods to treat this waste. We are having windrows composting. For garden and horticultural waste, we are having garden waste to briquettes. Also, we have biomethanation, and also in big gardens, there is a vermicomposting and other. Also, all big bulk waste generators like hotels and big societies, they also have their own facility to process biodegradable waste. At our processing facility, initially when waste comes to the plant, even though it is segregated by people, but the quality of segregation is not so much good. So for proper processing of biodegradable waste and dry waste separately, we are again segregating that waste into dry and waste by help of trommels. After that, the big waste, dry waste is sent to RDF plant, and wet waste is sent to composting plant. In composting plant, we are using mechanical composting, windrow composting, and after a process of 30 to 35 days, good quality compost is produced. The compost produced in city is sold by Nashik Municipal Corporation under Harit brand, which is given by state government. Also, our compost is taken by other chemical fertilizer companies like Zuari, RCF, Coromandel. We have mentioned some figures here. In last 4 years, we have produced and sold the compost and process all wet waste. In 2018-19, almost 13,000 metric ton compost, 19-20, 12,000, 2021, 15,000, and 21-22, almost 15,000 metric ton of compost is produced and sold. Also, in Nashik is a green city. There are huge number of trees, and so we are having also more than 40 tons per day tree cutting and other horticultural waste. So we are managing that horticultural waste by briquetting the same, and same manufactured briquettes are sent to nearby industry. Nashik is also an industrial city, so there is no issue to sell these biobriquettes. Also, we have installed one biomethylation plant with the help of GIZ, where we are having co-processing the hotel waste, food waste from hotels and vegetable markets, plus septage from public and community toilet is co-processed here. And after biomethanation, the produced gas is utilized to produce electricity, which is fed into the MSEDCL grid, and MSEDCL gives us that relaxation in other our STP plant. Also, in Nashik city, most of big hotels and big societies are processing their wet waste at their own places. As per MSW route, it is also compulsory to them to process their waste at their places. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. That brings us to the end of this session, and a very important one in that. इतना कहना चाहूँगा कि हमारे संस्कार में, संस्कृति में जब हम बात करते हैं सफाई की, तो एक स्पेस का जो कॉन्सेप्ट है वो वास्तुशास्त्र के हिसाब से एक लिविंग बीइंग का है, और हम अपने शहरों को एक लिविंग बीइंग के रूप में अगर देखें तो उसमें जो गंदगी या जो भी अव्यवस्थाएं आती हैं वो हमारे शरीर के रूप ही होते हैं। और यूं देखा जाए कि जो हम दैनिक जो सफाई करते हैं शरीर का, तन से, मन से और शरीर को, उस प्रकार से अगर एक सिटी को देखा जाए तो उसमें सही करने की तकनीक का एक बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट रोल होता जा रहा है। मैं इस मंत्रालय में बहुत सालों से जुड़ा हुआ हूँ, यहीं भारत सरकार में था। तो जब स्वच्छ भारत मिशन 1 जब चल रहा था तो उस समय एक बहुत बड़े अभियान के रूप में, एक राष्ट्रीय अभियान के रूप में इसको लिया गया और लोगों ने इसको अंगीकृत किया। बहुत बड़े बड़े आयाम तय किए और हम लोगों ने उपलब्धियां की। धीरे धीरे मुझे ऐसा महसूस हो रहा है कि स्वच्छ भारत अभियान जो है हमारी जीवन शैली में अब आ गया है, और अभियान ना बन के एक रोज में रहने का एक तरीका और एक टेक्नोलॉजी से जुड़ता जा रहा है। पहले जो एक अभियान के रूप में जन जागरण था, वो अब एक रिकॉग्नाइज कॉन्शियस टेक्नोलॉजी आ गया है, और हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि किस प्रकार से कंपोस्टिंग जो कि एक सब्सिडरी एक्टिविटी था, हमारे स्ट्रेटजी का एक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण अंश बन गया है। बायोडिग्रेडेबल वेस्ट को जनरेशन से लेके उसके यूजेस को लेके और जो कहते हैं फ्रॉम गार्बेज टू गोल्ड ग्रेजुअली टर्न कर रहा है। किस प्रकार से म्युनिसिपल कॉरपोरेशंस, एजेंसीज इससे धन कमा रही हैं, लैंड एरियाज बचा रही हैं, लीचिंग को बचा रही हैं, हर नाना प्रकार के बेनिफिट्स कभी गार्बेज से हो सकते हैं, यह इस देश ने करके दिखाया है। मैं महुआ को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद दूंगा कि एक बहुत ही रेलेवेंट टॉपिक पे विद इन द स्वच्छ भारत अभियान में सब लोगों का ज्ञानवर्धन किया। और एज चेयर में जरूर बैठा, बट मुझे लगता है कि आई हैव गेन मोर इन द प्रोसेस। एंड मेहतरी जी ने जो बातें रखी, जो समीर ने बातें रखी, बायोमिथेशन प्लांट्स को चलाने को किस प्रकार से किया जाता है, प्रतिभा पाल ने जिस प्रकार से शेयर किया कि इंदौर सिटी में उन्होंने कैसे इस पूरे चैलेंज को किया और किस प्रकार से सफाई के अलावा एनर्जी मैनेजमेंट, सीएनजी बसेस का यूज़, किस प्रकार से धनराशि इकट्ठा हो रहा है, किस प्रकार से लोग जुड़े हैं, सबको शेयर किया। विजयवाड़ा में वेस्ट को किस प्रकार से यूज़ हो रहा है, नॉट ओनली फॉर बायो सीएनजी बट ऑल्सो विद रिगार्ड टू एनर्जी जनरेशन में, उसके बारे में डिस्कशन हुआ। एफसीओ नॉर्म्स का एक बहुत ही इम्पॉर्टेंट फिगर्स इन्होंने शेयर किए, किस प्रकार से हमारा मैन्योर किस प्रकार से बन रहा है, उसके क्या कंटेंट्स हैं, हाउ डू वी कंपेयर टू द वेस्टर्न स्टैंडर्ड्स एंड व्हाट नीड्स टू बी डन टू improve the quality of the fertilizer that is coming out from it. And lastly, the experience of Bajirao in Nasik, which is also a holy city, and I was surprised to know that there is a plant there which started with about 300 metric tons this thing and has now reached about 720 MT. And it's not only doing one activity, but series of activities from management of plastics to biomethanization to as well as management and segregation of plastic pellets, so on and so forth. So I think that this has been a very good session, and I would not like to stop you from the lunch hour that we've already invested space in. I thank you everyone for a very patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, and esteemed panelists. May I request all of you to come to the center of the stage for a group photograph. I would also like to request Joint Secretary SPM Urban, Ms. Rupa Mishra, to join the group photograph and also give away the mementos. Thank you. We've come to the end of the morning session, but before we break for lunch, there are two important announcements. Firstly, those cities which will be coming up for... I'm so sorry. Those cities which will be coming up for felicitation, both awardees as well as special mention, today at 4 o'clock, kindly come back to the auditorium by 2:20 p.m. so that you can be seated in your proper seats for you to come up on stage and receive your awards. By 2:20 p.m., kindly come back from lunch. 2:30, and we will be reconvening the next session sharp at 2:40 p.m. And just to remind those President's awardees for tomorrow who will be going up on stage to receive awards from the hands of the Honorable President, you will need an RT-PCR test. We have a camp set up next to the gate H. 40 event,
Aurangabad,
which of
Maharashtra.
course is on a very crucial component and a new addition to Swachh Bharat Mission Urban 2.0, which is on used water management. Now, for this purpose, may I request everybody to kindly be seated because the session has already started. Rohit sir, Serish, the session has just started, so let people sit. The last few can be done later after the session. So for this purpose, Mahua has come out with a ready reckoner on municipal used water treatment technologies for medium and small towns. Now the soft copy of this is also available on the Swachhatam portal. And we will also be organizing separate capacity building sessions like we have been doing for states and cities on this topic. For this session, I am happy to request Sri Nikunj Srivastav, Principal Secretary, Madhya Pradesh, to chair the session. Sir, if you can kindly come up on stage and take the chair. It is also my pleasure to request Mr. Mark Tegenfield of USAID to co-chair the session. If you can kindly take your chair. I would like to call on stage the panelists, Professor Absar Ahmed Kazmi of IIT Roorkee, Sri Ashish Sunil Rokade, Karad Municipal Council, Sri B.C. Patel, Chief Engineer, Gujarat Urban Development Mission, Sri Daljit Singh, Chief Engineer, Punjab Water Supply and Sewerage Board, and Mr. Kumar Gaurav and Mr. Santosh Kumar from UP Jal Nigam. A small announcement here because of time constraints. Speakers' presentation time will be now 6 minutes. So after the 5th minute, one of our volunteers will hold up a card with a 1-minute alert sign. So request all of you to kindly stick to the time limit, and of course the chairs will be conducting it. It's my pleasure to hand over the session to the chair and co-chair of the session, sir. And you may also feel free to use that podium. And there is also a microphone which is already on for the use of chairs.
Thank you very much. A very good afternoon to all of you. The last 8 years have seen a radical transformation in the sanitation landscape of both urban and rural India. Our cities today look much cleaner, and streets look also much cleaner. And we have made most of our cities almost 100% open defecation free. There has also been a marked change in the citizens' attitude towards cleanliness. Under SBM 1, there has been huge improvement in solid waste processing and management across all towns. And under Amrit 1, there has been investment in creating sewerage infrastructure in 1 lakh plus towns. Swachhta Sarvekshan has created a healthy competition among cities and made cleanliness an aspirational goal for our political class, for our bureaucrats, and for our citizens. However, there is still a gap in treating wastewater. Large-scale urbanization has led to an increase in sewage discharge, and untreated sewage waste is today one of the major cause of surface water and groundwater pollution, and consequently a very important factor for disease burden of the country. Used water management for towns having a population less than 1 lakh is a newly added component under SBM 2. This indicates government's commitment and priority for a holistic sanitation where all towns across population categories are now eligible for creating infrastructure for used water management. It's very important for all these states and the cities that this opportunity is properly utilized. This requires a vision, and this requires a very strong implementation strategy. Now we are also talking about integrated wastewater management and circular economy, covering the entire value chain of water, so starting from rejuvenation of water bodies to treating wastewater and reusing the treated water. there are challenges. We are all aware that there are challenges in the implementation. And in my personal experience, the biggest challenge is the demand from the public for the wastewater treatment. So the demand for wastewater treatment is not as much as it is for the other municipal services like water, because a citizen gets something. In case of a sewage, when you lay the sewage network, most of us do not appreciate the damage that this untreated wastewater is doing to our rivers, sources of water, and consequently to our health. And the second big challenge is the cost, the capital, and the O&M cost. There cannot be one solution for all towns. We need to look at different approaches, technologies, and experience to find cost-effective solution. I think this is the most important point. This session is going to be very important in that direction. We have few eminent speakers in the session, and the good thing is that speakers are both from academia and the field. I'm sure that learnings from this session would be very helpful for our cities and the states. I think the anchor has mentioned right in the beginning that we are short for time and we have to close this session by 3:50 p.m. So we have about 1 hour. I know our panelists have a lot to share. However, given time constraint, I would request the speakers to keep their presentation limited to 5 to 6 minutes. And as she mentioned that after 5 minutes or over, we'll show a 1-minute warning. I'll request now my co-chair to add a few words to set the context. So let's welcome all these speakers with a big applause. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. I'll keep the comments very short in the interest of time, so I'll just do it from here. On behalf of USAID, I'm very happy to be here. We've been a partner on SPM for quite some time, so very glad to be part of this really important session. I think I'll just add 2 things because Sir covered almost all the points really well. From the USAID standpoint, we really like to talk about systems or a holistic approach when we look at sanitation and used water management. So we need to look at the entire context of a specific area, of a specific town, when trying to come up with solutions, whether it's the environmental factors, whether it's the economics, what types of solutions are going to be appropriate in that situation. So I think we really are strong proponents of that systematic, holistic type of approach. And I think some of that will be coming out in some of these presentations. And then just one more point, if you'll indulge me, as the proud father of 3 girls, women's leadership and empowerment is really important to me and also to USAID. So unfortunately, this panel, which is full of experts, is a little bit gender imbalanced. But I think things are really coming a long way, and we have a very strong and dynamic leader here, Ms. Rupa Mishra. Thank you for your leadership. And I think she and others are showing examples. And going forward, hopefully we can get a lot more women involved in the engineering roles, the technical roles, and the leadership roles in this sector, which I think will be very, very important. So I think with that, I'll stop and we'll get started on the actual presentations. My colleague Saket here will have a sign showing when you have 1 minute left so that we can try to stay on time. So first, we have Professor Absar Ahmad Kazmi speaking about the reuse of treated water and sludge, a policy approach.
Good afternoon. Basically, I change my presentation, reuse of treated water and sludge, technical approach, because we are not the policy makers. But we can give you some technical things, technical inputs to the policy makers so that they can make a policy based on technical inputs. As we know that for technical inputs, we need some time. Generally, we made the policy in very fast, very hasten. And generally, then we made many mistakes. So for first, it should be covered up, like it should be backed by some studies. And by some studies means 90% is failure. If you do pilot studies, if you do any data, if you collect any data, then we should make the policy. Like just I want to discuss just summarize some of our experiences. Revisiting standards and guidelines. Let's say first, we have NGT effluent standards. The main criteria, like whatever NGT suggests and whatever we propose in CPHO manual, some guidelines, because we need high quality effluent, safe discharge, all-purpose non-potable use is a very important aspect because these standards, we just do some kind of modifications, some kind of additional treatment, and we can go for any kind of reuse. And last week, I and Mr. Chaurasia, we discussed many, very detailed about these kind of standards, whether we can put these standards in the smaller cities or not. But with the experiences of Israel, just Chairman also told, I want to say that initially they have the lenient standard, BOD 2030, now they move to 10. And they say, why we don't go for 10 BOD at 10 TSS or 10 nitrogen now itself? So that in future, after 20 years, we have to change, and they learned based on these experiences. And also regarding the cost, we check many tenders, I think 10 to 20% extra cost, therefore we can go for these standards. And also, with these standards, they can use very less amount of chlorine, and we have less pharmaceuticals or less trihalomethane, less carcinogens in the environment. And these are overall, you can consider the health effects also. Therefore, nothing to here. Now we have this guidelines, CPHO guidelines for the reuse. I think this works well. And we have taken these guidelines from many countries based on the experiences. And now we want to really some changes in these guidelines. Just, I want to share some of the experiences. Like we have membrane bioreactors, some technologies, membrane bioreactor. We can get very high quality effluent here. And this is from some very good hotel, and they are reusing the effluent without any problem. Similarly, we have another membrane bioreactor in Bangalore. This is in Bangalore, one in Akshardham. And we are using this effluent without any problem anywhere. But the cost of this membrane bioreactor is about twice or thrice, and also operation cost also twice and thrice. We can have SBR, like in my campus, we have SBR. We are reusing the effluent. This is the effluent. And we have chlorination as well as UV, and we are using it for the campus. And the quality is very good, but it is very high, very strict monitoring we are using this kind of effluent. We have one other case. We have on-site wastewater treatment system, JOCASO. Now we have signed, our government have signed with the MOU with the government of Japan, Memorandum of Cooperation. And there they are using in the governor house, and here also they are using this effluent. And here we should go a little bit more in depth, whether the farmers or whether the Mali is accepting that quality, whether we are facing any problem with the high chlorine dose. So more studies are needed for reuse. That's my target. And this is also the effluent quality we check in one city. I don't want to disclose the name of the city. And here we are failing almost all the parameters for the reuse. Therefore, we have to relook all the schemes, and we have to monitor, we have to bring this kind of data. And then we have to check that what are the problems we are facing. And then we have to take the interview of the users, and then we can revisit the guidelines. Like for membrane bioreactor and the tertiary treatment, like UF are good for the landscaping and horticulture, well established. But for others, we require at least sand filter, cloth filter with very strict quality control, and we require additional studies because we don't have any data. Therefore, we have to revisit these guidelines. This is just, I want to summarize. Similarly, like cooling water, thermal power plant, and this is in Mahagenco. They are using Nagpur treated wastewater for the cooling. This is the BOD we monitored, but we don't know what's going on in the Mahagenco, whether we are getting 3 BOD, whether they are going for any kind of treatment. Therefore, more data needed from these power plants also. This is one of the power plant in Delhi, and here in the power plant, after treatment also they require again treatment, clariflocculator and reverse osmosis for boiler feed and for maybe UF for the cooling tower. Therefore, we should need this data, what kind of quality we need. Then we have to revisit our policies for the reuse. Now, for toilet flushing, like I think for last 15 years, many cities are using toilet flushing. It's miserably failed. Nobody wants to use this water for toilet flushing. We have a very good example of Surat. I think everybody has seen. They use UF and RO. So for this toilet flushing, vehicle exterior washing, like in Chandigarh, nobody is using. And for industrial process, we require reverse osmosis. Therefore, we have to revisit also. And our examples, we have a very good examples of Surat and CPCL Chennai. Indirect potable reuse. Now in Bangalore, they are using indirect potable use. And they are putting the treated water into the lake, and they are withdrawing the water for that potable use. I think for that potable use for the lake, in order to discharge, we require additional treatment like UV or advanced oxidation process for managing the water for indirect potable reuse. And these pilot studies, as I told you many times, many studies are required. Maybe we can give studies for this evaluation of some scheme, and so that if we can get the data, real data, then we can go ahead with these kind of schemes. So finally, I can say that modification of existing guidelines, like for horticulture, we require MBR, is okay, well established. As far as my experience is concerned, we require ultrafiltration, or other STP, we require filtration. For cooling water, we require more studies, therefore. And for industrial and toilet flushing, car washing, we require reverse osmosis. I think ultrafiltration doesn't work, and membrane other filtration. And for indirect potable reuse, we require advanced oxidation process. And this is, I think this is the need of the hour, because in Cape Town, in South Africa, many places for indirect reuse, they, after reverse osmosis for the pharmaceutical, they put this advanced oxidation processes. Therefore, more studies, yes. Therefore, for this, we got one project from the NMCG, Namami Gange, and we are monitoring the sludge, mainly in Ganga Basin, also some plants outside the Ganga Basin, and we want to check the quality, what is the quality of the sludge. Therefore, we started monitoring for last 1 year, and we measure this moisture content and different parameters of the sludge. You can see odor. We don't find any kind of odor in the sludge treatment system. Therefore, this is a little bit different. We don't find any kind of odor. This is the total organic carbon is very high. So almost it's having all the nitrogen is very high. Potassium phosphate is very high, more than 0.4%. And we have potassium is less. Therefore, this sludge cannot be used as a potash fertilizer. We have to add the potash in the sludge. Therefore, these are some parameters which we measured. Lead, you can see lead maybe 10 or 20% is exceed. Now heavy metal. Heavy metal is the biggest problem for this sludge. Heavy metals, we monitored about 80% of our sludge satisfy the FCO standard, and 90% satisfy the US class EPA standard. Therefore, we can use the sludge, we can add, we can blend the sludge, and we can go ahead with the reuse. Just calorific value, this is one of the biggest problems. Calorific value varies from 1,000 to 3,000, much variable. Therefore, we have to go a little bit in depth. Fecal coliform satisfying class B standards. Just I want to say in these things, our sludge is already class B, fecal coliform less than 2 × 10⁶, and more than 80% of the STP sludge heavy metal limits of FCO, therefore nothing to worry. 90% class A, therefore, but fails to satisfy the pathogen criteria. Therefore, we have to go a little bit more to composting or drying, then we can satisfy the pathogen criteria. Then we have to go for the full-scale technologies for achieving class A biosolids. This is the inference. And these are some STP sludge used like we are using. Here we are blending our sludge, like this is IIT Roorkee example I'm giving you. Here we are blending the sludge with cow manure, 40% cow manure, 40% sludge, 20% local soil, and you can see we are using almost all the sludge. So we have a big competition with the solid waste compost for the sludge regarding cow manure, and we don't have any much studies on the toxicity, and we can blend it. And free transport, this is now final conclusion regarding that we have discussed, free transport of stabilized sludge to the farmland for the STP. Otherwise, nobody is going to use this sludge. This is just our experiences, and now we can be ready for any kind of questions after the session.
Thank you for a wonderful presentation and a wonderful technical presentation. Given the constraint of time, instead of opening the questions for the audience, I have got a question for you. And I have learned that you recently visited Israel.
Yes.
So, and I'm told that Israel reuses its wastewater almost to the extent of 85%, which is a big achievement, and we are far from that. So, any learnings that you would like to share with the audience?
Basically, Israel, because the topography is almost different, they are in the desert. And if you can say, like in the Jodhpur wastewater treatment plant, if somebody is using 100% of the wastewater while reaching to the, they are taking the even untreated wastewater. So we have these kind of examples. But the thing is that Israel, they have the very lenient standard for agriculture reuse, and now they make it much strict than even our standards. So this we learned because they say not only agriculture use, but environment and other things also, pharmaceuticals, low chlorine, low trihalomethane in the environment. Therefore, they made their standard very strict. This is one of the things. And Israel, they have a centralized treatment system. Like now Indore, you have a very big plant. For 245 MLD. They are also for 400 MLD. Then they have a big centralized system, tertiary treatment, and they plant accordingly. And they require the water, I think, almost all the year round. And we require water for only 6 or 7 months. Therefore, we have to be, we can get some of the experiences, but we cannot copy it because the climatic conditions are almost different. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm sure that there must be some government regulation also, which would have resulted in this high reuse of the water. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So now let's move on to the second presentation. I would like to ask Shri Ashish Sunil Rokade from Karad Municipal Council to present. Thank you.
This would be for your PPT management, just this for forward and this for that.
Good afternoon, everyone. मैं सबसे पहले धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा स्वच्छ भारत मिशन अर्बन को क्योंकि आपने हमें हमारा एक्सपीरियंस शेयर करने का मौका दिया। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल हम लोग देखते हैं रीयूज़ और रिसाइकल हम लोग ट्रीटेड वेस्ट वाटर कराड़ में कैसे करते हैं। सबसे पहले बेसिक इन्फॉर्मेशन, हमारा कराड़ म्यूनसिपल काउंसिल इस्टेब्लिश हुआ था 1855 में, विच इज़ द ओल्डेस्ट वन। कराड़ ने स्वच्छ सर्वेक्षण 2019-2020 में फर्स्ट रैंक अचीव किया, ऑल ओवर इंडिया रैंकिंग फर्स्ट, एंड 2021 में वेस्ट डिवीजन में फर्स्ट रैंक हुआ। हमारे यहाँ पे 72 किलोमीटर्स की ओवरऑल ड्रेनेज लाइन है और 10.5 MLD हमारा डेली वाटर सप्लाई है। 100% public toilets and 100% household, commercial and institutional establishments are connected to sewer. ये हमारे certificates। उसके बाद हमारा ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट जो है सीवेज ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट फरवरी 2018 में स्टार्ट हुआ। कैपेसिटी 12.5 MLD है। डेली कलेक्शन हम लोग 9 MLD करते हैं। 100% कलेक्शन है। ट्रीटमेंट टेक्नोलॉजी है MMBR, मूविंग मीडिया बायोरिएक्टर। फर्स्ट ट्रीटमेंट हम लोग करते हैं स्क्रीनिंग का, सेकंड करते हैं MMBR जो कि बायोलॉजिकल ट्रीटमेंट है, थर्ड है क्लोरिनेशन एंड सैंड कार्बन फिल्टर। ये हमारे STP के कुछ फोटोग्राफ्स हैं। उसके बाद हम लोग आते हैं प्लानिंग पे। ये जो ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट है वो 1970s में हमारे विजनरी लीडर आदरणीय PD पाटिल सर, उन्होंने लैंड एक्विजिशन किया था उसके लिए 70s में, और उसके बाद वो स्ट्रेट 42 इयर्स मेयर थे कराड़ म्यूनसिपल काउंसिल के। सो उनका विजन ये था कि 100% जो वेस्ट वाटर है उसको ट्रीट करना है और रीयूज़ करना है, जो कि 1972 से 2019 तक हम लोग ऑक्सीडेशन पॉन्ड टेक्नोलॉजी यूज़ करते थे। उसके बाद हमने स्टार्ट किया STP का 2014 में कंस्ट्रक्शन और कमीशन हुआ 10 फरवरी 2018। टारगेट हमने अचीव किया है 2019 में। अब इसके लिए हमें जो डिफ़िकल्टीज़ आई थी वो थी पहले तो लैंड अरेंजमेंट। 1970s में भी लैंड अरेंजमेंट के लिए डिफ़िकल्टी थी जो आज भी है। उसके बाद था सिलेक्शन ऑफ ट्रीटमेंट टेक्नोलॉजी, स्किल्ड मैन पावर, कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग ऑफ एम्प्लॉयज़ एंड मेंटेनेंस ऑफ मशीनरी। जो मोस्ट डिफ़िकल्ट एरिया है वो है लैंड अरेंजमेंट एंड मेंटेनेंस ऑफ मशीनरी। अभी ऑपरेशन एंड मेंटेनेंस का जो कैलकुलेशन रहता है उसमें हमारा ऑपरेशन कॉस्ट लगभग आता है 64 lakhs एनुअली। जो वेस्ट वाटर मैनेजमेंट का है टोटल कॉस्ट आता है 1,37 lakhs। वो कैटर करने के लिए हमने ड्रेनेज टैक्स इंट्रोड्यूस किया हुआ है जो कि 8% है ओवरऑल प्रॉपर्टी टैक्स का। सेकेंडरी हमें मिलता है सेल ऑफ ट्रीटेड वाटर से, जो कि कोऑपरेटिव वाटर सप्लाई एजेंसी को फॉर एग्रीकल्चर पर्पस हम लोग सेल करते हैं, वो एनुअली 8,000 है और वो 1974 से एग्रीमेंट है जो कि अभी तक रनिंग में है। सो अगर आप कैलकुलेशन देखें तो हमारा टोटल टैक्स डिमांड है 2 करोड़ 20 lakhs and expenditure है 1 crore 37 lakhs. So we can say that this revenue model is sustainable. ये CA सर्टिफिकेट भी हमने जनरेट किया हुआ है। अब आते हैं मेन टॉपिक जो रीयूज एंड रिसाइकल। हम लोग क्योंकि शुगर क्रॉप एरिया से आते हैं तो हमारा जो फ्लड इरिगेशन ज़्यादा होता है हमारे यहाँ पे, तो उसके लिए हमने जो टाइप किया हुआ है कोऑपरेटिव वाटर सप्लाई एजेंसी से, ज़्यादातर वाटर हमारा वो लोग कंज्यूम कर लेते हैं। उसके बाद हम लोग गार्डन्स, नर्सरी, मियावाकी प्लांटेशन और रोड साइड प्लांटेशन के लिए ये वाटर यूज़ करते हैं। गार्बेज व्हीकल भी हम लोग इसी वाटर से क्लीन करते हैं। डिवाइडर्स, फुटपाथ्स वो भी। और दूसरा एक मेन यूज़ हमारा ये रहता है कि जब हम स्वीपिंग करते हैं डे और नाइट, उस टाइम पे स्प्रिंकल करने के लिए हम लोग ये वाटर यूज़ करते हैं, क्योंकि जो डस्ट का इशू आता है वो इससे रिड्यूस हो जाता है। उसके बाद कम्युनिटी ऑफ पब्लिक टॉयलेट्स और फाउंटेन्स और कंस्ट्रक्शन साइट के क्यूरिंग के लिए भी हम लोग ये वाटर यूज़ कर रहे हैं। ये कुछ पिक्टोरियल एविडेंसेस है उसके लिए। ये जैसे फ्लड इरिगेशन हो गया, यहाँ पे प्लांटेशन के लिए हो गया। ये गार्बेज व्हीकल हम लोग वॉश कर रहे हैं उस पानी से। यहाँ पे टॉयलेट क्लीनिंग के लिए हम लोग वही सेम वाटर रीयूज़ कर रहे हैं। डिवाइडर वॉशिंग के लिए और ये जो डस्ट रिड्यूस करने के लिए बिफोर स्वीपिंग। यहाँ पे सेम हमने फाउंटेन्स में यूज़ किया हुआ है और ये कंस्ट्रक्शन साइट्स के लिए। नेक्स्ट हम लोग अभी हमारे यहाँ पे 3 स्टेजेस में ट्रीटमेंट हो रहा है। Next, we are planning to add one more stage which is of RO membrane. So, this is all. Thank you.
आशीष, अभी आप रहिए, बहुत ही बढ़िया प्रेजेंटेशन है और मुझे लगता है कि बहुत इंस्पायरिंग भी है। और मुझे आपकी तो ये जो इतने छोटे शहर की इस उपलब्धि को देख करके ये लग रहा है कि मध्य प्रदेश में तो हम लोग जरूर प्रयास करेंगे कि हमारे छोटे शहर, कई शहर जा कर के आपसे सीखें, और मुझे लगता है कि अन्य राज्य भी इससे सीखना चाहेंगे। बट मुझे एक चीज़ बताइए कि आपने तो वेस्ट वाटर से पैसा कमाना शुरू कर दिया। यहाँ हम लोग बात कर रहे थे कि O&M कॉस्ट बहुत बड़ी चैलेंज है। आपका खर्चा 1 करोड़ 37 लाख आता है और आप 2 करोड़ 20 लाख रुपए इससे कमा रहे हैं, कैसे संभव हुआ?
सर, इसके लिए हमने बेसिकली क्या किया, पहले तो अगर हम लोग मॉडल देखें तो ड्रेनेज टैक्स हमने अलग से ऐड किया हुआ है, जो कि प्रॉपर्टी टैक्स का 8% है। तो वो जो इनकम हो रहा है वो शायद से मुझे लगता है कि बाकी के जगहों पे नहीं रहेगा।
मुझे लगता है ये पॉइंट सभी शहरों और सभी राज्यों के लिए सीखने के लिए कि किस तरीके से हम अपने O&M को रिकवर करने के लिए कुछ नियम ऐसे बनाएं कि जब तक ये O&M कॉस्ट रिकवर नहीं होगी, कैपिटल तो मिल जाएगा बट O&M के लिए जरूर हमें यूजर से पैसा चाहिए। वैसे तो बहुत सारी चीजें पूछने के लिए हैं, पर अब समय को देखते हुए मैं आपसे नहीं पूछ रहा हूँ, नहीं तो मैं आपसे जानना चाह रहा हूँ आप 100% रीयूज कैसे कर रहे हैं और कैसे?
क्योंकि सर हमारा एरिया जो है वो शुगर क्रॉप का ज्यादा प्रोडक्शन है, तो शुगर क्रॉप में फ्लड इरिगेशन ज्यादा होता है।
थैंक यू आशीष, थैंक यू सो मच, बहुत बढ़िया प्रेजेंटेशन, थैंक यू।
So now I would like to invite Shri B.C. Patel, Chief Engineer, Gujarat Urban Development Mission, to provide a presentation.
This is for the presentation. Just click this to move ahead with your slide. Yeah, and this is in case if you want to go back. Yeah.
Respected Chairman of the session, dignitaries on the dais, participants and media, namaskar to everyone. I am highly thankful to organizers of this event, MOHUA, for giving us opportunity to discuss management of used water in smaller towns. These are the main contents. I will go speedy. Water is the most important natural resources required to sustain all life forms on the earth. Availability of water is undisputably one of the most critical components for sustaining all economic activities and growth. Gujarat has limited availability of natural water resources due to its geographical location and adverse climatic conditions. The availability of water is also constrained by imbalance in intrastate distribution. Out of 185 rivers, 8 perennial rivers are located in southern part of the state. 69% of the state surface water concentrated in central and southern Gujarat. So 3/4 of the state has 31% resources. Thus, Gujarat has high portion of water stress area due to arid, semi-arid and saline conditions. So, classification of small towns based on the population. Small towns, medium towns, large city, metropolitan city and metropolitan cities. So, ULB is classified in Gujarat state. There are total 8 municipal corporations, 22 class A towns, 30 class B towns, 60 class C and class D 44. Total 165 ULBs. Total number of ULBs for small towns in Gujarat are 104 and total population is 28.49 lakhs. So need for wastewater use policy, so lack of interdepartment coordination, high stress on existing water resources, reduce the pollution of surface and groundwater, bridge the existing gap of water demand within the city, increase the use of treated wastewater for economic activities. Treated wastewater based on the principle of cost recovery will generate a new revenue stream for ULBs, lack of interdepartment coordinations. Policy for reuse of treated wastewater, Gujarat 2018, vision to maximize collection and treatment of sewage, reusing the treated wastewater sustainably, reduce dependency on fresh water, promote treated water as an economic resources. Objectives: to reach minimum 80% coverage and collection of sewage in all municipal towns, to reach a level of 100% treatment of collected sewage as per the prescribed standards, to reuse at least 25% of total freshwater consumptions from treated wastewater within the time limit, to reuse 70% of treated wastewater by 2025 and 100% by 2030. Existing systems in local body. So depending upon the situation, both UGD collection system and STP exist. Maximum duration for implementation of reuse of water treatment is 1 year. When UGD collection system exists but STP is not available, 6 months from the date of start of operation of STP. No UGD collection system or STP facility exists, 4 years. Existing scenario in Gujarat. So as on now, total 5,013 MLD sewage is generated, against which 4,238 STP capacity is available. So there is a gap of 15.5%, that is 775 MLD. Actual STP utilization is 3,222 MLD. And there is a gap of 4,217 for quantity of water reused. So there are total 104 operational STPs having capacity of 4,238 MLD. Under trial 22 numbers having capacity of 4,053. Non-operational 1 having capacity of 20 MLD. Under construction 102 STPs having capacity of 1076 MLD. Proposed 22 STPs having capacity of 7,001 MLD. Reuse of treated wastewater in Gujarat, existing reuse of treated wastewater in upcoming projects in Gujarat. So municipal corporations, total treated wastewater reuse started 773 MLD, and in 23 municipalities, treated wastewater is 6.5 MLD, total 796. Treated wastewater use is 108.5 MLD. Looking to the time constraint, I will directly come to case study. Use water management, citizen perceptions. Yes, sir. Sir, okay, sir. Yeah. So we are having reuse of treated wastewater in Anjar and Gandhinagar ULBs. So here I would like to say something about operation and maintenance. So state government is providing special assistance for efficient operation of these sewage treatment plants. So for the first year, state government is giving 90% of operation cost to the ULBs and 10% is borne by the ULBs. For second year, 75% of the total expenditure. For third year, it is 50%. For fourth year, it is 25%. And for the fifth year, ULB has to borne the entire amount. And per household connection, 7,000 is being given as special assistant. Now case study, Anjar and Gandhidham ULBs are located adjacent to each other in Dronport, Kutch district of Gujarat. Welspun India Limited, global leader of home textile, has commissioned a 40 MLD STP latest wastewater treatment technology to reuse the urban sewage water generated by Anjar and Gandhidham ULB as a high quality clean water for industrial use. The facility has also provided relief to the local farming community, as the fresh water from the Narmada river is now utilized for agriculture purpose. Earlier this year, Welspun India has received the first rank under best industry category at National Water Award by the Union Ministry of Jal Shakti for its water stewardship and state-of-the-art STP. So Gandhidham municipality is having treated wastewater to the tune of 20 MLD, and Anjar municipality is 3 MLD. User Welspun Limited is lifting raw sewage from pumping station at Gandhidham. This is a schematic diagrams. Oxidation pond in Anjar. Welspun Limited pays rupees 0.424 per kiloliter to the ULBs based on quantity lifted. Approximately revenue per annum, Gandhidham rupees 24 lakhs and Anjar rupees 6.5 lakhs. This helped Welspun to achieve zero freshwater usage of industrial applications at its manufacturing unit in Anjar while mitigating the environment and community health impact of the pollution caused by the discharge of untreated urban sewage into sea. These are the case study site visit pictures. Thank you.
थैंक यू पटेल साहब, आपने सबसे अच्छी बात यह है कि गुजरात ने पूरी अपनी कार्य योजना बना ली है। मैं देख रहा हूँ कि किस तरीके से पूरा उनको ड्यू कोर्स में सीवरेज नेटवर्क और सीवरेज ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट बनाना है। बट एक चीज़ बहुत अच्छी लगी जो आपने केस स्टडी प्रेजेंट की। इस केस स्टडी में वेलस्पन ने जो मेरी समझ में आया कि अपनी लागत पे ही आपका एसटीपी प्लांट भी लगाया और दोनों शहरों को रेवेन्यू भी मिल रहा है। तो ये कैसे संभव हो पाया? यदि ये हुआ है तो निश्चित रूप से जो इंडस्ट्रियल टाउन्स हैं उनके लिए बड़ा रेप्लिकेबल मॉडल है। ये क्या सीएसआर एक्टिविटी तो नहीं है वेलस्पन की कि उनको ये क्या प्योर ये कमर्शियल डिसीजन है कि इस पे कुछ आप बताना चाहेंगे क्या?
They are having the shortage of waters. Yes, therefore they are lifting the water from the well base and treating themselves.
नहीं रूपा, आप इसको सर्कुलेट कर सकती हैं। ये तो मुझे लगता है कि बहुत सारे हमारे शहर ऐसे हैं राज्यों में जो कि इंडस्ट्रियल टाउन्स हैं, तो ये तो जो वेस्ट टू वेल जैसे सॉलिड वेस्ट में हुआ है वैसे यहाँ भी क्रिएट हो सकता है।
Thank you. Now I would like to welcome Shri Daljit Singh, Chief Engineer, Punjab Water Supply and Sewerage Board.
Good afternoon, everybody sitting on the dais and off the dais. My presentation has been restricted up to 5 to 6 minutes, so I will talk only on the slides and contents thereon. I am Daljit Singh, Engineer-in-Chief, Water Supply and Sewerage Board, Punjab. Our organization is a mandate of our organization is total water supply and sewerage facilities in the urban cities of the Punjab. I have 5 parts of my presentation. First of all, what is the vision, challenges, action plan and strategies, outcome, future, roadmap. And vision, if I talk about the vision, our vision is to upgrade the quality of life and overall hygiene condition of the people of the Punjab, and improvement of the natural environment, including saving and natural resources water, ultimately saving the money and overall economic development. To avoid the pollution in the rivers due to the increase in the quantum of the discharge of the wastewater or untreated sewage. I want to let know my colleagues and all the interested people that till date we have provided 81% population access to the sewerage system in the state, urban population, and 90% population is having access to the piped water supply. Out of the total sewage generation, we are treating 68%. We have to meet challenges and such things to do these works. First of all is the arrangement of funds, because it is generally observed that people want, in our Punjab, people want that sewer may be laid in their town, in their street, in their mohalla, but nobody is interested in treating the sewage. Nobody is ready to spend a penny on the treatment of sewage wastewater. And similarly, for installing the STPs, the land constraint is there. Everybody near to the city is avoiding that no STP may be installed in their near vicinity, because the total value of the land is go down and no locality can be set up there and prices of the land will go down. These both are the major challenges. Besides that, this is a specialized job. Procurement of tenders is also one of the most difficult challenge, because this is not a simple civil work. It is actually a specialized job, and you have to establish the standards for those contractors to make them eligible so that they may able and successfully complete your work. Similarly, timely completion of work is also there. And lastly, the sustainable working conditions is also a need of the hour. Our action plan and our strategies. For use of the treated water, we prepared a treated water use policy in 2017, and which is in exercise as on today also, and we are doing very well work on this. Similarly, we have fixed the specification for the construction of these STPs and sewerage work, standard specifications, so that good quality work may be there. Otherwise, it is not easy to dig the roads after 5 or 2 years again. And similarly, we have defined our works of a sewage system with color coding in Punjab. We have a different color code for all the structures in the sewage system. To let you know, we have adopted a pista color for the buildings and dark green color for the projected part of those buildings. Otherwise, most of the work of the sewerage is underground. Similarly, we have also standardized the criteria for the participation in the tender work. Not even a general contractor cannot participate in our tender. We have fixed eligibility criteria, and only those people who are past performance is good, those are allowed to participate in our tender, so that they may give the good result to us. Besides that, we have provided real-time monitoring system on our ongoing running STPs. CCTV cameras are there, and you can see at any time, any STP, whether it is running, how it is running, people are there or not. Otherwise, besides that, OCEMS are also installed their online monitoring system, which gives you the result at your office, and at anywhere you can see that result. Periodic checking of the works by our technical team is also there. This is our position of the sewerage system in the Punjab. We have 54 towns who have more than 90% approach to the public sewerage system. And 70 to 90%, there are 40 towns, 50 to 70, there are 24 towns, and less than 50, there are 10 towns. And 38 towns are such where no sewage is there. These towns are those which have been recently, in last year or two, has become the municipalities. Previously, these were the villages. Status of STPs in the Punjab. There are 166 urban towns in the state, and where the 2128 MLD wastewater is generated. To treat it, 217 STPs are required. We have, till date, we have constructed 112 STPs of 1711 MLD capacity, and 47 STPs of 598 MLD capacity are under construction. Only 58 STPs of merely 160 MLD, which is 7% of the total generation, are yet to be under planning. Technology-wise, our achievement is We have 58 STPs on SBR technology and having 856 MLD capacity, 24 on MBBR 140, 5 MLD capacity, 6 USB, 453 MLD capacity, and 5 on ASP technology having 208 MLD capacity, 19 on WSP having 49 STP capacity. Out of the total treated water, we have constructed 75 number of projects to use the irrigated treated water for the irrigation purposes. The quantum of that water is about 305 MLD, and the work is going on these projects. And with this water, we are irrigating 8,326 hectare land, agricultural land for irrigation. Our future roadmap is 100% coverage of the sewerage network, 100% collection efficiency of the sewerage network, 100% adequacy of the sewage treatment capacity, 30% reuse and recycling of the sewage, 80% efficiency in collection of sewage, used water charges, 100% access to the toilets. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Daljit ji. A very, very good presentation. And your coverage of 81% is really impressive. I think you match the almost European or standards of a developed country. I have one question. Do you have a state scheme? I have two questions rather. First is, do you have a state scheme to support sewerage networks and sewage treatment plant first? Second, अब आपके यहाँ तो यूजर चार्जेस लेने की व्यवस्था है नहीं, अब इसको आगे संचालित कैसे करेंगे?
सर, यहाँ तक स्टेट का सवाल है, स्टेट ने तो हमें 2015 में एक स्कीम लाई थी अर्बन मिशन के नाम से। वहाँ तब हमारे 138 सिटीज़ थे और टोटल 100% कवरेज हमने सिटीज़ की सीवरेज की उसमें ली थी, सीवरेज वाटर सप्लाई स्टेट के फंड से। और दूसरा जो आप ऑपरेशन एंड मेंटेनेंस के फंड्स की बात करते हैं, वो तो दिक्कत है, वो अदरवाइज भी वो लोग दे के राजी नहीं है। कोई सरकारें आती हैं, कभी फ्री कर देती हैं, कभी माफ़ कर देती हैं, उसकी दिक्कत तो है, अभी हम जूझ रहे हैं उससे। थैंक यू।
बड़ी चुनौती होगा। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
So moving on to our final presentation, I would like to invite Shri Kumar Gaurav from the famous Kumbh Mela town of Prayagraj to provide the final presentation.
This is the next slide.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Chairman, sir, dignitaries and dais, and mentor of our Prayagraj Nagar Nigam Principal Secretary, Urban Development, sir, Director, ma'am, all senior officers, delegates and participants, a very good afternoon to you all. Sir, today I am going to present use of treated water in Prayagraj district. Sir, presently, sir, we are supplying 400 MLD water in the city. As per that, sewer generation is around 320 MLD. At present, we have 7 STPs in running, having 268 MLD capacity. 3 STPs are under construction, that is 72 MLD, which will be completed by December 2022. Sir, at present, we are using 25 to 30 MLD water for different purposes like irrigation, road washing, roadside gardening, etc. Sir, we are also using this water for our sewer jetting machines tanks. Here is the map of Prayagraj district for sewer network. Sir, 7 existing STPs and 3 number of STPs under construction are shown in this figure. Photographs of Naini STP, Salori STP, Rajapur and Numaya Dahi. Sir, here is the photographs of treated water which is used for agriculture purposes, sir. This is from Naini STP, which is based on bioreactor, sir. Sir, photographs of filling of our sprinkling vehicles and jetting machines. Roadside cleaning is here, sir. So this is the flow and KPI data of different STPs which is functioning in Prayagraj. Sir, we are using a number of technology for these STPs. Out of these, sir, we are using FAV technology for Salori STP, ASP for Naini STP, bioreactor in Kodara, Panghat and Numaya Dahi STP. In Rajapur STP, we are using UASB technology, sir. In Salori, we are also having a 40 MLD STP, which is on SBR. These are the results of in April months, which are under the norms of the NGT, sir. Sir, in future, we are planning to use our STP treated water for industrial purposes. Sir, 55 MLD treated, tertiary treated water to be used for Bara thermal power plant, 80 MLD treated water to be used for NTPC plant, and Jal Nigam is planning for 20 MLD use for irrigation needs, sir. Sir, this product is, so we are planning for this 55 MLD tertiary treated facility at Naini STP for Bara thermal power plant. Details are shown in the figure, sir. And for this, studies are going on, sir. Second, sir, for NTPC plant, we are also, sir, planning to make a tertiary treatment facility as at Naini for to deliver 80 MLD water to NTPC plant, sir. For irrigation purposes, sir, agricultural needs 50 MLD Numaya Dahi STP is made, sir. After commissioning, this project will cover 180 MLD water for reusing in industrial and irrigation purposes. So this is the diagram for channels which is to be made for irrigation needs. Sir, here we see the carbon footprints as we are using green initiatives also in our STPs which are functioning. This is the diagram of our biogas engine, 1 megawatt. This is the 3 megawatt solar module which we are using in different STPs, sir. Sir, we are also doing some R&D at our Salori 40 MLD STP for sludge disposal management. We are trying to make bricks from this. And this is, sir, we under R&D stage. Sir, benefits, it will, sludge disposal will be avoided. It will reduce land footprints, reduce groundwater pollution and reduce odor fall. It will also help us for revenue generation. Thank you, sir.
थैंक यू वेरी मच गौरव.
थैंक यू सर.
कोई प्रश्न नहीं आपके लिए, जस्ट एक ऑब्जर्वेशन है कि प्रयागराज कुंभ मेले का शहर है, बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण शहर है और बहुत अच्छा काम हुआ है, स्पेशली जो आपके यहाँ रीयूज. और मुझे जो एक बहुत अच्छी बात नजर आई कि जो ग्रीन इनिशिएटिव के लिए जो आपने काम किया है,
सर
दैट इज वेरी इंप्रेसिव.
थैंक यू सर.
बहुत बढ़िया. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
So now I'm here for the closing remarks. So first of all, I would like to thank all the speakers and Joint Secretary Mahua, all delegates. I'll thank the speakers for their excellent presentations and the audience for patiently hearing. And I'm really sorry that given the constraint of the time, I deprived them of asking the questions. And और personally, मेरा बहुत ज्ञानवर्धन हुआ है. मुझे अफसोस इस बात का है कि ये ज्ञानवर्धन तब हुआ है जबकि मैं अपने मध्य प्रदेश में अब अर्बन सेक्टर से बाहर निकल गया हूँ. And to sum up, we can say that there is no escape from treating wastewater. And there were so many important points, I think, that we have learned today from these presentations. First is that we are releasing both gray and black water in our drains. So we have to focus on, smaller towns cannot say that they do not need treatment of the sewage. And I also understand that the cost of sewage treatment plants is so high that it's not possible for all smaller towns to actually have a sewage network and STPs. So we have to we have to look at new technologies, new approaches, and I think we need to intercept nalas and treat them through sewage treatment plant. We cannot solely depend on FSTPs. We need to create awareness on designs of our septic tank because that is going to continue to remain an important part. We need to have soak pits, and we need to have adequate capacity of our septic tank so that they are not required to be frequently desludged, and then we can have arrangements for need-based desludging. Third is that we have to look at the long term. So our STPs that we are creating today to intercept these nalas should be so designed that in future when we have sufficient resources, we are able to integrate this STP with the sewerage network. My fourth point is that considering the capital and O&M cost of the mechanized treatment plants, I don't think it's possible for all towns to adopt mechanized treatment infrastructure and the sewerage network. So we need to look at alternative technologies, nature-based technologies. These have lower capital cost and lower O&M cost also. We need to converge our resources. So like a good learning was that Punjab has got its own status scheme. So I think the states also need to come out with their schemes for wastewater treatment. And we need to converge other resources also like 15th FC besides Amrut and SBM. A very important point that we may get funding for the capital investment. We may create infrastructure, but how do we run it? And I think आशीष का बड़ा बढ़िया प्रेजेंटेशन था कि ये वेस्ट वाटर से पैसा कमा रहे हैं, हमें कुछ इस तरीके के अप्रोच पे हमें कुछ सीखना पड़ेगा. एंड मध्य प्रदेश ने भी इसमें अच्छा काम किया है. हमने वी हैव ड्राफ्टेड अवर रूल्स फॉर collecting 100% O&M charges through user charges for all utilities. So it's under implementation. So I think this is something, this is unavoidable. We need to create that kind of political will to do it. Reuse is very important. So this is an approach from which we can create wealth from the waste. We have done it in the solid waste. We can very well do it from the waste water also. We need to seek success stories and adopt them. Last but not the least, I think we need to create awareness among citizens to create demand. मुझे दलजीत जी बता रहे थे कि पंजाब में तो लोग लड़ जाते हैं इनसे कि भाई हमारे यहाँ भी सीवरेज नेटवर्क कर दो. हमारे यहाँ पर पता नहीं मध्य प्रदेश में या अन्य कई राज्यों में मैंने देखा है कि जो डिमांड वाटर सप्लाई इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की वो सीवरेज नेटवर्क की नहीं है. क्योंकि लोग सोचते हैं सीवरेज तो हमने घर के बाहर छोड़ दिया, अब ये सरकार की जिम्मेदारी है, वाटर में तो कुछ मिलता है, इसमें मिल क्या रहा है. तो वो कैसे पब्लिक ओपिनियन हम मोबिलाइज करेंगे. और एक बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट मुझे जो लग रहा है, इफ यू डोंट क्रिएट दिस इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, द वे एनजीटी इज डीलिंग विद द वेस्ट वाटर, there are very heavy penalties that are being imposed. So we have, there's a choice, we pay the penalty or we invest that money for creating, wastewater treatment infrastructure. Thank you very much. It was a lot of learning for me personally. And I will now request my co-chair, Mark, to add a few points. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think you summed it up all very well. Just a couple of things that stood out, I think, from the presentations for me. One is looking at reuse of water and sludge, treated water and sludge, not just from a standards perspective. I mean, clearly the standards have to match the end uses, but from an economic standpoint as well. When we're looking at those end users, what are the different options that industry or other users are looking at, and how do the costs or other incentives compare? I think you made a very good comment about technology. I think it's really important to continue this search for low-cost, effective technologies. Recently, the Swachhata Startup Challenge, I think, was a really good example of this, developing Indian-developed technologies and solutions that can then be validated and promoted across the country. And then finally, I think something that I took from the presentations is this idea that there's a range of solutions, a spectrum of solutions. As ULBs are looking for what works best for them, you have the 100% sewage network solution that works in some cases, more of a hybrid STP, FSTP solution that works in other cases. So I think there's lots of different solutions that work for different situations. So I would like to add my thanks to all of the presenters. I learned a lot from this, and I'm really happy to be part of this experience as well. I've just been told that we do have time for a couple of questions from the audience, but probably just a few, I think. So if there are any burning questions, we can likely take a couple of questions.
Just a question from Patel Sahab. The Gandhidham, the reuse strategy is almost same as Surat. सूरत में जो reuse हो रहा है वही replicate जैसे पांडेसारा में industrial, almost same thing you just replicate. So UF and RO, RO is must. That is just I want to say.
I think we'll be happy to see some hands raised from the audience. Can we pass on the mic? I think first there is a. Next is your turn.
Sir, my question is, I heard about...
Please give your introduction also before, yeah. and ask, and you can also mention the person to whom you ask to whom you want to ask the question. Yeah.
Okay. So, my name is Kamal Tiwari. I represent a company called Daiki Access. We make a smaller Jokaso STP, which was mentioned here. So when I heard, my question is to representative of Gujarat, that while you have a stated policy to reach 100% coverage of treatment and reuse of 30%, if I remember it correctly, by 2026. Now the challenge is the city grow faster than the coverage of the STP or reuse capacity. So we have seen that many pockets or slums or many other areas which are in the suburbs are not covered properly. So how do you have a scheme to look at smaller STPs or let's say conversion of soak pit or septic tank to advanced treatment? Thank you.
Exactly, the places where there is no sewage network, we are having some systems by transferring this sewage waste by trucks. So that can be achieved.
I understand that he has addressed your question. I think we had another question from the second row. Can somebody pass on the mic to him?
Hello sir, good afternoon. I am RP Singh, looking water and sewerage system in Noida town. I am Deputy General Manager. I want just to ask a question from Kazmi Saab. Because sir, we have providing 406 MLD drinking water daily to the people of Noida. And the sewage generated capacity near about 320. We have adequate capacity of sewage treatment plant on SBR technology. Just Honorable NGT has directed the drains, nalas are passing over the town that can be arranged in a proper manner of treatment. Then the treated water will use in greenery irrigation or in some other works. Just ask a question, the MBBR technology and SBR technology for the drain, 2 MLD, 3 MLD treatment capacity of treatment plant, that will be valuable as compared to provide the in situ wetlands normally. The result of the in situ wetland nearby 30% down from BOD to COD and all. So in situ wetland is effective, or we have to provide that STP minimum capacity 1 MLD, 2 MLD as per the discharge of the drain. Yes. You have already worked for Noida, sir. Yeah.
Actually, in situ is, I think it's only applicable for very, very small drains and where you have a land available. And once you don't have land available and for a big drains, we have to go for STP. Okay. We have to go for STP or advanced STP or small STP or large STP.
Yeah. MBBR will be affected?
MBBR, you have to check whether they can bring the NGT quality or not. Maybe some MBBRs are okay, but we have to check or we have to evaluate that MBBR, whether it's bringing the quality, then same design we can replicate.
Thank you. Just ask one more question. The NGT has suggested us to get the BOD up to 100 fecal coliform and the BOD up to 10.
Yeah.
But the State Pollution Board has a directive of Ministry of Environment and Forest near about 2017 gadget. That should be 1,000, 30 and all.
We have to
so how can we work on that? They penalize the Noida for the same?
Actually, now your plant's already made on NGT standards.
Yeah,
therefore, you have to bring your chlorine dose more.
Okay.
And we have designed your plant for 10 ppm chlorine dose. If you maintain well, then with 10 ppm chlorine dose, every time we can get less than 100 MPN without any problem. Therefore, more focus on maintenance and increase the chlorine dose. I think there will be no problem.
Thank you so much.
There will be no.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was a really insightful discussion. I would like to thank the session chair and co-chair and also the esteemed panelists. May I request all of you to come to the center of the stage for a group photograph. I would also like to request Sri Amrit Abhijat, Principal Secretary, Uttar Pradesh, to come up and join for the group photograph and then hand over mementos to the chair, co-chair and panelists. Thank you, sir. We've now come to the end of our technical sessions. We have the last valedictory session coming up, which will be chaired by the Honorable Minister of State, Sri Kaushal Kishore. The Honorable Minister has just arrived, and within a few minutes he will be with us. So before that, may I request the ISL team to kindly finish seating the awardees and special mention cities.
नवी मुंबई टीम, अगर आप जहां भी हैं एक बार खड़े हो जाएं या फिर हमें बताएं कि आप कहां पे हैं। टीम फ्रॉम नवी मुंबई, आप जहां रोहित सर पीछे, आप वहां चले जाएं। एक अवार्ड की श्रेणी बन रही है, आप वहां पे ज्वाइन करें टीम को। सतीश जी सेकेंड।
Somabha? while we are waiting for the Honorable Minister to come on stage, I hope all the President's awardees, those who are going to go up on stage tomorrow to receive their awards from the Honorable President of India, have already done their RT-PCR tests. The camp is right here, next to Gate H.
आज के इस कार्यक्रम में माननीय मंत्री जी का आगमन हो चुका है। मैं आप सभी से अनुरोध करता हूं कि आप अपने स्थान को ग्रहण कर लें। आप सभी से रिक्वेस्ट है कि आप अपने मोबाइल फ़ोन्स को स्विच ऑफ कर लें, साइलेंट कर लें और अपने अपने स्थान को ग्रहण कर लें। बहुत जल्द ही हम आज के इस कार्यक्रम के सबसे महत्वपूर्ण एवं आखिरी चरण की ओर बढ़ रहे हैं। आप सभी का इसमें बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। स्वच्छ अमृत महोत्सव के पावन अवसर पर हम आवासन एवं शहरी कार्य मंत्रालय की ओर से आप सभी का हार्दिक अभिनंदन करते हैं। हम मंच पर स्वागत करते हैं माननीय राज्य मंत्री आवासन एवं शहरी कार्य श्री कौशल किशोर जी, रूपा मिश्रा जी, संयुक्त सचिव एवं राष्ट्रीय मिशन डायरेक्टर स्वच्छ भारत मिशन, विनय कुमार झा, डायरेक्टर स्वच्छ भारत मिशन, बीके चौरसिया जी, जेबी रविंदर जी। हम साथ साथ मंच पर आने के लिए इनवाइट करते हैं निकुंज श्रीवास्तव सर, अमृत अभिजात सर। आप सभी से अनुरोध है कि आप मंच पर आएं और हम कार्यक्रम को आगे की ओर बढ़ाएंगे। अब हम इस कार्यक्रम के सबसे महत्वपूर्ण सत्र की ओर बढ़ रहे हैं। 17 सितंबर 2022 को शुरू हुए अमृत महोत्सव की शानदार शुरुआत इंडियन स्वच्छता लीग से हुई। देश के 1850 से भी ज़्यादा शहरों में 5 लाख से अधिक युवाओं ने मिलकर अपने शहरों में बीचेस, हिल्स, टूरिस्ट प्लेसेस को साफ करने के लिए एक राष्ट्रीय मुकाबले में हिस्सा लिया। आज माननीय मंत्री जी द्वारा इंडियन स्वच्छता लीग के टॉप टीम्स को सम्मानित किया जाएगा। आइए अब हम देखते हैं इंडियन स्वच्छता लीग के दौरान 1850 शहरों में हुए इस अनोखे मुकाबले की एक झलक।
कदम हम लेके बढ़े, एक और नया प्रण करके चले, कूड़ा मुक्त हर शहर बने, नया इरादा चलो करे, हमें स्वच्छ नया कल करना है, कचरे पर ध्यान तो देना है, सूखा गीला हो अलग अलग जिम्मेदार सभी को रहना है, कूड़ा मुक्त शहर होगा संकल्प चलो करके निकले, एक और कदम हम लेके बढ़े, एक और नया प्रण करके चले, कूड़ा मुक्त हर शहर बने, नया इरादा चलो करे, ओ ओ ओ ओ ओ ओ ओ कचरे का रूप बदलना है, उस नए रंग में ढलना है, हर शहर साफ आंगन उज्जवल पूरे देश को निर्मल करना है, शुरुआत हम ही से होनी है, आरंभ हम ही से होना है, हम सबको मिलकर साथ साथ एक परिवर्तन को बोना है, एक और कदम हम लेके बढ़े, एक और नया प्रण करके चले, कूड़ा मुक्त हर शहर बने, नया इरादा चलो करे, हर नगर स्वच्छ स्वच्छ, हर पहर स्वच्छ स्वच्छ, हर सफर स्वच्छ स्वच्छ, हर शहर स्वच्छ, चलो संग संग सूरज बन के जले, एक और कदम हम लेके बढ़े, एक और नया प्रण करके चले, कूड़ा मुक्त हर शहर बने, नया इरादा चलो करे, ओ ओ ओ ओ ओ ओ
अब हम इस कार्यक्रम के महत्वपूर्ण पड़ाव की ओर बढ़ रहे हैं, जब हम इंडिया स्वच्छता लीग के टॉप टीम्स की घोषणा करेंगे। 1850 से भी ज़्यादा शहरों में जो प्रतियोगिता हुई है उसके जो टॉप टीम्स है उनकी घोषणा होगी। हम टॉप टीम से अनुरोध करते हैं कि अनाउंसमेंट के बाद आप मंच पर आएंगे, अपना सर्टिफिकेट ग्रहण करने के बाद कृपया मंच पर रुकेंगे एवं अपने श्रेणी के ग्रुप फोटो के साथ उसके बाद अपनी जगह पर जाएंगे। अब हम माननीय मंत्री जी से टॉप टीम्स को सम्मानित करने का अनुरोध करते हैं। 15,000 से कम की जनसंख्या वाले शहरों में इंडियन स्वच्छता लीग की टॉप टीम्स हैं। मना कैंप छत्तीसगढ़। आप सभी से रिक्वेस्ट है जोरदार तालियों के साथ इन टीम्स का स्वागत करें। सैतुल मिजोरम। पहलगांव जम्मू एंड कश्मीर। बसौली जम्मू एंड कश्मीर। आलमपुर तेलंगाना। कैनकोना गोवा। आप सभी से रिक्वेस्ट है जोरदार तालियों के साथ देश की सबसे अनोखी अद्भुत प्रतियोगिता में सम्मिलित शहरों का उत्साह वर्धन करें। ग्रुप फोटोग्राफ के लिए हम रिक्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं सभी शहरों से इस श्रेणी के लिए। पंद्रह 15,000 से 25,000 की जनसंख्या वाले शहरों में अगले श्रेणी की ओर बढ़ते हुए 15,000 से 25,000 की जनसंख्या वाले शहरों में इंडियन स्वच्छता लीग की टॉप टीम्स हैं। पीपली उड़ीसा। पीपली उड़ीसा। हावली असम। जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत करें। दोरू वेरीनाग जम्मू एंड कश्मीर। आरएसपुरा जम्मू एवं कश्मीर। गुरुवायूर केरला। खजुराहो मध्य प्रदेश। अगले श्रेणी की ओर बढ़ते हुए 25,000 से 50,000 की जनसंख्या वाले शहरों में इंडियन स्वच्छता लीग की टॉप टीम्स हैं। कोड़ागांव छत्तीसगढ़, कोड़ागांव छत्तीसगढ़, मंगलदाई असम, गांदरबल जम्मू एवं कश्मीर, पीर जादीगुड़ा तेलंगाना, शाश्वत महाराष्ट्र, पचास हजार से 1 लाख की जनसंख्या वाले शहरों में इंडियन स्वच्छता लीग की टॉप टीम्स हैं। बिरगांव छत्तीसगढ़, लुंगलई मिजोरम, खरर पंजाब, कारवार कर्नाटका, लोनावला महाराष्ट्र, एक लाख से 3 लाख की जनसंख्या वाले शहरों में इंडियन स्वच्छता लीग की टॉप टीम्स है। एक लाख से 3 लाख की जनसंख्या वाले शहरों में टॉप टीम्स है। अंबिकापुर छत्तीसगढ़, आइजोल मिजोरम, अनंतनाग जम्मू एवं कश्मीर, Alappuzha, Kerala. Panvel, Maharashtra. आगे बढ़ते हुए 3 लाख से 10 लाख की जनसंख्या वाले शहरों में इंडियन स्वच्छता लीग की टॉप टीम्स हैं। तीन लाख से 10 लाख की जनसंख्या वाले शहरों में टॉप टीम्स हैं कटक, उड़ीसा। अलीगढ़, उत्तर प्रदेश। अलीगढ़, उत्तर प्रदेश। मंगलुरु, कर्नाटका। मीरा भाईंदर, महाराष्ट्र। दस लाख से ज्यादा की जनसंख्या वाले शहरों में टॉप इम्पैक्ट क्रिएटर्स की श्रेणी में इंडियन स्वच्छता लीग की टॉप टीम्स हैं विशाखापट्टनम, आंध्र प्रदेश। रायपुर, छत्तीसगढ़। प्रयागराज, उत्तर प्रदेश। मेरठ, उत्तर प्रदेश। ठाणे, महाराष्ट्र। औरंगाबाद, महाराष्ट्र। सूरत, गुजरात। 10 लाख से ज़्यादा की जनसंख्या वाले शहरों में टॉप यूथ मोबिलाइजर्स की श्रेणी में इंडियन स्वच्छता लीग की टॉप टीम्स हैं नवी मुंबई महाराष्ट्र, चंडीगढ़, जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत करें। अब हमारे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं इंडियन स्वच्छता लीग के स्पेशल मेंशन कैटेगरी के शहरों जिन्होंने आईएसएल में काफी अच्छा प्रदर्शन किया है। हम आप सभी शहरों से मंच पर एक एक कर आने का अनुरोध करते हैं। भाटगांव छत्तीसगढ़,
अंधेरा चीर
रहा असम,
सूरज निकला, एक नया सा सवेरा, मन के दर्पण में
काजीगंज जम्मू एंड कश्मीर,
मेरे नए से भारत का चेहरा,
बोदली तेलंगाना,
धड़क धड़क कर हर दिल बोले मेरा बदले देश ये चाहत थी,
कुंदलवाड़ी महाराष्ट्र,
ताल मिली तो बदली पुरानी आदत थी, तेरी धड़कन मेरी धड़कन हर धड़कन
खैरागढ़ छत्तीसगढ़,
स्वच्छ भारत की हर धड़कन है स्वच्छ भारत की।
अभयापुरी असम,
हमने जब से संकल्प लिया हर कदम कठोर जतन किया, स्वच्छता का सच्चा अर्थ समझे साकार मुश्किल सपन किया, तेरी धड़कन मेरी धड़कन हर धड़कन है स्वच्छ भारत की हर धड़कन है स्वच्छ भारत की।
धर्मशाला हिमाचल प्रदेश,
हर जगह लगे सुंदर, गंदगी न हो शहर के अंदर, होने न दे गंदगी, जिंदगी में रखिए बंदगी की गंदगी दिखेगी जहाँ भी अब कुछ उठाएगा तू कदम और करेगा साफ रखेगा सुंदर इस स्वस्थ देश को, इस प्यारे देश को। मैं डगर बुहारूं पलकों से
धर्मशाला हिमाचल प्रदेश,
मेरे द्वार पधारा स्वप्न नया, डगर डगर है शहर शहर पर स्वच्छ बन चला देश मेरा,
उलाल करे कर्नाटका,
हमको स्वास्थ्य मिले स्वच्छता ही लाए समृद्धि, ओह स्वच्छता सशक्त करे बने देश ये आत्मनिर्भर भी।
मालवन महाराष्ट्र,
हम सारे हम सारे हम सारे गली मोहल्ला सड़क कॉलोनी हम इसी नगर पर बढ़ना रे, शहर शहर पर हम बढ़ना रे,
जशपुर नगर छत्तीसगढ़, चंपई मिजोरम। लेह लद्दाख। रामेश्वरम तमिलनाडु। इंदापुर महाराष्ट्र।
अंधेरा चीर के सूरज निकला,
मेदिनीनगर झारखंड।
सांस मेरा मन के दर्पण में स्वच्छ दिखे मेरे नए से भारत का चेहरा।
कोहिमा नागालैंड। उधमपुर जम्मू एंड कश्मीर।
हर दिल बोले मेरा बदले देश ये चाहत थी, धड़कन धड़कन की ताल मिली तो बदली पुरानी आदत थी। तेरी धड़कन मेरी धड़कन हर धड़कन
कोरुतला तेलंगाना।
स्वच्छ भारत की हर धड़कन है स्वच्छ भारत की। हमने जब से संकल्प लिया,
वास्को डिगामा गोवा।
कठोर जतन किया, स्वच्छता का सच्चा अर्थ समझे, साकार मुश्किल सपन किया। तेरी धड़कन मेरी धड़कन हर धड़कन है
मानगो झारखंड।
सफाई और स्वच्छता फैलाई, हर गली हर जगह लगे सुंदर, गंदगी न हो शहर के अंदर।
नगांव असम।
गंदगी ये जिंदगी में रखिए बंदगी की गंदगी दिखेगी जहाँ भी अब तुझको उठाएगा तू कदम और करेगा साफ रखेगा सुंदर इस स्वस्थ देश को, इस प्यारे देश को।
मोहाली पंजाब।
मैं डगर गुहारूं पलकों से मेरे द्वार पधारा स्वप्न नया। डगर डगर है
श्रीकाकुलम आंध्र प्रदेश।
स्वच्छ बन चला देश मेरा, स्वच्छता से हमको स्वास्थ्य मिले, स्वच्छता ही लाए समृद्धि, ओह स्वच्छता सशक्त करे बने देश ये आत्मनिर्भर।
जमशेदपुर झारखंड।
हम सारे हम सारे हम सारे गली मोहल्ला सड़क कॉलोनी हम इसी नगर पर बनाए, शहर शहर पर
अगरतला त्रिपुरा। देहरादून उत्तराखंड।
हर स्वच्छ शिखर हमें चढ़ना रे, हर मंजिल हमको पाना रे, जोश लिए हमें बढ़ना रे।
मैसूरू कर्नाटका। उज्जैन मध्य प्रदेश। गांधीनगर, गुजरात। आप सभी से निवेदन है अपने अपने स्थान पे बैठ जाएं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मंत्री जी। आप सभी से अनुरोध है कि अपने अपने स्थान पे बैठ जाएं। आप सभी से निवेदन है कि अपने स्थान पे बैठ जाएं। आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आप सभी अपने नियमित स्थान ग्रहण करें। सुमाबा शहरी सबसे निवेदन है कि अतिथियों को अपने स्थान की तरफ बढ़ाएं। सभी अपना स्थान ग्रहण कर लें। अब हम कार्यक्रम में आगे बढ़ते हुए निवेदन करेंगे माननीय मंत्री जी श्री कौशल किशोर जी से आज के दिन को अतिथियों को संबोधित करने के लिए। माननीय मंत्री जी।
स्वच्छ शहर संवाद एवं तकनीकी प्रदर्शनी के इस कार्यक्रम में हमारे बीच में स्वच्छ भारत मिशन, आवासन एवं शहरी कार्य, भारत सरकार की संयुक्त सचिव आदरणीय रूपा मिश्रा जी, मध्य प्रदेश के नगर विकास विभाग के प्रधान सचिव श्री निकुंज श्रीवास्तव जी, नगर विकास विभाग उत्तर प्रदेश के प्रधान सचिव श्री अमृत अभिजात जी, राज्य एवं केंद्र शासित प्रदेश के मंत्रालय के सभी अधिकारीगण, प्रतिनिधिगण, संपूर्ण भारत के स्वच्छ भारत मिशन से जुड़े सभी सदस्यगण, इंडियन स्वच्छता लीग के सभी अवार्ड विजेता व सभी सदस्यगण, तकनीकी प्रदर्शन में भाग ले रहे सभी प्रतिभागीगण, मीडिया के एवं आए हुए सभी साथी पत्रकार बंधुओं, स्वच्छ शहर संवाद और जो आपकी प्रदर्शनी है, मैंने अभी रूपा जी के साथ देख रहा था तो काफ़ी चीज़ें उसमें नई नई टेक्निक, नई नई टेक्नोलॉजी हमारे देश के वो बहुत ही बुद्धिजीवीगण बना रहे हैं और बना करके कंप्लीट भी किए हैं, उसको लागू करने का काम कर रहे हैं। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने विगत 1 अक्टूबर 2021 को इस देश को पूरी तरीके से स्वच्छ बनाने के लिए उन्होंने SBM 2.0 और अमृत 2.0 की घोषणा की थी, जिसमें बहुत धन भी देने का काम किया गया था। प्रधानमंत्री जी का विजन है कि हमारे जो शहर हैं वो पूरी तरीके से स्वच्छ रहने चाहिए। शहर नहीं, ग्रामीण क्षेत्र भी रहने चाहिए। स्वच्छता की वजह से बहुत सी चीज़ों से लाभ है। एक तो व्यक्ति का मेंटल स्टेटस अपने आप ऊपर होता चला जाता है। जहाँ सफाई होती है वहाँ कोई गंदगी करने की हिम्मत नहीं जुटा पाता, और जहाँ सफाई नहीं होती है, गंदगी दिखती है, वहाँ पर ना चाह करके लोग भी कभी थूक देते हैं, कभी मसाला थूक देते हैं, इस तरह का होता है। मैं तभी पढ़ाई करता था तो कचहरी में, कोर्ट में, तहसील में कई बार जाना होता था। कभी लोगों के साथ, कभी धरना प्रदर्शन में हम लोग गिरफ्तार किए जाते थे। तो मालूम हुआ कि गांव से जो आदमी आ रहा है उसकी हिम्मत नहीं पड़ती थी कि मसाला या पान खा करके कचहरी में प्रवेश कर ले। मगर हर कोने में, दीवार में सब थूका हुआ मिलता था, मसाला, पान, ये सब। कौन लोग थूक रहे थे? काम करने वाले कर्मचारी, बाबू, वकील, वही सब गंदगी उसमें कर रहे थे। किसी भी उसमें चले जाए, जज साहब के बगल का दीवार मिल गई बाहर की, उसी में कोने में थूक दिया। लेकिन जब 2 अक्टूबर 2014 को आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने, उसके पहले 15 अगस्त को ये डिक्लेयर किया कि हम 2 अक्टूबर को झाड़ू लेके हाथ में निकलेंगे गांधी जी के स्वच्छता मिशन की जयंती के अवसर पर। तो जब हाथ में झाड़ू लेकर के निकले तो एक फैशन बना लोगों में। जो लोग कभी अपने घर में झाड़ू नहीं उठाते थे, वो सड़कों पर झाड़ू लगाते हुए और उसकी फोटो खींच करके बाकायदा डालते हुए अपने को गर्व महसूस करने लगे। ये गर्व अगर किसी को सफाई करने का महसूस कराया है तो आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने महसूस कराने का काम किया। तो ये कितनी बड़ी बात है कि अपना देश पूरी तरीके से स्वच्छ हो। अभी करीब 4700 शहर आपके लिए गए थे SBM 20 में, कचरा मुक्त बनाने के लिए, सीवर लाइन डालने के लिए बहुत सी योजनाएं। तो अभी मैं बहुत सी चीजें देख रहा था तो मैं सोच रहा था ये कि ये जो टेक्निक का इजाद किया है आपने, खोजने का काम किया हमारे साथियों ने, इसको सबसे पहले यूज कौन करेगा? अगर इसके यूजर बढ़ जाएं तो निश्चित तरीके से ये टेक्नोलॉजी पूरी तरीके से सफल होगी। तो अभी दिल्ली के लोग जो मिले, उन लोगों ने बताया कि पहले जो सीवर लाइन में जो मैन पावर जाते थे लोग सफाई कर्मी, वो सफाई कर्मी उसमें नहीं घुसते। अब जो रोबोट बनाया उसके जरिए उसको करते हैं, सब मैकेनिक जो मशीनें हैं उनके द्वारा करते हैं। तो जो ईंट बनाई है उसकी, उस ईंट को अभी बिल्डर कोई यूज नहीं करेगा। इसलिए जो लोग इसमें शामिल हो तो उससे मैं कहना चाहता हूँ, उस ईंट को अभी बिल्डर कोई नहीं ले, बड़ी बड़ी बिल्डिंग बनाने वाला उसको यूज नहीं करेगा। अभी हम देखते हैं कि लोगों ने बाउंड्री करने के लिए प्लॉट खरीदा, बाउंड्री करने के लिए आर्टिफिशियल दीवार बनाते हैं, छोटे छोटे उसके पार्ट हैं, ऐसे खड़ा करके लगा देते हैं और उसको बड़ी से बड़ी, अगर ज़्यादा लोग लग जाएंगे तो एक दिन में बड़ी बना करके खड़ी कर देते दीवार, वो उसको सेव करने के लिए। तो जो इंटरलॉकिंग की जो ईंट बनाई है उसको छोटे लोगों से, मतलब जहाँ ज़रूरत पड़ेगी गांव में, शहर में, गली में, उसको बनाने का, उसको लगाने का काम, वो उसके यूजर बन जाए, खरीदने वाले बन जाए। ये बात उनके बीच में जानी चाहिए। इन मशीनों के बारे में अभी अगर ग्रामीण क्षेत्र में मलिन बस्तियों में चले जाएं बताएं तो उनको ये मालूम नहीं है कि प्लास्टिक के कचरे से बढ़िया बैग, कागज़ के कचरे से अच्छी चीज़ें। किसी से अगर बताएंगे कि ये प्लास्टिक से बना हुआ और कचरे से एक मजबूत ईंट बनती है जो उसकी जो है लाइफ भी बहुत होती है, तो जल्दी जल्दी आम आदमी विश्वास नहीं करता क्योंकि उसने देखा नहीं। मेरे क्षेत्र का मैं एक गांव पड़ता था, तो वो कभी अखबार में उसने पढ़ा होगा, लोगों ने बताया कि एक प्लेन क्रैश हुआ, उसमें 100 लोग या 200 लोग या 50 लोग मर गए। तो वो लोगों ने जब बताते थे तो वो गाली बकता था, कहता था इतने बड़े झूठे आदमी हमने देखे नहीं, जितना झूठ लिखता अखबार। पूछे क्यों? कहले हमारे ऊपर से जहाज उड़ते जाता है, हमने देखता है एक आदमी उसमें नहीं आएगा, एक आदमी उसको पकड़ के लपट के भले उड़ सकता है। क्यों? क्योंकि उसने बहुत ऊंचे उड़ते हुए देखा, वो छोटा था दिखता, तो उसको भरोसा नहीं होता था, ना अखबार पर ना रेडियो पर। उसको भरोसा कैसे होगा? जो आप काम कर रहे हैं उस व्यक्ति को भरोसा दिलाने का काम हमारे जो टेक्नोलॉजिस्ट हैं, जिन लोगों ने बनाया है, उनके बीच में एक काम जाना है। जब वो लोग इसको यूज करेंगे तब उनकी समझ में आ गया कि ये मजबूत चीज़ है। तो इसके लिए जो है प्रदर्शनी के अलावा, इस प्रदर्शनी में जैसे हम लोग आ रहे हैं या बड़े लोग आ रहे हैं या मिडिल अपर मिडिल क्लास के अधिकारी और ये सब लोग आ रहे हैं, इनको अपने यहाँ ये नहीं लगानी ईंट, 100% जान लीजिए नहीं लगानी, लगनी कहाँ है? तो इस तरह का एक जो है, मैं बात करूंगा रूपा जी से और हम लोग बैठ करके, हमारे यहाँ के भी जो अमृत जी प्रभात जी आए हुए हमारे यूपी से, हम लोग बात करेंगे इस पे। और इन प्रदर्शनी में उन आम आदमी को बुला करके लाके खड़ा करना है कि इन चीज़ों को आप खरीदो और अपने यहाँ लगाने का काम करो, ये सस्ती भी है और टिकाऊ भी है। इस तरह का उनके बीच में एक संदेश हम देने का काम करेंगे। ये हमारा जो विभाग है इसमें अग्रणी भूमिका निभाने का काम करेगा। मैं उन सभी प्रतिभागियों को बधाई देना चाहता हूँ जो इस स्वच्छता अभियान में पूरी तरीके से मेहनत करके, एकजुट करके, और जो एक आपकी ये लीग है, इस लीग में जिन लोगों ने जज करके, निगरानी करके, आपको चयनित करके आपको प्राइज देने का काम किया, मैं आप सब लोगों को बधाई देता हूँ, शुभकामनाएं देता हूँ कि आप एक बेहतर काम यानी मेक इन इंडिया के तहत करते हैं, भारत को बनाने का काम कर रहे हैं, स्वच्छ भारत बनाने का काम कर रहे हैं। प्रधानमंत्री जी का ये विजन है। अभी देखिए बहुत देर तक की मीटिंग लेते हैं एक एक विषय पर प्रधानमंत्री जी, 18-18 घंटे काम करते हैं। 100-200 साल एडवांस सोच है। आप गौर करें कभी प्रधानमंत्री जी की तरफ, उनकी बातों पर। 100-200 साल एडवांस सोच, हमारा कैसा भारत बनना चाहिए, किस तरह का भारत बनना चाहिए। और इसी सोच के तहत अभी प्रधानमंत्री जी ने, आप समझिए कि 2022 से 2047 तक जो एक सदी पूरी होगी, 25 साल की आज़ादी की 25 साल का ये पीरियड, उसको अमृत काल घोषित करने का काम किया। और ये अमृत काल का मतलब क्या है? इस अमृत काल के पीरियड में हमको हर क्षेत्र में जहां हम मदद कर सकते हैं, जहां काम कर रहे हैं, अपनी पूरी जिम्मेदारी निभाएं। तो एक जिस विभाग में भी आप काम कर रहे हैं वो टीम के रूप में वर्क करना है। तो स्वच्छ भारत मिशन पे काम करना है तो टीम स्वच्छ भारत मिशन की पूरा उस पर करना है, जिम्मेदारी से करना है, जिम्मेदारी निभानी है। कुछ हमसे ऐसी चीज़ें हुई हैं देर सवेर में जिसकी वजह से बाधाएं पहुंची, जैसे कि 100 हमको स्मार्ट सिटी चुनने थे। अब 2015 से 2018 तक 3 साल लग गए, 100 स्मार्ट सिटी चुनने में। इतना टाइम का क्या जरूरत थी इसमें? चाहते तो एक हफ्ते में चुन जाते, एक सप्ताह में। और एक पार्ट चुनना था एक शहर का, इतना टाइम जो गया बेकार हुआ। उसको गति देने के लिए प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एक गति शक्ति योजना का भी उन्होंने लॉन्च करने का काम किया कि अपनी गति को और तेज बढ़ाने का काम करना है। काल करे सो आज कर, आज करे सो अब, ये हमको कबीर साहब की एक लाइन है, उसको अपने ध्यान में रख करके हमको इन सब लोगों को करना चाहिए, करना पड़ेगा। तो इस भारतीय स्वच्छता लीग के संस्करण में हमारे करीब 1850 शहरों से अधिक स्थानों से करीब 5 लाख युवाओं को समुद्र तटों, पहाड़ियों और पर्यटन स्थलों को साफ करने के लिए एक साथ ले जाने का काम, ले करके आने का काम किया। मैं उनको बधाई देता हूँ। बहुत से, जैसे लेह से कन्याकुमारी तक, कोहिमा से द्वारका तक युवाओं की टीम कचरा मुक्त पहाड़ियों, समुद्र तटों और पर्यटन स्थलों के साथ रैलियां करने का काम किया। जो पर्यटन स्थल, वहाँ पर बहुत लोग अपना पानी पिए बोतल फेंक दी, कुछ खाया पिया ऐसा फेंक दिया, क्योंकि उसको अपना स्थान नहीं मानते। वो सोचते हम आए हैं, जो आएगा वो करेगा। लेकिन इसके एक अभियान के रूप में रैली और प्रदर्शन करके जो आप लोगों ने, युवाओं ने किया, मैं उन सब लोगों का भी बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। चंडीगढ़ चैलेंजर्स के करीब 2000 युवा और इसी तरीके से बेमिसाल भोपाल के 5000 युवाओं की टीम ने अपशिष्ट पृथक्करण के लिए, मतलब जो आपका वेस्ट प्रोडक्ट था उनको अलग अलग करने के लिए एक अहम भूमिका निभाने का काम किया है और पूरे देश को एक मानव श्रृंखला बना करके इन चीज़ों को अलग अलग करने के लिए एक संदेश देने का काम किया। उनको भी मैं बधाई देता हूँ, उनका भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करना चाहता हूँ। ग्रेटर मुंबई है, पुरी है, केरल, मैंगलोर, तमिलनाडु और पोर्ट ब्लेयर की युवा टीमों ने लाखों स्वयंसेवकों के साथ बड़े पैमाने पर समुद्र तट पर एक सफाई अभियान चलाया और जो कचरा बड़ा तमाम समुद्र के किनारे पड़ा रहता है, क्योंकि उसमें तमाम जो विजिटर्स जाते हैं, पर्यटक जाते हैं, वो फेंक देते हैं ऐसे ही, उनको एक सफाई का अभियान, उनको भी मैं बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूँ। झारखंड की टीम है, जसवंतपुर जगवार, उड़ीसा की टीम पारादीप टाइटन्स, टीम कोयम्बटूर और रामेश्वरम तमिलनाडु, टीम सूर्यापेट तेलंगाना और टीम स्वच्छ विशाखा वॉरियर्स आंध्र प्रदेश द्वारा जॉगिंग करते हुए कूड़ा उठाने के सामूहिक अभियान, सामूहिक प्लैगिंग और सफाई अभियान से भारतीय स्वतंत्रता लीग में एक उल्लेखनीय योगदान करने का काम किया है। उन सब लोगों को भी मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं और स्वागत करता हूं। मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं भारतीय स्वच्छता लीग के जो पहले संस्करण को भारत के सभी नागरिकों के प्रयासों से एक शानदार सफलता मिली। इस में जो लोग भी भागीदार थे उन सब लोगों का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। मैं उन शहरों को भी बधाई देता हूं जिन्हें आज सम्मानित किया गया और उनसे इस बात का अनुरोध भी करता हूं कि गंदगी से और कचरे से मुक्ति पाने के लिए हमको निरंतर प्रयास करना पड़ेगा। आप समझिए कि बिल्डिंगें बनेंगी, पुरानी होंगी, तोड़ी जाएंगी, कचरा बनेगा। अभी मैं एक जगह देखा कि प्रदर्शनी में कि जो बिल्डिंग बनी और वो जब तोड़ी गई तो उससे जो कचरा बना उसको फिर से उन्होंने रिसाइकिल किया और फिर से बिल्डिंग बनाने के काम, यूज करने का काम बनाया किया। तो हम कितना साफ रख सकते हैं, कितनी सफाई कर सकते हैं, कितना ज़्यादा इस टेक्नोलॉजी को, इस विधा को स्वच्छ भारत बनाने के लिए यूज कर सकते हैं, इसके लिए हम सब लोगों को काम करना होगा। और इसके लिए जो आप काम कर रहे हैं इसको और कितना ज़्यादा हम लोगों के बीच में ले जाएं। और इसके लिए मैं आपसे बताना चाहता हूं कि बहुत ज़रूरी है कि इसको अपनी लोकल भाषाओं में विभिन्न प्रदेशों से आप आ पाए। पहले चरण में हिंदी, साथ में लोकल भाषा, बाद में अंग्रेजी। आप इस तरीके से लोगों को लेकर के बीच में जाएंगे तो लोकल भाषा में जो आदमी व्यक्ति बात को समझेगा उसको समझाने में आपको ज़्यादा बेहतर मिलेगा, बात ज़्यादा उस समझ पाएंगे, आप अपने ज़्यादा संदेश दे पाएंगे। एक अच्छी बात को पहुंचाने में बड़ा समय लगता है। हम उसकी चीज वो उनमें जो भी हमको विधा अपनानी चाहिए, जो भी तरीका अपनाना चाहिए उसको अपनाने की बात है। तो हमारी बात को, हमारे किए गए कामों को, उससे फायदा क्या होगा, लाभ क्या होगा, अगर हम लोगों को समझा ले जाने में सफल होते हैं तो उस आंदोलन में आपको सफलता मिलेगी। एक उदाहरण देखिए, खत्म करूंगा मैं, कि मैंने पढ़ा कि एक अंग्रेज ने लिखा अपनी किताब में कि एक राजा के यहाँ मैं जब कब्जा करने गया तो केवल 150 सैनिक मेरे साथ थे, और जब मैं उस राजा के किले के बाहर पहुंचा लगभग 5000 लोग खड़े थे। तो डर पैदा हुआ अंदर कि अरे ये तो हम लोगों को पकड़ के मार डालेंगे। लेकिन वो कुछ नहीं बोले, कहले हम लोग सीधे घुसते चले गए, वो किनारे हट गए और जाके राजा के किले पे कब्जा करके सैनिकों को मार करके जब वापस हुए तो 5000 लोग ताली बजा रहे थे, क्लैपिंग कर रहे थे। उसने लिखा कि उनको नहीं मालूम था कि हम तुमको गुलाम बना दिए। तो वो क्यों नहीं खड़े हुए, क्यों नहीं बोले? क्योंकि जो राजा था वो भी गुलामी के रूप में उन लोगों को रखता था। राजा से, राजपाट से उन लोगों को प्रेम नहीं था। इसलिए कोई भी राजा बने, चाहे अंग्रेज, चूंकि उन लोगों ने ज्यादा सताया था उनके लोगों ने, इसलिए उनके दिल में था कि कोई तो आया मारने वाला, इनको मार के चला गया। बाद में देर में समझ में आया कि अरे हम फिर से दूसरे गुलाम हो गए। तो आप देखे होंगे कि आजादी के आंदोलन में जनता बहुत बाद में खड़ी हुई, और जब जनता बाद में खड़ी हुई उसमें तमाम भगत सिंह, चंद्रशेखर, इन लोगों का बड़ा रोल है। बम इसलिए फेंका कि देश की जनता जाने और अंग्रेज जाने कि हम तुमसे लड़ेंगे, और देश की जनता जाने कि पार्लियामेंट में भी बम हमारे देश के लोग फेंक सकते हैं अंग्रेजों को भगाने के लिए। उसका प्रचार प्रसार हुआ। और इसीलिए जब महात्मा गांधी जी ने नारा दिया 9 अगस्त 1942 को, अंग्रेजों भारत छोड़ो, करो या मरो, तो लाल बहादुर शास्त्री जी ने नारा दे दिया मरो नहीं मारो। और तब जनता जब एकजुट हुई तो उसके ठीक 5 साल 6 दिन के अंदर अंग्रेज भारत छोड़ करके भाग गए। मेरा कहने का मतलब यह है कि आपके इस कार्यक्रम में जो है, जो आपने रैलियां की, जो आपने प्रदर्शन किए, लोगों को जोड़ने का काम किया, ये एक आंदोलन है लोगों को जोड़ने का। चाहे समुद्री तट पे किए हों, चाहे पहाड़ियों पे किए हों, चाहे पर्यटक स्थलों पर करने का काम किए हों, ये आंदोलन का रूप ही सफाई का को, स्वच्छता को आगे बढ़ा देने का काम करेगा। तभी जाके अभी देखिए प्रधानमंत्री जी ने क्या किया। अभी जब 25 साल पूरे हुए आज़ादी के, तो सिल्वर जुबली, कुछ कैदियों को छोड़ा, बस ठीक है, हो गई सिल्वर जुबली। 50 साल आज़ादी के हुए, गोल्डन जुबली, कुछ कैदियों को छोड़ा तो वो कर दिया। अभी 75 साल में डायमंड जुबली मनाई जा सकती थी, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने नहीं मनाया। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने क्या कहा, 75 सप्ताह पहले से आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव मनाया जाएगा। हर जनपद में 75 अमृत सरोवर बनाए जाएंगे, हर जिले में, और वो पानी से भरे होंगे तालाब, और उनके किनारे कुर्सियां पड़ी होंगी, बैठने का होगा, टहलने का होगा, पानी का जो लेवल है ऊपर बढ़ करके आएगा। अमृत सरोवर नाम दिया उनका प्रधानमंत्री जी ने। हमारे ही उससे जुड़े हुए डिपार्टमेंट, प्रधानमंत्री स्वनिधि जो योजना है, उसके 75 जनपद चुन करके प्रधानमंत्री स्वनिधि महोत्सव मनाने का काम किया। तो ऐसे इस तरीके से, और एक प्रेरणा लोगों के अंदर भर दिया कि आज़ादी के 75 साल आज़ादी का अमृत महोत्सव। 15 अगस्त आते आते जो 5 दिन का उन्होंने कार्यक्रम तय किया, झंडा फहराने का, लहराने का, पूरे देश में झंडा ढूंढने नहीं मिला। एक घर में अगर 5 लोग हैं तो 5 लोगों ने कहा कि हम क्यों पीछे रहें। लोगों ने महंगे रेट पे झंडा खरीद करके अपने घर पे फहराया, और आज भी तमाम घरों पे लहरा रहे। ये एक भावना पैदा की। मैं आपसे भी कहना चाहता हूँ कि स्वच्छता अभियान के लिए, देश को स्वच्छ बनाने के लिए, दुनिया में सबसे बेहतर देश हमारा स्वच्छ भारत देश बने, इसके लिए जन जागरण के साथ आंदोलन जरूरी, रैलियां जरूरी हैं। प्रदर्शन का मतलब ये नहीं कि धरना करना, प्रदर्शन का मतलब जागरूक करना, ये एक अभियान की तरीके से करना होगा। तो जो लोग भी हैं इसमें, सबके पास मोबाइल है, डेली लिखो गुड मॉर्निंग स्वच्छ भारत बनाना है, लिखिए ऐसे, गुड नाइट स्वच्छ भारत बनाना है, लिखिए कुछ स्वच्छ भारत, या अपना जहां रहते हो वहां अपनी टाउन का लिखिए, अपने शहर का लिखिए। झारखंड से आए तो लिखिए गुड मॉर्निंग स्वच्छ झारखंड, ऐसा लिखिए, अपना अपना क्षेत्र में लिखिए। और जितने लोग प्राइज जीत करके आए, इस प्राइज को फोटो खींच करके फेसबुक पर, व्हाट्सएप पे, ट्विटर पे, सब जगह रोज ट्वीट करने का काम करिए, रोज लोगों को बताने का काम करिए। और अपने अपने जहां जाकर के एक बड़ा होर्डिंग बना करके तमाम स्थानों पर लगाने का काम करिए कि सफाई के अभियान में ये हमको प्राइज देने का काम किया गया। उसको छापिए, इस तरीके से लगाइए। आप देखिए, अपने आप लोग पढ़ेंगे, आपको जानेंगे, समझेंगे, एक अभियान के तहत लोग जुड़ना शुरू करेंगे। तो ये एक अभियान, एक आंदोलन है, और इस आंदोलन के तहत आप इसको चलाएंगे। मुझे उम्मीद है कि चूंकि हमारे डिपार्टमेंट में सब आप लोग आते हैं, और उस डिपार्टमेंट के हम सब लोग हैं, एक टीम के लोग हैं, एक टीम की तरीके से हम लोग काम करेंगे। हमें एक राज्य मंत्री का दर्जा दिया गया, राज्य मंत्री के रूप में एक अलग बात है, लेकिन टीम वर्क के रूप में हम सब लोग काम करेंगे। हमारे अधिकारी, हमारे सब जो मेयर्स हैं या जनप्रतिनिधिगण हैं, या हम सब लोग मिलकर के एक टीम वर्क के रूप में काम करेंगे, और अपने देश को पूरी तरीके से स्वच्छ बनाने का काम करेंगे। ये अमृतकाल में पूरा करना है, ये टाइम बाउंड करने का काम करना है हम सब लोगों को। बहुत बहुत बधाई, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आप लोगों को। आप सब लोग जुड़े इस अभियान में, इस कार्यक्रम में, आपका अभिनंदन करता हूँ, स्वागत करता हूँ। और अभिवादन में भी लोगों से बोलिए, हाथ मिलाया, गुड मॉर्निंग, स्वच्छ भारत, बोलिए ऐसा। अभिवादन में लोगों से हाथ मिलाइए तो बोलिए ऐसा। अपने आप बातचीत शुरू कर दीजिए, कैसे आपके यहाँ सफाई का कैसा क्या चल रहा है, हमारे यहाँ ये है, हम लोग ये कर रहे हैं। आदमी का माइंड डाइवर्ट करके उधर ले जाने का काम करना, एक ये मिशन है। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि आप सब लोग इस मिशन को पूरा करने का काम करेंगे और हिंदुस्तान दुनिया में स्वच्छता के उसमें नंबर 1 पे अग्रणी भूमिका निभाने का काम करेगा। धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत आभार।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मंत्री जी। अमृत महोत्सव की शानदार शुरुआत 17 सितंबर से इंडियन स्वच्छता लीग के साथ हुई। इंडियन स्वच्छता लीग आज अपने देश में एक अनोखी प्रतियोगिता बनी है, जिसमें 1850 से भी ज़्यादा शहरों में 5 लाख से अधिक युवा सीधे स्वच्छ भारत मिशन से जुड़कर अपने शहरों को कचरा मुक्त शहर बनाने के लिए सड़कों पर उतरे। इस तरह की प्रतियोगिता अपने आप में देश में पहली बार आयोजित हुई है, जिसमें हर शहर ने अपना एक कप्तान चुना, अपने शहरों की सफाई की बेमिसाल मुहिम से जुड़े। हम शहरों, उनकी टीमों के प्रभावशाली कप्तानों और 5 लाख से अधिक युवाओं का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करते हैं। तालियों के साथ इन सभी का धन्यवाद किया जाए। हम धन्यवाद करते हैं एस की टीम का, जिन्होंने स्वच्छता लीग के 1850 शहरों का इवैल्यूएशन बहुत ही बारीकी से, बहुत ही कम समय में दिन रात लगकर किए। स्वच्छ अमृत महोत्सव के अंतर्गत 20 सितंबर को एक राष्ट्रीय प्रतियोगिता स्वच्छता स्टार्टअप चैलेंज के दौरान 244 स्टार्टअप्स में से 30 को चुनकर हमने आत्मनिर्भरता की तरफ भी एक कदम बढ़ाया है। 26 सितंबर को फिर से वेस्ट टू वेल्थ की दिशा में आगे बढ़कर स्वच्छ ट्राइकोथॉन को लॉन्च किया गया, जिसमें वेस्ट से टॉयज बनाने की प्रतियोगिता शुरू हुई है। आज यहाँ हम स्वच्छ शहर संवाद और तकनीकी प्रदर्शनी के इस 2 दिवसीय कार्यक्रम में भाग लेने वाले तमाम प्रतिनिधियों, विभिन्न शहरों के प्रतिनिधि, क्षेत्र के विशेषज्ञों और आयोजनकर्ताओं का तहे दिल से धन्यवाद करते हैं। अपने आप में इस खास तरह के कार्यक्रम में 12 घंटों का संवाद देखने को मिला। 17 राज्यों से 45 वक्ताओं ने हिस्सा लिया है। कार्यक्रम में विभिन्न शहरों की भागीदारी रही है, जिसमें तकनीकी संगठन, सेक्टर पार्टनर से आए विशेषज्ञों ने भी अपना योगदान दिया है। हम इनका खास तौर पर धन्यवाद करते हैं। पूरे देश से कचरा प्रबंधन में बेस्ट इन क्लास मॉडल प्रदर्शन करने वाली ट्रैक प्रदर्शनी भी संवाद का हिस्सा रही है, जो अपने आप में बहुत ही अनोखी रही। हम इस कार्यक्रम में शामिल 34 एग्जिबिटर्स को धन्यवाद करते हैं, जिन्होंने अपने आप में कचरा प्रबंधन की दिशा में अभूतपूर्व काम करते हुए अपने उत्पाद लॉन्च किए हैं। अब हम स्वच्छ अमृत महोत्सव के इस महत्वपूर्ण 2 दिवसीय कार्यक्रम में जुड़ने के लिए आप सभी का धन्यवाद करते हैं और इसी के साथ हम इस 2 दिवसीय कार्यक्रम का समापन करते हैं और साथ ही साथ आप सभी का स्वच्छ अमृत महोत्सव के इस कार्यक्रम में जुड़ने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करते हैं। आप सभी से निवेदन है कि हम इस कार्यक्रम के एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण कार्यक्रम कल स्वच्छ सर्वेक्षण 2022 के पुरस्कार में हम यहाँ फिर से मिलेंगे। कल के कार्यक्रम में आप सभी से अनुरोध है कि 2:45 तक आप सब यहाँ अपना स्थान ग्रहण कर लें।